Okay, so a conflict is a struggle in clash of interest, so opinion or even principles. Yes, sometimes there are some people who are not agreed or they have the same principles in life. So sometimes the principles of one person's, it become a cause of conflict from other persons because of their differences of their stance or the principles in life, no? Then always be found in society as the basis of conflict with variety of personal, racial, yung rasa natin. Like for instance, kung anong tribo ka, yung status, social status nila, yung classifications of our status in society, positions, political, and international. So when in fact we have now, although we do not have a conflict with the China, but the only things that we have conflict in China because of a territorial dispute. Okay? So because of the so-called yung agawan sa teritoryo, kung sino ang nagmay-ari sa Scarborough Shore or whatever, no? So, but that this conflict, it is more on what we call this, not so serious, no? It will not escalate into a clash between China and the Philippines because we know already that we have no capability to fight against with China, no? Because of we have a limited manpower, we have a limited what we call this yung resources, no? So conflict may also be emotional, intellectual, and theoretical, in which case academic recognitions or may not be significant motive. Intellectual conflict is a subscript or cultural conflict. Yun bang kung paano natin naintindihan ang isang pamamaraan ng isang tribu or ano ang kanilang kulturang sinusunod. No? Sometimes we cannot understand what are the norms or the culture that they have applied. No? Conflict in a group often follows a specific course. Routing group interaction is first disrupted by initial conflict with the group, often caused by internal differences of opinions. So, malimit naman yung as a group, nagkaroon ng sigal at hindi medyo pagkaunawan base doon kung ano ang kanyang idea at saka yung kanyang opinion na hindi naman tanggap ng isa or ng ibang grupo, no? Disagreement between its members or insufficiency of resources available to the group. At this point, the group is no longer united. Yes, no? Kasi ang grupo kasi dapat there must be a strong cooperation, coordinations. It is the bottom line is camaraderie or the spirit de corps, no? The spirit de corps will be destroyed or will be broken if some of the members are disagreed with the other ideas or have a sort of yun bang parang may kunting tampo, no? So yun, no? The group is no longer united, may split into coalitions, no? Just like in the political parties, no? Dahil hindi lang napagbigay niyo sa lilipat ng ibang bakuran. Okay? This period of conflict escalation in some cases gives way to conflict resolution stage after which group can eventually return to a routing group or interaction split. So what are the types of conflict? According to the authors, that there are following conflict. Now, in cases of intra-group conflict, there is a conflict between the overall goals of general group in the goals of at least one person in the group. The disagreement may also be example of interpersonal conflict or a conflict between two or more people, which is more specific types of conflict include the following. Content conflict. So ano itong content conflict? It occurs when the individuals disagree about how to deal with a certain issues like the so-called yung issues ng Ukraine, no? And then the so-called yung issue ngayon ng mga politiko, no? In which other groups, they are supported. Okay? So this can be a good thing. It has a potential to discussion, increase motivation. Relationship conflict, no? Ito, you know, if there is a conflict between the relationship with their friendship or whatever, if the relationship or the trust of one person will be broken, then it is difficult to bring back the relationship that you have it before, no? So, kumbaga ba sa study natin sa criminal justice system, evidently correction, meron tayong tinatawag na restorative justice, meaning there must be one to pacify, there must be one to middle in order to bridge the gap between the two parties, no? So ito yung parang yung relationship conflict. The relational conflict begins performance, loyalty, satisfaction, and commitment. And causes individual to be irritable, negative, and suspicious. Yes, automatic, no? Pag yung isang relasyon nasira, nawalan ng kumpiyansa, and then parang bang naging negatibo na siya, so parang nagdududa na siya, no? Pag merong usapan dyan, nagtumpok-tumpok yung ibang grupo, and then parang nagiging yung guilty siya, nakaroon siya ng guilty mind, no? This form from interpersonal capabilities, it is an awareness of frictions caused by frustrations, annoyance, irritations. Relation conflict is a comparable to effective and cognitive conflict as defined by Amazon and Pinkley respectively. Process conflict. So what is process conflict? Process conflict, it is a disagreement over the group's approach to the task. Like for instance, yung mga bibigyan kayo ng research requirement and then everyone are given a task, no, to perform or to comply, but one of the member did not fully cooperate or coordinate with the other members of the group. Okay, so they note that all the relation conflict and process conflict are harmful. Task conflict is found to be beneficial since it encourages diversity of opinions, although care should be taken so it does not develop into process or relationship. Like for instance, para mapaganda yung performance, binigyan kayo ng task ng isang subject ninyo to perform, no? Kunyari, demonstrative performance, or let you say, crime scene processing, no? Kailangan i-motivate mo yung ibang grupo para maganda ang grado, no? Because pag binigyan kasi tayo ng task nga sa student, so kumbaga ba, ginawa natin ang lahat is para sa grado. Okay? Now, task conflict is related to disagreement with viewpoints. Like for instance, yung gumawa kayo ng plano, ito yung gagawin natin. Tapos ikaw dito, sabihin ng isa, parang pinakamagandang nito is yung basketball, di ba? Every player, they have a task, no? So everyone should obey, should observe what are the tasks given to him. Then they failure, if one will not follow strictly the task, it may result into the loss of gains, no? So yan. It is associated with two internet and beneficial effect the process group decisions quality. Task conflict encourages greater cognitive or understanding of the issues being discussed. This leads to better decisions making of the group that used to task conflict. Especially one day if you become a police and then if you will be assigned into a certain remote areas, no? So the very first thing is you need is to make a plan and you need to consult the others, no, so that you will be given a good result, no? So then the second is effective acceptance group decisions, no? So pag gumawa ka ng plano, pag gumawa ka ng isang bagay, and then you need to present that into a group, and every group should be given a privilege to give their opinion or suggestions, and every suggestions or opinion given by other group mates should be given what we call this respect, and it should be part of the evaluations for the modification or improvement of the task which is given to you by your chief of police, no? So yan. Then affective conflict, it is an emotional conflict developed from interpersonal incompatibilities and disputes. So ito naman yung medyo merong kunting hindi pagkaunawaan. So, no, it can also result into distrust, suspicion, parang kanina, no? Therefore, it is as a negative kind of conflict and obstacle to those who experience and describe as dysfunctional. Then we have the cognitive conflict. It occurs during tasks and comes from a difference in perspective and judgment. It improves decision makings and allows for the free air exchange of information between group members. So meaning ito yung changing of idea, parang tinatawag natin na brainstorming or think tank, no? Like for instance, if you handle on a certain crisis situations, so if you make a certain plan or if you have idea, you need to present that and you need to inform everybody, and then you need to present them and ask their suggestion or opinion. So para mas mapaganda yung result, ano. Conflict of interest, ito naman yun. Ito common ito eh. It is more on, like for instance, nagtatrabaho ka sa isang gobyerno, and then it comes now, you are engaged on a certain business, but as part of your responsibility, as part of your, what we call this, yung agreement that you should not engage on a certain business which having a connections with your position in the government, because it may influence or it may result into a negative speculation from the other companies who are also engaged with the same business, no? So yun ang iniiwasan, okay? Multiple interest which could possibly corrupt the motivation or decision making. Just like yung mga judge, no? Pag yung isang partido ay may relasyon sa either kaibigan nila or kapitbahay, so one of the professional conduct of the judge or the lawyer, they inhibit themselves to be part of the trials, or even in the senators, no? They inhibit themselves so in order not to influence, no, the decisions of the other member of the lawmaking body. Okay? Cultural conflict, ito naman yung sa mga especially if you're proud of the tribes and you're wearing your own norms and traditions, yung tinatawag natin yung pananamit, no? O yung pag-uugali, no? Yung nakasanayan nyo sa inyong lugar, is a type of conflict that occurs when different cultures and belief to class. Like for instance, hindi naintindihan ng iba kung ano yung cultural traditions ng isang tribo. Like for instance, yung sa mga Muslim brothers na may tinatawag na dowry, ang pagkakalam ng iba, akala bininta o binili na yung babae ng pamilya ng lalaki to become a future wife, no? So actually that is not the meaning of the dowry, no? So kaya medyo hindi nila naintindihan. Then we have also the ethnic conflict, like for instance, yung it may resulted into pangayaw, no? Pag hindi, you remember, pangayaw can only be resolved or it can only be happen if the meetings of members of the tribal councils, which is not landed into agreement or acceptance of what the parties, no, wants to demand. No, if the demand of one parties or the agreed parties, kung hindi mabigay yung demand nila, so magresulta ito sa pangayaw or ethnic conflict ang tawag natin dyan. Like for instance, si A, membro ng tribo Bagnot. Si B, membro ng tribo Sagbot. Ngayon, may disco-disco. Pinagkainitan, nag-away, nagkagulo. Ngayon, nasaksak ni A, si B. So, namatay. Now, because of that, so the father of B, siyempre, hindi matanggap niya yung pagkamatay ng anak. It may result into ethnic conflict, no? So, in order to avoid pangayaw or yung tatawag natin na sidewalk justice or instant justice, so the council of the different tribes will talk, no, will discuss the said matters. No, yung tinatawag natin na blood money or babayaran na lang yung danyos, and then here comes the family of the victim will demand. Now, pag hindi mano yung demand doon sa tribo, so magre-resulta yun sa pangayaw. Okay? Now, intergroup conflict is conflict between two or more groups. Organizational conflict, discord caused by opposition of needs, values, interests between people working together. Rule conflict, ito naman yung pag hindi nag-intindihan kung ano talaga yung kanilang trabaho, yung task, no? Involves incompatible demands placed upon person and that makes accomplishing both troublesome. Then social conflict is the struggle of supremacy or autonomy between social classes. Like, for instance, yung mahirap, pinahirapan, yung mayaman, mas lalong pinahirapan. Pagbigyan ng pabor, mas maraming pabor na ibibigay sa mga mayayaman kumpara sa mahirap. That is social conflict, no? Work-family conflict. So, yan, sa bahay, kahit sa trabaho, hindi talaga may iwasan niyang work conflict, no? Because sometimes you will disagree with some practice or hindi mo matanggap, no? Because of so-called nepotisms or yung sabi pagbigay pabor sa isang tao, which is unfair, no? Para magiging unfair treatment, no? Or unfair labor practice. Yan. Involves incompatible demands between two work and family rules of an individual. Conflict is rarely seen as constructive. However, in certain contexts such as competition in sports, alam naman natin na kunting girian ng pag malapit na matalo, medyo matatalo, magkaroon talaga ng konti kasi ang mga player yan, yung mga hard loser, no, hindi lang matanggap matatalo. It may result into a certain what we call this dirty games, no? Okay, so modern labors can be seen as being mutually beneficial, facility understanding, tolerance, no? Like for instance, yung kahit kinakantsawan na, kailangan pigilin pa rin yung emotions, no? So para lang hindi masira yung diskarte sa laro. So yan, no? Learning effectiveness in a team setting, the group can learn to become intergroup conflict, which conclude to minimize negative outcomes. With minimizing negative outcomes, positive outcomes will grow with increase of teamwork. Kaya nga natin, kahit na kinakantsawan na, medyo nakademoralize na yung score, so kailangan pa rin mag-think positive because sabi nga nila, umiikot ang bola or tumatalbog pa ang bola. Okay? Now let's move to the conflict approach in theories and types. Conflict theory is a general term covering a number of sociological approach which oppose functionalism. It researches the idea that the basic features of all society was the struggle between different groups for access to limited resources. Like for instance, yung sinasabi natin na katong tabang, no? Katong ayuda, no? Sila naman naghihirap during the pandemic situations, no? When the COVID-19 pandemic is strike on a different countries, so ang Pilipinas medyo tinamaan talaga. Our economy was yung parang babagsak na talaga, no? And then here comes now, pinipili lang yung binibigyan ng ayuda kasi may trabaho daw or whatever. When in fact, lahat naman kumakain, no? Kaya medyo mahirap tanggapin ng iba na parehas lang naman ang estado sa buhay. Kaya yung iba binibigyan ng ayuda o yung iba sobra-sobra. Okay? So conflict theories assume that societies have structural power, divisions, resource, inequalities that lead to having conflicting interests according to wills, no? Although people have been spreading conflict from folk knowledge context for millennia, so yung mga makabagong bataan, the philosophy underlying conflict theory and intentional thinking around how people understand conflict and how they can resolve in a constructive ways. No? Pag sinabi natin constructive ways, yung pag-usapan, no? Pwedeng pag-usapan sa habang umiinom ng kape, mga constructive criticism. Ano itong constructive criticism? Yung bang pag-criticize which is yung mali mo na pwede mo namang itama. So, yun talaga constructive criticisms, no? So, hindi siya yung talagang blatant na talagang inatake ka. Yung sa kanila is, kung di mo lang igagalit, ganito sana ang gagawin mo. So, for the very purpose of the constructive suggestion is in order to improve your performances, no? Hindi yung ibinagsak ka or hindi yung ininsulto ka. Okay? So, it stems from the thinking of Karl Marx, Max Weber, and George Siemens. Conflict theory is a socio-political theory. This is one of the best theory that made by Karl Marx, no? It is, in reality, talagang totoo yung sinasabi ni Karl Marx. It seeks to explain political and economic events in terms of ongoing struggle over finite resources. These struggles, Karl Marx emphasized the antagonistic relationship between social classes. In particular, the relationship between the owner of capital, meaning capitalism, no? So, yung feudalisms, no? So, yun na, ano? Karl Marx calls the middle class, no? Yung tinatawag natin na bourgeois, no? The bourgeois. Yung tinatawag natin elite. Ito din yung sinasabi ni Duterte, no? Pinapaikot ng mga elite o ng mga middle class ang mga mahihirap. And then we have the proletarian group or the working class or the labor group, which he calls the working class. Conflict theory had a profound influence in 19th and 20th century thought and continued to increase political debates up to this day. It's totoo talaga, no? Sa even Duterte editor stated that words, no, there are some members of the bourgeois or the elite members of the society who are trying to control, no, the what we call this the movement of the government. Central religious doctrine of conjecture as the concept of social inequality, the division of resources, and the conjecture can explain many types of societal conflicts throughout history. Conjecture has sought to explain a wide range of social phenomena, including wars. So kaya nga sabi niya, bakit ngayon hindi pa rin natigil-tigil ang communisms, no? Why there are some group of the armed struggle are continue to fight to up in arms against with the government because they don't like the flow of the or the method of running the government. Then poverty, which is always the primary menu of the reasons why there are some peoples engaged on a certain things, no? So discriminations, you know, hindi discriminate yung social status in life of one person, domestic violence. No, it attributes the fundamental development in human history such as democracy. That's why the group of the NPA, they are saying that through democracy, but others say the NPA are using the word democracy, but they are the one who destroyed democracy. And then we have also the civil rights. Now, to capitalistic attempts to control the masses as opposed to desire for social order. Central principles of conflict theory are the concept of social inequality, the division of resources, and the conflict that exists among different socio-economic classes. No, sabi nga nila, pag malakas ka, maganda ang posisyon mo. Pag hindi ka malakas, hindi maganda ang posisyon mo, hindi pa maganda ang oras ng trabaho mo. So sabi nga nila, no, that is what the best example of work rule conflict, no? Okay. Now let's go to the central tenets. When we say central tenets, central tenets, it is the center of the principles or the inner principles of the conflict theory, which the conflict theory can explain many things. No, there are a lot of reasons why people turns into a disagreement that may resulted into a certain serious trouble. No, because of a simple issues or a misinterpretations of a certain opinions or ideas of one person. Okay? So, explain many types of societal conflict throughout history. Again, bakit nag-away-away ang tribo? No? Na isa lang ang paniniwala dahil sa kanilang paninindigan. Yung kanilang customary law na hindi sinusunod o nirerespeto ng ibang tribo, yun ang naging dahilan ng kanilang sigalo. Pag sinabi nating conflict in a simple term, in a Tagalog, no, in our own word, in a Filipino dialect, that is known as sigalot. Ang hindi pagkakaunawaan ay magre-resulta sa isang simpleng sigalot na pag hindi napigilan, ang nagsimulang maliit na sigalot or simpleng sigalot, ito ay magdudulot ng isang seryosong problema. Sabi nga dito, the conflict theory or ang teorya, no, o ang teorya ng sigalot ay nagmumula sa isang sentrong prinsipyo, no? Sa panloob na prinsipyo ng isang tao na hindi niya matanggap ang isang uri ng ideya or pamamaraan. Okay? So some theorists believe, as Karl Marx did, that societal conflict is the force that ultimately drive changes, development, and society. You know, my dear students, the psychosocietal theory of conflict by Karl Marx, which is really true. No, although this is only the presumptive idea or perceptions of Karl Marx, that these are the things that are reasons why persons Why persons against persons engage on a certain conflict? Because of a certain disagreement, discontented, or because there are other persons who wants to reach their dream, even if they will hurt other persons. They don't care of that as long as they will get what they want, either hook or by crook. So that is one of the reasons. Because we, as a human being, we are a creature of the world which we are not contented. We are the creatures of no satisfactions. If we dream one and then we get what we have dreamed, and then we will look for another things. That's why we as a human being, we are a persons of dissatisfied. Hindi tayo nasa-satisfied sa isang bagay. Nakamit mo na, ihingi ka pa. Pag hindi mo nakuha, ito ay magre-resulta sa isang posibleng away or makagawa ka ng isang bagay na pwedeng maging dahilan ng kaguluhan. Marx's versions of conflict theory focus on the conflict between two primary classes. Sabi sa theory ni Karl Marx, ayon sa kanyang pansariling bersyon, ang sigalot daw ay nagtutukoy sa dalawang primerang bagay. Each class consists of a group of people, like different members of the tribes, bound mutual interests. Lahat tayong mga tao, we have mutual interests. All the governments have a mutual interest. Whether it is a foreign language, or it's a foreign country rather, or it is a local state, what they want is to gain improvement, to achieve development for the benefits of their constituents. That is the goal of everybody. Okay? Just like you, just like me, we have a mutual interest. My mutual interest is to share my little knowledge. No? Even it is in my own little way, how to share it with you. And I am pretty sure that you will learn only that is only a simple learning with regards to this subject. Your interest here, all of you, although you are combined of a homogeneous type of students, but you have a mutual interest. You enroll criminology because one of your dream is to become a future member of law enforcement, to become a law enforcers someday. And then here, you have a mutual interest. Your mutual interest, the primary interest of yours is to pass this subject in order to achieve your own very goal. Each class consists of group people bound for mutual interest and a certain degree of property ownership. Yes, no? According to Marx, presumptive, no, ideas about the bourgeois. When we see bourgeois, it is a group of a middle class member of the society, or those member of the societies who are belong to the alta sociedad. A group that represented members of society hold the majority of the wealth. Yes. No, sila yung mga tao na mga may kaya sa buhay. And they have a lot of things to do. And they can influence other persons because of their wealth. Then we have now the proletariat or the labor sectors or the working class world. Kumbaga, ito yung mga mababang uri na mga membro ng ating lipunan na siyang nagtatrabaho, na umaasa lamang sa trabaho para masuportahan ang pangangailangan, no, mga unang pangangailangan ng kanilang pamilya, the basic needs of the family. But this group of the proletariat group or the working class group, they're also dreaming to become somebody. It includes those considered working or poor. With the rise of capitalism, no, nang lumawak ang saklaw ng mga kapitalismo, doon daw nagsisimula ang pagsisikil o pagkukontrola sa presyo. Just look at the farmers. The farmers, they expend a lot of money, they invest a lot of money, effort, time and effort. They sacrifice, no, the rain or shine in order, no, to feed the bourgeois society. Nagtanim ang mga magsasaka, naghirap, ulan, init at pawis. Mahal ang mga abono. The price of the fertilizer as well as the insecticides and the what we call this fertilizer are increasing. But here comes now on the time of the harvest seasons, here comes now the prices are controlled by the capitalists. And because of that, there is some people who are trying to insinuate the mind of the farmers. No? Sabi na, inaapi tayo ng mga kapitalismo. Ang kapitalismo lamang, ang mga mayayaman lamang ng mga negosyante ang mas lalong yumayaman. Look at you, my dear brothers and sisters who are in the field of farming. Di ba? Kaya naiinggan nyo sila. Kaya nagkakaroon na tayo ngayon ng conflict, no, of the what we call this, the social status in life. Sabi ng mga na-influensyahan ng mga makaliwang grupo na kayo naghirap pero ang mayaman ang nagpapasarap. Okay? So yan, no? At saka yung tinatawag natin na feudalismo or the feudalisms. When you say feudalisms, according to the Karl Marx principles of communisms, no, sabi nga nito, hindi we aware, no, doon sa libro niya, na kaya maraming naghihirap ng mga tao at nagiging uneducated because sa mga mayayamang tao, mabibilang lamang sa daliri ang nagmamayari ng mga malalaking lupa sa isang lugar. At ayaw nilang mag-donate sa ating gobyerno para gawing daan or kalsada at mag-donate ng pirasong lupa para mapagtayuan ng eskwelahan nang sa gayon ay matulungan ng ating gobyerno ang mga mahihirap nating mga kapatid na mapaturuan at mapag-aral. At yun ang ayaw ng mga kapitalismo, mayayaman, mga feudalismo. Ayaw nila ng ganun kasi gusto nilang kontrolin ang buhay ng mga kapatid nating mahirap. Ayaw nilang matuto, ayaw nilang ma-educate dahil natatakot sila pagdating ng panahon, sila yung mga anak nila ang makikipaglaban sa karapatan ng kanilang mga magulang. And that is what we are now talking about, the psycho-social conflict. No? Naririnig naman dyan sa mga aktivista, di ba? Na sinisigaw kapitalismo, burot katang kapitalismo, burot katang feudalismo, lahat ng mga isms. No? Wala lang ginasagit is puro kita tanan ng apas mo. No, mga apas mo, magina sila kay nagsigiyaw-yaw ng kalsada, no? They want to broadcast about the psychosocial conflict and the unfair treatment. And they are always shifting the blames to the government. When in fact, our government are trying, no, to make things in order to lift up the life of those peoples who are considered as underprivileged. Okay? So yan. A minority within the population would use their influence to oppress the proletariat. Sabi nila, yes, totoo. Ito may ibang mga mayayaman na ginagamit nila ang opulensya para apihin ang mga mababang uri ng membro ng lipunan. The majority class, this way of thinking is tied to common image associated with the conflict theory based on models of society. Kaya nga ang ating gobyerno, the present administration of President Duterte are trying to make a certain program in order to change the belief of those persons who are living on the far land area, yung sa mga lalayong lupain. Pilit inaabot ng ating gobyerno, but pero paano natin makakamit ang hinahangad ng ating gobyerno na isang matiwasay at isang katahimikan na pamumuhay at patas na pamumuhay kung merong mga grupo na gustong sirain ang magandang programa ng ating gobyerno. When in fact the governments, we cannot blame the government. We can blame those people behind on that society who are holding positions, but they abuse their positions. And because of that abuse of some government officials and her council, the other groups are trying to demoralize the mind of those victims of the situations. Para maging sa natin sa study ng victimology. So yan. Adherents to this philosophy tend to believe in a pyramid arrangement in terms of how goods and services are distributed in society. Ito na naman, sabi nila, hindi daw patas ang pagbibigay serbisyo ng ating gobyerno. Ang pinapaboran daw ay yung mga yaman. When in fact, that is not true. The government are not doing that. But those people who are corrupt are the one who are trying. Sila yung mga nagtatrabaho sa ating gobyerno na ang gobyerno ay walang iniisip kundi ang kabutihan ng mga tao na mababigyan lahat ng tama at sapat at pastas na pagtingin sa pagbibigay serbisyo, pero ang naging mali lang ng gobyerno ay nakakuha sila ng mga taong hangal at matakaw sa pera. Kawawa kahit sino ang mamahala sa ating gobyerno kung merong mga tao na nandyan sa ating gobyerno na kung makatalikod ang ating presidente, doon naman sila tumitira. Ang presidente walang iniisip kundi ang kabutihan ng sambayanan, pero ito namang ibang opisyal ng ating gobyerno na kumbaga ay parang mga hunyango. Mabait sa harap ng presidente, pero demonyo pag nakatalikod. Sila ang sumisira sa imahe ng ating gobyerno. Okay? So, in pyramid arrangement, how good society, at the top of the pyramid as a small group of elites that dictate terms and conditions. Ito yung sinabi ni Duterte, na merong ibang membro ng mga elitista na namumuno o mga opisyal sa gobyerno na sila mismo ang nagdidikta at nagkukontrola sa galaw at kilos ng ekonomiya. To the larger portion of society, because they have the outside amount of control over resources and power, just look at there, my brothers and sisters. Tingnan ninyo, the elite group or the bourgeois member of the society, they are trying to make a certain issues in order to poison the mind of the new generations. They are trying to make a certain issues pabalik-balik na lang para masira lang si Marcos at saka si Inday Sara. Ito naman yung mga kabataan na walang alam. They're only what they have learned on the history is half truth, half lies. 1/4 pa lang gani ang ilang naibawan sa kamatuuran sa istorya sa atong nasod sa panahon ni the late Ferdinand Marcos, no, murag they are already influenced, their mind is now already closed because of the cruelty of the martial law. Oh my God, no, hindi nga sila dumaan sa martial law when in fact napakaganda ng martial law. The peace in order was controlled. Okay, pero ang iniisip na kung ano lang yung masama, no, half truth, half lies. What about the three-fourth of reality, which is the facts and issues of the history of the Philippines? No? Kasi nga sarado na ang kanilang isipan. They are not trying to balance whether it is true or not. Kung may katotohanan or pawang gawa-gawa lamang para masira ang isang magandang programa sa darating na panahon. Now, the larger portion of the society, because they have an outsized amount of control over resources and power. Just like that. Yung tinatawag natin yung yan sa Luzon area, sa Maynila. Buwan-buwan, taon-taon, tumataas ang presyo ng kuryente, tubig. Because the water resources or the water provider is a group of the bourgeois or the elite member of the society who are controlling the price. They are trying to monopolize the prices. Okay? So yun. Ang kinukontrol nila. At ito naman mga ibang mga senador, ayaw nilang pakinggan ang hinaing ng sambayanan. Bakit? Kasi nakikinabang sila sa pera ng mga negosyanteng mga hunghang. Uneven distributions within society was predicted to be maintained through an ideological coercion. Pinipilit yung isang ideolohiya na baguhin. The middle class would force acceptance of the current conditions by the proletariat group or the lower member of the society or the working group. Conflict theory assumes that the elite will set up a system of laws. Yes, ito sinabi dito ni Duterte na yung mga elitistang miyembro ng ating gobyerno, gumagawa sila ng batas na para lamang sa interest nila. The conflict of interest of creating a certain laws. That's why, pag nakita ni President Duterte na it is only give favor to some but not all, kaya binibito niya agad yung batas. Okay? Just look at the laws which was already approved by the bicameral system. Yung anti-palo. Now, pag naisabatas yung anti-palo, pag pinirmahan yung Duterte, ano na lang ang mangyari sa kabataan? The parents, they cannot intake any type of disciplines when in fact, ang pagbigay palo pero hindi naman lakas, hindi ibig sabihin na pinaparusahan kung hindi dinisiplina. Basta wag lang lumagpas sa salitang disiplina. Tingnan nyo ang batas. Ang daming batas na dapat gawin, yung pang mga kabalbalan. Mas dinagdagan lang yung Tiberos ang batas na ginawa ni Pangilinan, which is encouraging the youthful or the minors to become a hardcore criminal. To tell you, my friend, no, in US, yes, they have a juvenile justice system. But it is far different in our country. Actually, doon sa kanila, if there is a minor offender who commit a crime, then once they will rescue the minor offender or the CICL, they call the attention of the parents. The parents will be subject counseling and the children will be subject for rehabilitation on a certain place or the rehabilitations for children's. And then they will be stay there until they will be reformed. But here, in the Philippines, wala yan. No? Wala yan. Lugaw yung pagkagawa ng batas. Ginawa nilang parang hindi iniisip. Kasi ang pinapattern ng batas dyan is yung Florida law for juvenile justice. Iba sa Florida. Iba yung system nila. No? Yung bata, pag nagkamali, naging recidivist or habitual, kinukuha, nire-reach ko, nilalagay sa isang rehabilitation center, tinuturuan. At kung makalabas man yan, ay isa na siyang good member of the citizen. Pero dito sa atin, nagnakaw, dahil ibibata pa, hindi pwedeng makulong, hindi pwedeng kasuhan, ibalik uli sa komunidad. So, dahil pinabayaan nga ng magulang, napabayaan niya siya, kaya nga naging ganun ang bata because of that reasons, the root cause of the problem of the children in conflict with them, because of the parents. There is no serious and strong parental guidance. Dahil yung mga magulang nila busy din sa kanilang mga gawain tulad ng pagmamadyong, pagkichismis, pagtutungit, so on and so forth. That's why the children's, we have now the conflict of children's. That's why our present kaya nga tinatawag CICL, Children's in conflict with the law. Sabi nga nila, dahil yung mga bata, merong isang sigalot sa ating batas dahil hindi nila naintindihan na ang kanilang ginagawa ay mali or tama. At paano natin may tama ang isang pagkakamali? Dahil yung mismong batas na ginawa ni Kiko ay mali. So yan. To further support their own dominance while preventing others from joining their ranks. Kaya nga sinasabi naman natin, dito naman sa Hanay, na pag here comes now bagong empleyado, potential to become a good leader in the future, and here comes now the old ones, they are treating that persons, a potential persons, or to become a leader someday, na parang threat sa kanila, parang banta sa kanilang posisyon na kanilang hinahangat. Yan, kaya nagkakaroon ng conflict of relationship within the organizations. Okay? According to theory of Karl Marx, the working class and the poor were subjected to worsening conditions. Matagal naman ito, A collective consciousness would raise more awareness about inequality. Sabi nga nila, hindi daw patas ang pagtingin. But remember, ang ating gobyerno ay tinitingnan palagi ang kabutihan ng pangkalahatan. Tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, nagiging pangit ang programa dahil sa ibang taong gumagawa ng kabalbalan sa ating gobyerno. Kahit ano pa ang gawin ng presidente, kahit gaano pa kagaling ang ating presidente, kung merong mga taong mga taliwas ang kanilang isipan para sa pagbibigay ng tama at patas na pagserbisyo, wala pa rin mangyayari. Hindi pa rin mawawala ang problema, na bakit may mga taong umakyat sa bundok at nakipaglaban sa gobyerno na ang dahilan ay isang maling pamamaraan because of the so-called oppressions, of the poor people on the hinterlands doon sa kabukiran. And this would potentially result in revolt, After the revolt condition adjusted the fever concerns of the proletariat, the conflict circle would eventually repeat but in the opposite directions. Kaya nga, mayroon na tayong tinatawag na bakit merong MILF? Bakit merong MNLF? Bakit here comes now ang usaping pangkapayapaan nangyari na, binigay na ang hiniling? Bakit yung ibang membro ng grupo na kasamang humihiling sa ganyang pagkakataon na bigay ng ating gobyerno ay tumiwalag at nagtayo ng kanilang grupo dahil hindi nila nagustuhan ang naging kasunduan ng pangkapayapaan. So, tingnan ninyo, pabalik-balik lang because hindi na pagbigyan yung hinahangad nila na, sige, kasama ako sa usaping pangkapayapaan dahil may posisyon ako sa ating grupo, dapat may posisyon din ako pag binigay na ng gobyerno ang ating hinihiling para sa isang tunay na pangkapayapaan. Di ba? Kayo mismo nakikita niyo, napipil ninyo, di ba? So, kaya nga walang hanggat may mga taong meron silang vested interest na makasariling pagnanasa, makasariling hangarin na magresulta sa isang sigalot. at posibleng hindi na mabigyan pa ng solusyon. Conditions were adjusted to favor the concerns of the bourgeois would eventually become the aggressors and revolter. Yes, yung sinabi natin kanina, nagkaroon ng opposite directions, di ba? Grupo ng mga elitista dahil hindi nagkaunawan yung isang grupo, yung isang membro na meron ng posisyon, hindi nabigyan ng posisyon, nung makuha na nila yung hinihingi nila sa gobyerno, nagtayo ng sariling, just like some politicians. Pag hindi sinurtahan, aalis sa kanilang political party. Magtatayo ng isang political party. Dahil sasabihin niya, ganito, 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 ganito. Di ba? Because of their political interest. Na ang nadidiscuss naman, tayong mga mabababang uri ng ating lipunan. Okay? So yan. Conflict theory and assumptions. Current conflict theory has four primary assumptions that are helpful to understand. Competition, yan. Number one, itong competitions. Di ba? Everybody want to compete. Nagpapataasan ng ihi. Nagpapakita ng kanyang sariling gilas para mapansin. Pero pag hindi napansin, pag natalo ng isa na mas magaling magpapansin, no? Yung mahilig magpapansin, pag natalo ng hindi masyadong nagpapansin, ay magagalit yung taong naghahangad ng isang posisyon. Because you want to compete either in a positive way or in a negative way. But for those persons who did not compete, but is making all his efforts in order to help the organizations to be become a progressive organizations. And then here comes now the other one, have a vested interest in the organization, hindi na pagbigyan, yun ang gagawa ng kaguluhan. Gagawa siya ng mga issues, no? Para lang sirain yung isang taong nagdadala sa isang organization because of the so-called conflict of interest, the conflict of the competitions. Nawawala na yung healthy relationship because of the negative competitions. Competition exists as a result of the scarcity of resources, including material resources. Yes, kaya nga sa kakulangan, wala, no? Money, property, commodities, and more. Beyond material resources, individuals and groups within a society compete for intangible resources as well. Yung mga bagay-bagay na nakikita nating mga resources na medyo akala natin kunti lang resources, hindi na makagalaw. No. As long as you know how to handle your organizations, whether your resources is big or small, as long as you know how to use or to maximize the resources that you have, then you can change your organizations from an ordinary organization into a well-known organization. Okay? This can include leisure time, dominance, social status, sexual partners, and etc. Conflict theories assume that competition is default rather than cooperation. Yes, kasi nga meron ng competition. Nawawala na yung cooperations, coordination. Yung tinatawag natin na spirit decor. If one is working, other will also work in help, in properly coordinate. Nawala na yung tinatawag natin na camaraderie. Ang nahitabo, kamuradira o kamera po diri. Okay? Revolutions. Bakit meron pa rin digmaan? Why there are some groups are uprising against the government? Because the leaders of that group are contested and they are not satisfied. Binigyan na sila, gusto pa nilang kunin na lahat. That is one of the example. There are groups are using the name of demokrasya, pero sila mismo yung sumisira sa demokrasya. Ginagawa lang nilang pantalya ang salitang demokrasya para lituhin at linlangin ang isipan ng mga ordinaryong tao na sumapi sa kanilang grupo. Pinapakita nila ang mga masama, ang mga maling nagawa ng gobyerno, pero hindi nila pinapakita ang maraming kagandahang ginawa ng gobyerno. Dahil yung masama ay palagi nilang idinidiin sa isipan ng mga taong nakakaranas din ng hindi patas ng serbisyo ng ating gobyerno. Pag hindi nila makuha, tinatakot. Kaya yan ang nagiging problema. Giving conflicts, assumption and conflicts occurs between social classes. One outcome of this conflict is revolutionary event. Ano bang sinisigaw ng ating mga NPA terrorist group? The CPPA terrorist group. Demokrasya, patas na pagtingin, trabaho, binigyan ng trabaho, may trabaho na, gusto pang kunin ang ano. No? So wala talaga, no? Pabalik-balik lang yan sa problema. The cycle of the issues will always turning on. No? The idea is the change in power dynamic between groups does not happen as the result of the gradual adaptations. Tulad nitong pagbabalik ng face-to-face, nagkaroon ng conflict. Nung una, gusto ng face-to-face. Ngayon, nagkaroon na ng mental conditioning conflict. Dahil ayaw na nilang bumalik sa face-to-face, yung ibang mga estudyante. Dahil masaya na sila. Kasi, iniisip nila, dito lang ako sa bahay, palaro-laro lang, no? Kahit hindi ako pumasok sa online classes, okay lang. Pero pag bumagsak, dahil may mga hindi siya na i-submit na mga requirements, wala siyang kagrupo, gumagawa na ng istorya. Is now making an issues which is not true. Diba? Nagkakaroon na rin ng ito natin na group conflict. Okay? The idea is that change in power dynamic between group does not happen as the result of the gradual adaptations. Rather, it comes about as the symptom of conflict between these groups. In this way, changes to a power dynamic are often abrupt and large in scales rather than gradual evolutionary. Structural inequality. An important assumption of conflict theory is the human relationship. It is referring, I think that is a Max Weber theory, no, of organizational conflict. And social structures all experience inequalities of power. In this way, some individuals in groups inherently develop more power and reward than others. Sabi nga, even in the Elton Mayo, that for those who are working seriously, then they will be given a reward of their work. For those who did not work efficiently, they will be reprimanded or they will not be given a reward. And because of that, yung mga taong hindi nagtatrabaho ng totoo, sila yung gumagawa ng issue para magkaroon ng conflict sa organizational group. Okay? In this way, some individuals in group inherently develop more power and reward than others. Following this, those individuals in groups that benefited from a particular structure of society tend to work to maintain those structures as a way of retaining and enhancing their power. War, it is another, just like what's happening now, no? So, when in fact, sabi nga ni Biden na they will not directly joining the war between Ukraine and Russia, what they are trying is to give support the Ukraine as a member of the NATO, because according to Biden, they will not engage directly in war against Russia because it will create conflict that may result into a third world war. But just look at No? Look at the situations. Do you think that when the US sending soldiers and giving supplies of ammunition and other resources to Ukraine, it will not affect, it will not create conflict? It's already creating conflict. But what if, look at the situation, what if the Russian government perceive, no, and believe that there is an operations or controlling with the other country or intervening with the other country, where in fact they can settle the issues between the Ukraine president and the Russian president? What if the mind, no, if the mind of the Russian president will change? Instead of using those powers, they will now use their superpower weapons, which is referring to the nuclear. Do you think that there is no effect with the other country, just like Philippines and the neighboring European countries? The radiations, the effect of the economy, the loss of lives. What about those greater collateral damage? Paano na lang yung mga collateral damage? Yes, we will say, nanalo ang grupo ng NATO. They defeat Russian government. But the result is no one can win because the mother natures will be destroyed. Kung napanood ninyo ang palabas na Ovulations, no, yung bagong palabas na Ovulations, the US won the war, but the result of the war is the destructions of the Mother Earth. Okay? So, yun ang ano kaya sinasabi natin na, yes, nanalo ang bansa sa gera, pero talo ang lahat sa resulta. Yan ang ibig sabihin. Nanalo ka nga sa gera, natalo mo yung kalaban, pero tingnan mo ang resulta ng gera. Maraming nawala, maraming buhay ang nawala, at yung pinaghirapan ng buong sanlibutan ay nawala. Talo pa rin sa, kung titingnan natin ng malaliman. No? Walang magandang idudulot ang sigalot ng digmaan. Conflict theorists tend to see war is either as a unifier or as a cleanser of societies. In conflict theory, war is the result of a cumulative and growing conflict between individuals in groups and between entire societies. Yes, dahil maglaban-labanan ito, hingin ang lifeline. Dahil kaibigan, tutulungan. Dahil magkakailala, tutulungan. Di ba? Nagtulong-tulungan ngayon. So nag-away-away na ang iba't ibang uri ng nilalang ng sanlibutan. In the context of war, a society will become unified in some ways, but conflict still remains between multiple societies. Di ba? Tingnan, totoo ito. Do you think the Russian will not also seek assistance to their allied countries like North Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, China, and other communist countries or other socialist country? Oh, kung mag-ano-ano yan, magkakaroon uli ng déjà vu. No? Repeat the history. On the other hand, war may also result in the wholesale end of society. Yes, sabi ko nga kanina, nanalo nga ang isang bansa. But look at on a negative sides. Destructions of the human lives, destructions of the economy, destructions of a lot of things. Diba? That is the end of the society that built before. Nagtatag ng isang ganito para pagdating ng panahon sisirain lamang. Pinaghirapan, pero pagdating ng panahon sisirain lang din ang pinaghirapan ng bawat miyembro ng ating what we call this bansa, di ba? Sayang, no? Special considerations. Another theory of psychosocial conflict theory of Karl Marx viewed capitalism as part of a historical progression. Yes, kung walang kapitalismo, walang mamumuhunan, walang mangyayari sa ating ekonomiya. Di ba? Karl Marx believed capitalism was rooted in commodities use. Kaya nga may mga tao nag-iisanti dahil ang iniisip nila yung mga basic needs ng mga tao. No? Mga basic needs. So yun ang, because the basic need is one of the weakest point of everyone. Yung mga pangangailangan natin, yung mga unang pangangailangan ng tao. Di ba? So yan. Or things that are purchased and sold. For example, Karl Marx believed that labor is a type of community. Yes, kaya nga merong nag-ahaya ng tao. Yung ibang bansa, nag-ahaya ng mga Filipino workers. Kaya nga, pag mayroong nag-ahaya ng mga Filipino workers, so merong magmi-middle, kaya nagkaroon tayo ng recruitment agency. Sino ang ginagawa nilang produkto? Sino ang ginagawa nilang hanap buhay nila? Yung tao na gustong magtrabaho sa ibang bansa para matulungan at pabigyan ang mga pangunahing pangangailangan ng kanilang pamilya. Diba? Because laborers have little control or power in the economic system because they don't own factories or materials. If you want money, then you work. If you will not work, then you have no money. If you have no money, you cannot support your own needs. Their work can be devalued. No, their work can be devalued over time. Kahit nga, tingnan ninyo, kahit tayo, kahit na, yung mga gwardiya, tingnan ninyo sila. 12 hours nagjo-duty yan. Pero yung sweldo nila, kunti lang. Diba? Yung ibang mga working group, nagtatrabaho more than 12 hours. More than 8 hours, pero walang overtime pay. No, meron pa nga dyan, holiday, pero walang double pay. Kasi sabi nila, no work, no pay. Okay? This can create an imbalance between business owners and their workers, which can eventually lead to the social context. Kaya nga, mga sinasakyan ito ng mga makakaliwang grupo o makakanang grupo, dahil nga sinabi na pang-aapi sa mga hanay ng mga manggagawa. No? So, gusto nilang sirain. Oh, may trabaho na. Gusto ng mga makaliwang grupo na pag naghirap ang sambayanan, ay ang galit nila ay ibabaling nila sa gobyerno at para sisihin nila ang gobyerno na wala daw silbi ang gobyerno. Pero lahat ng paraan ay ginawa ng gobyerno, nagkaroon ng kapitalismo, nag-invest dito, no? Nang-inganyo ng mga kapitalismo, no? Para magtayo ng negosyo, para magkaroon ng trabaho ang tao na sa ating gobyerno. And here comes now the other groups na gustong lasunin ang isipan ng mga manggagawa. No? Kaya yun namang mga tao na positibo ang paniningin na sige lang, kahit konti lang ang increase, at least na trabaho kaysa wala. Yun ang ayaw ng mga makakaliwang grupo. Yun ang ayaw ng mga isipan na ayaw ng mga kaliwang grupo. Yun ang kailang pinipigilan. Dahil hindi nila makamit ang gusto nilang objective na sirain ang gobyerno. Tingnan niyo mga kabalbalan ng mga isipan ng mga taong yan. Nandiyan na, binigyan na nagkaroon na ng trabaho para yung hinaing nila at sigaw nila trabaho. Here comes now the work. No? Kasi ang tinitingnan ng mga kakaliwang grupo ay ang kanilang interest, hindi yung interest ng mga maralitang manggagawa. Dahil para sa kanila, pag marami naghirap, marami ang magagalit sa gobyerno. Tingnan nyo mga isipan ng mga hunghang na mga membro ng mga makakaliwang grupo. This can create imbalance between business owners and the workers, which can eventually lead to social context. Karl Marx believed these problems would eventually be fixed through a social and economic revolution. Sabi nga nila, pag walang trabaho, walang makain, kaya ang solusyon ay digmaan, revolusyon para sa pang-ekonomiyang digmaan. Tingnan niyo, ito yung naging dahilan, but it is up to the modern group of societies who can make this kind of theory of Karl Marx into a positive way of economic revolution. Pwede natin itong gawing economic revolution but in a positive way. Labanan natin ang pagbagsak ng ekonomiya nang naaayon sa ating pamamaraan. Magtulungan, pagsikapan, at hindi idaan sa isang marahas na pamamaraan. Kaya ang ating gobyerno, they are trying to fight what we call this, yung kahirapan. No? Our government are trying to make an alternative on how to survive the economic depreciations. Adaptations of Marx conjecture. Max Weber, a German sociologist, philosopher, jurist, and political economist, adapted many aspects of Marx complete theory and later further refined some of Marx's idea. Yun ang ginawa ni Max Weber. Economic revolution. Okay, gawin natin ito. Pag maganda ang takbo ng negosyo, yung mga magagaling magtrabaho, increase ng sweldo. Pag dumami ang ating kliyente, magtatayo tayo ng isa pang branch para marami ang makukuhang trabahante. O di ba nagkaroon ng positive interpretation of the economic revolutions of Karl Marx na iniba ni Max Weber nang naaayon sa magandang pamamaraan, patas na pamamaraan, matulungan ang nangangailangan, hindi makakasira sa takbo at hangarin ng ating gobyerno. Weber believed that conflict over property was not limited to one specific scenario. Rather, Max Weber believed that there was a multiple layers of conflict existing at any government moment and every society. Yun ang ginawa ni Max Weber. Now, let's go to the three theories of conflict. The conflict theory has three assumptions. First is humans are self-interested. Yes, it is true. Lahat tayo may pansariling interest. Lahat tayo minsan maging makasarili. Hindi na natin inisip na ang itong ginagawa natin ay nakakasakit ba tayo, nakakasira ba tayo sa isang tao o sa isang bagay. Ang hinahangad lang natin at kung ano ang gusto natin makamit sa buhay. Whether it is good or bad. Wala tayong hinahangad kung hindi ang makasarili nating interest. Societies operate under perpetual scarcity of resources. Yes. Ang ating sosyalidad ay gumagalaw, no, na panghabang buhay, na kakulangan sa mga pangangailangan. Conflict is pervasive. Yes. Ang sigalot ay kahit saan at hindi pwedeng iwasan na kahit anumang uri ng sosyalidad na grupo ng ating sosyalidad maging sa bawat grupo ng ating komunidad. Now let's go to the dispute resolutions in the Philippines. Dispute also is a conflict. Kaya nga dispute, away, di ba? Away ng bawat isa. Okay? Dispute resolutions in the Philippines evolved from both indigenous traditions like yung away ng magkabilang grupo ng tribo, yan, no? And legal systems, no? Dahil hindi naintindihan ang batas, especially itong Article 11, justifying circumstances, yung mga sub-provisions ng ating Article 11, na sabi nila, ang ginawa ko ay pagdepensa lamang. Bakit ako yung kakasuhan? Ako yung biktima. Bakit ako yung kakasuhan? Dahil sa maling interpretasyon sa lingwahe o salita na ginagamit ng ating batas naaayon doon o nauukol doon sa justifying circumstances. Courts are organized in a hierarchical structures. Sabi nga nila, ang batas ay ginawa para sa lahat, walang mahirap, walang mayaman. Pero sabi naman ng iba, ang hustisya ay mailap para sa mahirap, ngunit napakadali para sa mga mayayaman. Courts are organized in a hierarchical structures which provide the primary assembly for settlement of controversies involving rights, especially on the civil aspects, okay, which are legally demandable and enforceable outside of the court. Kaya nga sa bagong batas, under the revised administrative local government code, that all cases, that all complaints should be passed first to the barangay level, because within the barangay, you can settle the dispute without resorting into a legal issues, so that it will not reach to the proper venue of settling disputes in a court, so that everybody will minimize the possible expenses that may be transpired if there is no filing of the case in court. Especially a simple issues, a simple disputes. When in fact, even the violations of RA 9262, RA 7610, except rape. Okay? Sir, di ba hindi yan pwede, sir? Kasi sabi ng batas, sir, yung batas lang, yung mga complaint lang o reklamo na pwedeng tanggapin ng ating barangay ay yung kaso na posibleng parusa ay hindi susobra sa 1 taon na pagkakulong at yung danyos provision na hindi susobra sa 5,000. Yes, that is true. But look at this domestic warrant. What if kung yung asawa lumapit sa barangay para yung kanyang husband or yung kanyang bana or asawang lalaki na patigilin or itigil na ang kanang pananakit sa kaniyang mga anak at asawa. Siyempre, ang barangay dapat nandyan yan. But it should not be made into a formal hearing, but it can be made into an informal conference or informal hearing na kausapin yung lalaki. Pag hindi tumigil, so kakasuhan. Or pag merong ebidensya talaga na bugbog na yung bata or whatever, so ang ating barangay, pag nilapitan, automatic yan, dapat magbigay agad ng barangay protection order para pigilin ang posibleng mangyari na lalaki pa yung problema sa awayan o sigalot ng pamilya. Okay? Yan, no? Courts and specific instances through institutions and mechanisms established by legislations, parties may also adjudications of the rights and interests. Dispute resolution processes are alternatives to having a court decide the dispute in a trial or other institutions decide the resolution of the case or conduct, like for instance, and all government officials and their employees. If there is one government employees who make a certain violations of the ethical conduct, then they have administrative case. For those or in the private individuals, they have civil case. Di ba? So yan. Ang kaibahan lang naman ng criminal case, civil case, at saka administrative case, ang criminal case, beyond reasonable doubt. Ang civil case, preponderance of evidence, pabigatan ng ebidensya. Yeah? Paramihan. Administrative case, it is more on documents. Okay? Parang para lang din sa civil case. Dispute resolution process of the several advantages. Yes, may mga advantage. Iba kung sa barangay, hindi ka nagagastos. Or kung yung pulis, pinailan mo ng reklamo doon sa IAS, tapos nagkaroon ng trial conference, no? Pag-usapan, nagkasundo, nagkabayaran, hindi na lumaki pa. Di ba? So, yan. For instance, many dispute resolution process are cheaper and faster Ano yun? Nag-file ka ng reklamo sa Office of the Fiscal. And then, nung nagkaroon ng informal conference, no? Kinausap yung partido, nagkasundo, so hindi na lumaki pa ang kaso. Doon pa lang sa opisina ng Fiscal, tapos na ang kaso, na-settle na. Like, yung isang mga simpleng kaso, like for instance, yung mga small claims, yung pera, utang, di ba? So yan. Now, further instance may dispute a safer and faster than traditional legal process. Certain process can provide the parties involved with greater participations and reaching a solution, as well as more control over the outcome of the dispute. In addition, dispute resolution process are less formal and have more flexible rules than the trial court. Kasi sa trial court, napaka-technical yan. Marami tayong susundin, no? Whereas kung doon na sa common o yung traditional settlement or yung sa tribo naman, meron naman silang tinatawag na Council of Elders or the Tribal Council of Elders to mediate or to conciliate the dispute of the members of the tribes in order not to resort into blood feuds. Diba? You are not required to have an attorney to participate. Yes, sa barangay, sa tribal council, no, mediation board, diba? In cases where the court or judge has referred the case to dispute resolution process, attorneys often participate, no, sa civil case, yan, sa administrative case, so on and so forth. The role of an attorney in a dispute resolution process varies depending upon the nature of the dispute and the type of dispute resolution process. Kaya nga, yung abogado, bago nila interviewin pa nila yung kanilang kliyente, no? Ano ba talaga ang gusto mong mangyari? Ganito, attorney. O sige, ang gawin na lang natin dito, mag-ano tayo ng demand letter na kailangan niyang bumayad, pag hindi, ganito. So, di ba? Umabot pa ba sa mahabang usapan? Hindi na. Pero pag matigas yung taong may kasalanan naman, na sa tingin niya, dahil nasusulan din siya ng ibang tao, o ngayon, niresulta sa demandahan, and then nung dinimanda na, saka pahingi ng tawad, which is too late. Nasaktan mo na yung prinsipyo ng isang tao. No? Imo nang natarog ang iyang garbo. And here comes now another yung insinuation, the agitations, no? The setting on fire of the mind of a certain individuals that erupted into a serious belief. Di ba? So, dahil ginatungan ni Ulbo, no? Na, yung tatawag natin na the explosions of the temper of a person that be resulted into a filing of case in a proper venue. Okay, remember, there are three types of dispute resolutions mechanism process in which the procedures and objective are similar in natures. First is we have conciliations, which is a process of settling disputes on where there is a third party will be the one to pacify the disputants and make a method or strategies on how to settle the dispute between the two parties. Mediation is another process. Arbitrations, it is a settling of disputes on which the third party will be the one to make a certain methods of how to give the privilege of the disputants to speak out, no? And willing to listen the sentiment of every disputants. Although conciliations and mediations are two different modes, because conciliations, it is one way of pacifying the two who are on the stage of angers or emotional anger. Okay, so mediation, it is a one way of pacifying in which the mediators will try to listen the sentiment of the both parties, then after that, make a certain suggestions, no, of the two parties in order that they will not, no, elevate the complaint to the proper venue. Thus, mediations or conciliations is a process whereby a third party facilitate the negotiations between two or more parties under dispute. To facilitate negotiations, the third party assists the conflicting parties to come up with mutually acceptable and beneficial solutions to their disputes. So that is one of the conciliations. The first ones that we have read is talk about the mediations. Now, to achieve this kind of agreement, the mediators help the concerned parties to express their perspective to the situations, understand each other's problems, and reach mutually accepted settlement. The primary principles of a mediator's rule is the success of the negotiations, which is based upon the conflicting parties, because the resource of the negotiations is always lies in their hands. Yes, that is true, because the dispute can only be settled if the two parties will always maintain kalma lang sila, and then they have an open mind to understand. Yes, there is a certain conflict that happened because of the so-called misunderstanding, or there is one of the things that make annoyed, the other parties, that resulted into a filing of complaint. But the day will come, the hatred, the frustrations because of the so-called yung bang na-insulto, dahil sa salitang na-insulto. Okay? So the mediator is to ensure that the negotiation process is a systematic and one of the effective way and fair, Pag sabi natin just, that is fair. Arbitration is different from mediation and conciliations. Now, bear in mind, arbitrations of the third party will be based on the information presented to him. So meaning based on the complaint, based on a narrative complaint by the aggrieved party against the respondents. And based on his own investigation of the case, makes the final decisions on how to resolve the problem or conflict. Actually, ang arbitration kasi it is start from the office of the barangay chairman, because the barangay chairman will listen to the narrative complaint, reached to his office by the aggrieved party itself, or personally filed the complaint, and it was interviewed by the barangay captain. Here comes now the barangay captain make an initiative to call the attentions of the respondents in order to answer the alleged accusations that filed against to the said persons. In an instances, pass a judgment who among the disputant is right. Now, the very important in the arbitrations, the third party should be maintained neutral. The arbitrator should not look who is right and who are wrong. Because the very purpose of this is to know what is the truth, what is the root cause of the dispute between the two parties. Once the reasons or the root cause of the misunderstanding which resulted into a filing of complaint was already taken, then that is the time that the arbitrators will trying to make a certain advice to both parties, in which may possibly result into a friendly settlement. So magdidepende yan kung paano masisettled or matatapos yung alitan or sigalot ng dalawa. Kasi ang lahat naman ng sigalot or alitan nagsisimula sa isang hindi pagkakaintindihan sa mga salitang hindi matanggap ng isang tao na base sa kanilang pag-unawa, based on their idea, based on their studying, that they are insulted. Okay? So again, the word insulted. In the mediations, on the other hand, the third party serve as a facilitator. So ito na yung salupon, no, of the negotiation process and the decisions on how to resolve the conflict, the final solution to the issues and dispute raised on the negotiators or to the disputant. Okay? Now let's put in the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act in our country. So we have the Republic Act number 9285. This law, known as instituted the use of alternative dispute resolution system in the Philippines and to establish the Office for Alternative Dispute Resolution and for other purposes, and was acted into law last April 2, 2004. It is hereby declared that the policy of the state to actively promote party autonomy in the resolution of dispute or the freedom of the party to make their own arrangement to resolve their disputes. Well, in fact nga, yung iba hindi na umabot sa barangay captain's office. Doon pa lang sa puro leader, no? Kung kasi sabihin ng isa, mag-file ako ng reklamo, mag-ano ko sa barangay, ano natin, puro leader. Para yung puro leader ang kakausap sa kanya. No? So, kung timbaga lang ito, pa hindi na laki, I will let inform the pro leader, so that will be the one to talk with the persons who violated my rights of privacy. Yan, no? Liability of the alternative dispute resolutions provider and practitioners. The EDR providers and practitioners shall have the same civil liability for the acts done in the performance of their duties as the public officers. No? So, dito naman sa Republic Act 9285, meron ding provisions na in which the persons who are assigned to become negotiator or what we call these arbitrators, if they commit as wrongful act done or yung tinatawag natin na grave misconduct or abuse of authority, they are also liable of either administrative or civil aspect, no? So yan. And that is provided under the Section 38, subparagraph 1 of the Chapter 9 in the Book of Administrative Code of 1987. Under the Section 6 of 9285, exceptions to the application of this act. So yung mga exception, yung hindi mga kasali. The provision of this act shall not apply to resolutions or settlement of the following: labor dispute covered by Presidential Decree number 442, otherwise as the known as Labor Code of the Philippines. Baga, yung mga questions on constructive dismissal from this work or services is not part of this. Okay? As amended in implementing rules and regulations. The civil status of a person, so hindi talaga pwede yan kasi ang civil registry ang may ano yan, yung change of name, no? Change of blah blah blah, yan, no? Yung tinatawag natin na changing of the civil status. Now, the validity of the marriage. Now, kaya nga sinasabi dito no? Now, the validity of the marriage, there is no validity of the marriage because sabi nga nila, what is the definition of marriage? Marriage simply defined as a no return, no exchange. No? So meaning the validity of the marriage is a lifetime. Only the contract. No? That's why nga it was misinterpreted. If it is a marriage contract, then the contract must have an ending. No? There must be an expiration. Kaya lang, this is the only contract that it cannot be expired. Meaning, this is a limitless contract. It is an open contract that no one can what we call this, end the contract unless the two parties between the husband and wife, they want to end their relationship as the husband and wife. And then hindi na siya angkop ng RA 9285. If you remember, there are some barangay captain na pipirma pa na maghihiwalay yung mag-asawa, which is against the law because only the court can make that issues. No, na if the woman or the wife wants to end the relationship to her husband, then there must be a proper, a proper case to be filed, and that is either by annulment, or legal separations, So yan, and then under the annulment, there must be a legal basis under the family code. Then future legitimate criminal liability and those which by law cannot be compromised. Then we have the mediation under the section 7. The provision of this charter shall cover voluntary mediations, whether an adult or institutional or other than the court. So kaya yung nagfile ka ng kaso and then later on nagkasundo naman kayo, nagiging tulay yung abogado ng bawat isa, nagkasundo na magbayaran na lang, and then before the proper trial, so the court must be properly informed before the trial will be set. Now, the parties are now entered into a settlement, then blah, blah, blah. So para doon na sila magbayad ng, kung saan magbayaran, doon na sa mediation board, kung saan kung saan merong isang mediation court sa ating Hall of Justice. Now, application and interpretation. In apply a constructing the provision of this chapter, consideration must be given to the need to promote or parties and mediators through confidentiality of the mediation process. Yes, actually, the result of the mediations, it must be treated as confidential in nature. When in fact, only limited persons should know about the result of the mediations. It is the judge and then the counsel of the both parties and the both parties also. So, tatlo, apat lang ang pwedeng makakaalam yan. Now, to need to promote the mediation process, the policy of fostering from economical and amicable resolution. Kasi, kung hindi na umabot sa korte yung bangayan o yung contact, so maiwasan yung posibleng gastos, in the future, kung nakasundo na. So, maiwasan yung, kaya nga, in the common case, like for instance, yung mga violations of the RA 4136 under the Traffic Code of the Philippines, di ba, yung nabangga, nabundol na tao, di ba, para hindi na lalaki pang issue, so magbabayaran na lang, Kaysa magpapile pa ng kaso, abogado lang ang magkapera. At bawat isama didisturbo, Of dispute in accordance with the principles of integrity of determinations by both parties, the policy of the decision-making authority in the mediation process rests with the parties. Binabalik-balik talaga, it was always emphasized na walang sino mang maka-settle or makaayos ng gusot kung hindi yung partido mismo na nag-away. Ang gusot ng dalawang tao, sila mismo ang pwedeng magputol ng salitang hindi pagkatiyan yung alitan nila. So, sa pamamagitan ng isang what we call this, yung bukas na kaisipan, at pag-intindi. Okay, so yan. Under the section on confidentiality of information, so pag lumabas ito, yung tinatawag natin na privilege of communications, kanya yung pare, di ba? Pag nag-umpisal ka dyan, whatever the confessions that you made, in front of the what we call this priest or pastor, it should not be leaked or it should not be known to the others because the information that you're given, it will be considered as a privileged communications. Now, information obtained through mediation proceedings shall be subject to the following principles as well as in guidelines. Under the paragraph subsection A of the section 9, information obtained through mediation shall be privileged. Sabi nga natin, no? And confidential. Bakit ito tinatawag na privilege? Kasi yung tao nagtiwala, binigay sa iyo yung lahat-lahat ng information. So, nagkaroon ka ng pribilehiyo. At ang information na nabigay sa iyo ay dapat mong ituring na confidential at hindi basta-bastang i-chismis, no? A party, a mediator, or a non-party participant may refuse to disclose and may prevent any other person from disclosing a mediation communication. Ang sabi nga, kung ano yung napag-usapan sa loob, hindi na pwedeng lalabas pa. When in fact, just like for instance, if there is a case filed in court, and then that issue, it should not be discussed outside of the court because it was already under the discretionary authority of the court to tackle with the issues, with the legal issues. Even in the case was already decided, but it should not be discussed by any parties. So in order to avoid any result of what we call this, you can incur or inflict injury, not physical, but injury to the mind, no? So yun na siya, no? Confidential information shall not be subject to discovery and shall be inadmissible if any adversarial proceeding. So pag sinabi natin adversarial, yung mga hindi ka nais-nais, no? O yung sa kabilang panig o kalabang panig. Whether judicial or quasi-judicial, however, evidence or informations which is otherwise admissible or subject to discovery does not become inadmissible or protected from discovery solely by reasons of its use in mediation. So yung mga panibagong resulta ng dokumento or informations. So, yun kasi sa ano naman ito sa Rosing Criminal meron tayong tinatawag na parole evidence or collateral informations, no? In such adversarial proceeding, the following persons involved or previously involved in a mediation may not be compelled to disclose confidential information obtained during mediation. Actually, yun naman talagang dapat. Kung ano yung napag-usapan, hindi nalabas pa sa ibang tao. Kaya lang hindi natin maiwasan yung makakating bila. Kasi nangyari, yung mediator sabi niya, ay, yung kapitbahay natin, hindi pa rin magkasundo, ganito. Yung kanyang asawa, membro din ng, Chidasol. Oh, siyempre, nagkaroon ng passing the words or passing the informations. So, and then dumating, may nakapaghatid naman doon sa involved parties. So, it will create another problem. No? Instead na posible pang magkaayos yung alitan o hindi pagkakaunawaan ng dalawang tao, mas lalo pa tayo pinainit dahil sa mga maling informasyon. The parties to dispute, the mediator or mediators, the counsel of the parties, the non-party participants, any persons hired or engaged in connection with the mediations, a secretary, stenographer, so sila yung nakakaalam. Dahil sila yung nasa loob, dapat kung ano yung narinig nila, it must be leave. No, it must be left on the four corners of the mediation room. No, kung ano yung napag-usapan, ano yung hindi napagkasundan, ayun yung pagkasundan, hindi yung dapat lalabas sa apat na sulok ng mediation room. Okay? Or any other persons obtain or possess confidential information by reasons of his or her professions. Like yung police. Diba? So, dapat hindi yan siya kakalat sa ibang tao. Now, under the section 13, no, mediators disclosures and conflict of interest. So, ito naman yung, even in the barangay, pag malaman ng isang party na one of the member of the conciliation board or pangkat ng tagapagkasundo is known to the other parties, so the other party can request for inhibitions of one of the member of the conciliation board. So even in the court, no, if the trial judge have a connections or relationship not by blood, but they have a relationship as a fraternal member or classmates, no? So pag nalaman niya ng partido, ng kalaban, so they will file a motions for the exclusions or for the inhibitions of the trial judge in order to avoid negative speculations on the possible decisions of the trial judge. No? So yun. Now, the mediation shall be guided by the following operative principles. Okay? Under the subsection A, before accepting a mediation, an individual who is requested to serve as a mediator shall, under the paragraph 1 of the subsection A, make an inquiry that reasonable under the circumstances to determine whether there are any known facts that a reasonable individual would consider likely to affect the impartiality of the mediator. So, yung mga abogado, they are trying also to conduct what we call is a motu proprio profiling of the judge, no? Baka sabihin natin na, uy, yung involved party pala, membro ng ganitong organizations. And then here comes now the assigned judge of the said branch of court is also a member of the said organization. So meaning, in order to not to what we call this a feeling of doubt for the possible influence of the decisions, so hindi pa magsisimula yung kaso, dapat makapile na sila ng motions for reconciliations that the trial judge shall be replaced by another judge, or it must be pre-rapport to another court because the trial judge is known as a member of the organization and where the agreed party or the respondents are belong to the said organizations. Okay? Like to the fact the impartiality of the mediator, including a financial or personal interest in the outcome of the mediations in any existing or past relationship with a party or possible participants in the mediations. 2. Disclosure the mediation party any such fact known as learned as soon as practical before accepting mediations. If a mediation learns any fact described in paragraph A, subparagraph 1 of the sections, after accepting mediations, the mediator shall disclose it as soon as practicable. Section 15, the place or the venue of the mediations. Now, both parties are free to enter into an agreement on the place of the mediations. Filing such agreement, the place of mediation shall be any place which is convenient and appropriate to everybody. Okay, so ibig sabihin, yung lugar kung saan dinggin yung kanilang hinaing o para sa posibleng pagsaayos ng gusot na nangyari, ang bawat partido ay binibigyang kalayaang pumili kung saan gagawin ang pag-uusap, no? Now, which is, ang bawat partido ay yung parang ano sa kanila, no? Open sa kanila na sa tingin nila suitable yung lugar, neutral yung lugar, so gano'n, no? So what is the effect of agreement to submit dispute to mediations under the institutional rules? An agreement to submit a dispute to mediations by any institution shall include agreement to be bounded by internal mediations and administrative policy of such institutions. Further, an agreement to submit a dispute to mediations under international mediations. Ang ano naman ito, ito may mga international mediation na it is referring to the insurance, no? Yung insurance claim. Ito say, yung kumpanya, nasunog, no? Tapos want to claim the insurance, and then here comes now the branches of the insurance company, hindi pa rin binigay, nagpala sila ng reklamo, so yan, no? Yun yung ano, especially itong mga, parang patawag nito, yung mga appliance center, malimit pa naman yan at the back of the contract, nandoon yun. If you fail to pay your obligations, and then you will be charged in court, no, as provided by law on the law of Estapa, and then the case will be filed in National Capital Region. So yun, or yun namang mga malalaking insurance, pag nagkaroon ng problema, so they can file it even in on the place or where is the insurance company is originate, no, depende yan, no. Include agreement of rules govern the mediation of the dispute into the mediators, the parties, like for instance, yung claim ng allegedly victims of the martial law. Nagkaroon nga ng international mediations. Like what happened, the claims of the Philippines and the claims of the other ASEAN country with regards to the yung Kalayaan Island. No? When in fact, the Philippine government filed a case into the international arbitration law in US for the land and sea dispute, and here comes now the international mediations or arbitration law give favor to the Philippines that we are the real owner, no, of the Kalayaan Island, which is everybody are claiming, no? Okay. Another issue, freedom rip, no? Kasi ang inangkin lang natin dyan is yung exclusive economic zone. So ibig sabihin ng exclusive economic zone, pwedeng dadaan yung mga foreign visas, no? Pero hindi sila dapat papasok dyan. They should not engage in any excavations or explorations in that particular area because that is under our exclusive economic zone. If you want to conduct an explorations, the foreign country should properly inform and ask for the clearance to the government, and they should pay for a certain activity that they wanted to make on the said place where the Philippines have claimed, no? Hindi bakit ang inaangkin lang natin is yung exclusive economic zone na walang ibang mag-explore dyan, magmimina dyan sa lugar na yan, kundi tayo kundi ang Philippine government lang. Pero pag may pumasok dyan, so kailangan they will be faced what we call is a case, no? And that will be filed into the international court. So doon sa international arbitration territorial land dispute, no? So yan. Now let's go to the international commercial arbitrations. Adoption of the model law on international commercial arbitration, like for instance, yung claims sa insurance, no? Dahil matagal. So they can file a case on the international law on arbitrations. International commercial arbitration shall be governed by the modern law on international commercial arbitration, adopted by the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law on June 21, 1985, under the United Nations document Article 40-17 and recommended approved on December 11, 1985, copy which had here too. Under the Section 21, commercial arbitrations, commercial arbitration is commercial if it is covers matters arising from or relationship of commercial nature, whether contractual or not. Like for instance, we engage on the yung Freeport, no, yung sa ating Freeport Economic Zone doon sa Olongapo, no. So yung mga produkto nila, yung galing sa labas ng mga produkto, although magbabayad sila ng tax, but a very minimal tax, no? Yung sa Olongapo, no? So parang pag hindi nasunod yung kontrata, so doon magpapayag tayo ng kaso po nga lang dito sa Pilipinas or doon sa kanilang bansa, no? If there is a problem. Like for instance, the law on exportation and importations, that is part of the commercial arbitrations. Relationship of transactions, any trade transaction for the supply or exchange of goods, services, distributions, agreement, construction of works, commercial representation of agency, factoring, leasing, consulting, and engineering licensing, investment, financing, banking, insurance, joint ventures, and other forms of industrial business corporations, carriers of goods or passengers by air, sea, or railroad. Kasi nangyari sa yung airlines, no? Na nagkaroon ng kaso sa ibang bansa, but it was already settled. Then, referral for arbitrations. A court before which an action is brought in a matter which is the subject matter for arbitrations agreement shall, if at least one party so request, not later than pre-trial confession. Ibig sabihin, bago mangyari yung arbitrations, dapat ipaalam muna doon sa korte kung saan na pa yung kaso na nagkasundo yung dalawa, no? Nagkaroon na sila ng arbitration agreement. So that the judge of that particular branch of court will not continue to conduct proper hearing, no, because the parties was already entered into arbitrarial agreement, no. So yan. Kaya sa local, no, yung pinailan ng kaso, humingi ng tawad at handang magbayad, no? Just like in the case itong claim natin sa ibang mga negosyante, di ba? So yan. Now let's go to our very own domestic arbitrations. Under the Section 32 of RA 9285, law governing domestic arbitrations. Domestic arbitrations shall continue to be governed by the Republic Act number 876. Now take note, the Domestic Arbitration Act of the Philippines that is under the Republic Act number 876, otherwise known as the Arbitration Law of the Philippines as amended. The term domestic arbitration as used herein shall mean an arbitration that is not international as defined. Kasi pag sabi tayong domestic, local, dito mismo sa ating bayan. Okay? So, under the Section 3, the applicability of the arbitration under Article 8 up to Article 19 and 29 to 32 of the Model Law under the Section 22 to 31 of the preceding Chapter 4 shall apply to the domestic arbitrations under the Republic Act number 876. So, arbitration of construction of disputes. Arbitration of construction disputes governing law, the arbitration of construction disputes shall be governed by the Executive Order number 9, number 1008, otherwise known as the Constitution Industry Arbitration Law. What is the coverage of the law? The coverage of the law, disputes will fall within the original and exclusive jurisdiction of the construction. Ito na, yung sa mga appliance center, no? Dito ka umutang sa Davao, Dahil yung main office sa Maynila, doon ka pinailan ng kaso. Okay? So yan. That is considered also as domestic because that is happy, that is not go beyond the Philippine territory. No? The Construction Industry Regulation Commissions, so kaya nga, katulad ng mga constructions or mga project na ginagawa ng ating gobyerno, and here comes now the contractor, no, which won the bidding, but based on the contract agreement that the projects will be finished within a time frame of the blah blah blah, but it was not happen. So there is a certain reconsiderations that the government through the DPWH will try to understand the contractor, and then they will give an extensions. But if they cannot make it on the given grace period, so the contractor will be charged, no, to pay a penalty. No, and again, if they will not be finished, then they will be charged again, and then they will be removed, and they will be blacklisted on to engage or to participate on the public bidding of all government projects. So yun ang ginagawa ng ating gobyerno, no, with regards to the contract agreement. Okay. So representatives such parties are project owner, contractors, subcontractor, quantity surveyor, bondsman, or issuers, and insurance policy of construction project. Now, appointment of foreign arbitrators. Just like what happened doon sa claim ng mga biktima, no? The alleged Filipino victim of martial laws, they hired foreign arbitrators, no, to become the counsel of their claims, no, to the Marcoses. Okay? So yun nga, sabi nanalo na, and then pinagbayad, no, yan. The Construction Industry Arbitration Commissions shall promulgate rules to allow for the appointment of foreign arbitrators. So apparently it is very common on the civil cases, no? One of the best example is the insurance policy, or the what we call this, yung contract, no, yung mga big projects, yung mga mega project. Who arbitrates chairman of the tribunal, a person has not conducted CIC provided that. Now the dispute is the construction dispute in which one party is international party, like insurance company, construction firm, yung mga multi-national construction firm or international construction firm, tulad ng ginagawa ngayon dito sa Pilipinas, yung Coastal Road, and then here comes the future construction or building of the Davao-Samal bridge, no? So yan, sa international man yan. And he or she either co-arbit or upon the admonition of the international party, who or she is the common choice of the two. Accredited arbitrators first appointed, one of whom was nominated by international party. And the foreign arbitrators shall be a different nationality from the international party. So, ibig sabihin, kung sa Amerikano yung may pinailan ng kaso, so dapat yung foreign arbitrators hindi galing sa kanilang bansa, kundi galing sa ibang bansa, para magiging neutral daw. Initiation phase, yung pagsisimula, no? Pag-initiate. Initiation phase is actually the phase when the conflict has already begun. Yung nagsimula na. Yung yung biro-biroan, yung isa, mahilig magbiro, ginantihan, hindi nagalit yung unang nagbiro, hindi sinagot naman yung unang biniro. So, yun na, no? Heated arguments are used, tulad ba ng yung makalini, maka-BBM, so yan, no? Verbal disagreements are all warning alarms which indicate that the fight is already on. Now, differentiation phase, ano naman ito? It is the phase when the individual voice out their difference against each other. Yun bang, pinalabas niya lang yung kanyang samang loob. Yung isa naman, medyo na-touch yung kanyang ego. Ilumakas din yung busis, nag-ano na sila ng busis, nagpataasan na ng busis, nagresulta ngayon sa magulo or bangayan. Diba?
So, ayan, in the reason for this raise and the differentiation phase, we have resolution phase. So, ito na yung pag-resolve ng kanilang kunting problema, hindi pagkaunawaan. A complete list to know where individuals try to compromise to some extent and resolve the conflict soon. Kumbaga ba, kalimutan na kahit nasaktan siya, kahit siya yung unang sinaktan, wala naman siyang ginawa, pero siya yung unang humingi ng paumanhin, no? Because heartily asking an apology, no, it cannot diminish your what we call this, yung pagkatao mo. Yung kahit hindi kayo may kasalanan, kahit kayo nagawa ng kasalanan, humingi ka ng kapatawaran, ikaw mismo yung humingi ng kapatawaran, hindi nakakawalan yan ng iyong pagkagwapo. No? Hindi ibukit, humingi ng kapatawaran, ikaw yung nagkasalanan. Hindi. Kung hindi sabihin mo na gago ka pag humingi ng tawad, no. Because what you are trying to is to compromise, is you want to make back, no, the what we call this, the former, no, or the previous relationship. Although nagkaroon na ng lamat, although the trust was already broken, it is difficult to bring back. But little by little, a time will come, so everything will be cured or will be healed. No? Ang lahat naman ay gagaling at maghihilot yung sugat. Ngunit yung nakaraan ay mahirap kalimutan. Sabi nga nila, pag nasira yung tiwala, no, yun ang mahirap ibalik. No? Sabi nga dyan, no? So, napatawad ka, pero hindi mo na kaya pang ibalik yung, you are not ready to accept, no, and to bring back the previous relationship that you have to other persons. Okay? A conflict leads to nowhere. Individual must try to compromise to some extent and resolve the conflict. The resolution phase explores the various options to resolve the conflict. Kung baga ba, kailangan mayroong magparaya. Now, we need to go down our, what we call this, no, kailangan natin mapakumbaba. Kung walang mapakumbaba, hindi maayos ang sigalon. Okay? So, conflict can be of many types, like verbal conflict. Yun na nga, no? Primero, one lang, para sana sa mag-asawa, and then medyo hindi nagustuhan ng isa yung sagot. Then religious conflict, ang pinag-aawayan, yung Biblia. Iisa lang naman ang sinasabi ng Biblia, kung hindi isiwalat ang maganda at banal na kautusan kung ano yung nakalagay sa Biblia. So, emotional conflict, no? Yung nga, tawag yung saling emotional, so sinabi mo, saan naman yung dagway, mura naman kinumot yawa, di ba? Then social conflict, like for instance, bakit ang mahirap masyadong pinahirapan? Yung mayaman, palagi binibigyan ng pabor. So that is according to the psychosocial conflict by Karl Marx, no? So personal conflict. So ikaw mismo sa sarili mo, meron kang personal conflict sa isang tao, meron ka ring personal conflict sa sarili because you cannot accept what is the reality, no? You cannot accept that you are poor, no? And then hindi mo matanggap kung ano yung pagiging tao because one of the things that you will be experiencing burnout or stress because it is difficult for yourself to accept the reality of life. No? So, yun ang isa sa mga problema natin. Organizational conflict, yun bang, like for instance, yung power grabbing, no? Lahat gustong maging pinuno, lahat gustong may posisyon, no? Agawan ng posisyon, no? So, yan yung mga linta, no? So, they are trying to push others in or whatever may come as long as they will be, what we call this, na sumikat sila. Kaya nagkaroon ng organizational conflict because of the so-called na faction. Okay? Community conflict, yun na nga, no? Dahil lang sa basura o sa dahon na bumagsak o sa puno ng mangga, no? So yan, and so on. Conflicts and fighting each others never lead to conclusions. If you are not on the same lines as the other individual, never fight. Instead, try to your level best to sort of your differences. So, ibig sabihin, huwag mong patulan. Kung ikaw ang matalino, ikaw ang nakakunawa, huwag mo na siyang patulan. Kung alam mo kung ano yung tama, then you should evade the situations. Just go then do not attempt to argue with that kind of a persons who are, they think that they are what we call this in bang, sila palagi yung tama, no? So yan, discussion is always better, wiser way to adapt rather than contact, no? So yung pag-usapan naman at ang bagay daw, no? Then, preventing conflict. A difference in the opinions, values, understanding, thought process, and developments lead to conflict with even strongly oppose each other's ideas and concept. Especially yung grupo, no? Especially na mayroon kang idea and you want to share it, but someone will disagree with your ideas and they want to, what we call this, invoke that their ideas is better than yours, no? Kasi yun nga, sobra sa galing, sobra sa talino, no? They pretend that they know everything but know nothing. So yeah, it has been observed that when people think in dissimilar ways and are not willing to compromise at all, conflict arises. Conflict can start anytime, at any place. Ito nga, no? Kahit anong oras, ang lugar, kahit kamang lupalo, kahit sino, ang sigalot o hindi pa manawaan ay maaring magsimula kahit saan, no? Like for instance, and the road traffic conflict, no? So, yung isa, kita lang dahil nagitgitan siya na naabutan siya ng isang pangit na motor, nagalit ng magandang motor. So, yun, no? Okay, nothing beneficial and productive comes out of the conflict. Yes, ito po talaga, no? Wala namang beneficial, wala namang hindi naman aasinso ang buhay natin dyan pag palagi may sigalot. So it is a simple wastage of time and energy for and thus every individual should try this level best to prevent conflict. Kaya nga yung mga positive persons, they are always, okay lang, sagdi na lang na siya, kaya mamana yung kalipay. No? Because he know how to balance the situation because he don't want to engage in any contact and because he believe that the issues will be done in a natural way. Okay? First, learn to keep control on your emotions. Yun ang ano, kasi pag galit ka, ang mangyari dyan, hindi mo alam kung ano ang pwede mong sabihin or whatever. No? So the better is to control yourself, to control your emotions, and avoid making yourselves to erupt on a certain situations. No? Ayaw gid nga kada mulboy mong kaspa pugong-pugong gyud, no? Never ever get too hyper, yun nga, no? Or overreact as it leads you nowhere. Always remember that other people you are dealing with might not be as educated as you. Yun nga sabi ko kanina, kung ikaw nakakaintindi, ikaw nakakaalam, pabayaan mo nila yan siya. Wala mo mali siya, and then do not argue with that kind of persons, just leave and go. So, yun lang. So, that is how to handle. Kaya nga meron tayong tinatawag na anger management. No? So yan, we need to manage ourselves so that it will be like that landed into a certain issues or conflict or resulted into a certain fight. Okay? Be a good and patient listener. So palagi mabuti at makinig ka ng mabuti, pasensyoso sa lahat ng oras. Listen carefully what the other person has to say and then only give your expert comments. No? Kung merong nagsasalita dyan, pakinggan mo muna siya and then katapos niya, doon ka muna magbigay ng sarili mong komento or opinion. If we don't like your opinion, if we don't like your comments, then be it. As long as you respond, you give your own signs. No? Even he don't like his comment, so pasensya siya. Now, even if you don't agree to his suggestion, don't just start fighting. Kung ayaw, kung hindi mo gusto yung kanyang opinion, pabayaan mo na lang. No? Just let it pass. Okay? Instead, discuss with him. Both of the people must try to compromise to some extent and find a solution. Conflicts only add onto your anxiety. Yes, no? Mukamot lang kagkuhan niya, no? Unsig taong ka na, di lang ka mapakali niya, no? Di lang ka katulog. And thus, it must be avoided at any cost. Never be rigid on any point. Instead, be flexible and try to find out an alternative. Learn to keep control on your tongue. No? Kaya sabi ko nga kanina, So you need to control your emotions because you cannot control what the things that you can say and it may resulted into a disagreement and result into fist fight or mag-away lang kayo. No? One must think before speak. Don't shout on others as it not only spoils on the ambience but also brings a lot of negativity around. Like for instance, you are both professionals, nagsikawan kayo, nagpalakasan niya, bagsakan kayo ng buses. So ano na yung masasabi ng iba? Kaya nga, in order to maintain the good relationship between you and your girlfriend, kung mainit yung girlfriend mo o yung asawa, mainit, yaw-yaw siya ng yaw-yaw, pabayaan mo. Papapagod din yan. No? Huwag mong salubungin ang init niya. Kasi pag parehas kayo, uminit ka rin, nadala ka rin, and then hindi na kayo magkunawaan, and then dalaman nyo na, and then humantong na kayo sa paghihiwalayan. No? Remember, if you want to maintain your relationship with your girlfriend, so kung mainit siya, huwag mong salubungin, pabayaan mo lang na magyaw-yaw na magyaw-yaw. Yeah, total. That is normal, okay? Open your voice while interact with others and learn to adjust with others. Sit with the other person and try to sort out your differences. No, yung ba? Kausapin mo siya. Kung meron kang hindi naintindihan sa kanya, kausapin mo siya. Or kung sa tingin mo parang medyo may differences na sa'yo, lapitan mo. Kahit hindi mo alam, no? Ikaw mismo ang lumapit kung ayaw niyang lumapit sa'yo. Okay? So kausapin mo, ano ba problema niya sa'yo? So ganun lang. Misunderstanding also lead to conflict. Yes, common naman talaga yan, no? So be very clear and transparent in your communications. Never play with the words and the content of your communications has to be specific to avoid conflict. Do cross-check with the speakers whether has understood everything in the desired form or not. Failing which would lead to misunderstanding and eventually to fight. Effective communications goes a long way in the preventing conflicts. Don't always expect the other person to understand everything on his own. It is your moral responsibility to make him aware of what you exactly expect out of him. Every individual has the right to express his views and opinions. Sabi nga natin, all of us have a right to goes out to give our opinions, and you as a listener, you need to respect the opinions of the others. No? So, irespeto mo kung ano man ang kanyang opinion. So, dahil irespeto niya rin ang sarili mong opinion. If you have no right to criticize him, if you respect others individuals, you will get respect in return. If a conflict arises among group members, make sure you address all the participants together. Kumbaga ba, kung merong hindi pagkaintindihan sa isang grupo, ikaw mismo yung nakaintindi, mataas ang iyong pangunawa, so ikaw mismo yung mag-initiate paano ma-resolve yung sigalot para yung objective ninyo, kung ano yung gusto nyo tapusin, ano yung gusto nyo mitiin o matapos, so para hindi maapektuhan. Okay? Personal favors and biases must be avoided for a peaceful environment. Listen to each and everyone, opinion did only take a decision. So, if someone's given an opinion or suggestions, all the suggestion and opinion must be joined together and evaluate. So, and then everybody should conform or decide. No, hindi lang ikaw yung magde-decide because we are not talking about authoritative leadership. Okay? Be a good leader. No, ibig sabihin, you always emphasize democratized form of leadership. Okay? But you are very lenient, but you must be firm with your decisions. No? Lenient ka, pero be firm. So to take everyone along, keep your mind calm and composed. Don't feel guilty if you have done anything wrong. Instead, admit it. Kung nagkamali ka, tanggapin mo. Aminin mo, sabihin mo. So, di ba? Hindi naman nakakawal ng kagwapuhan yan. Di ba? Kung alam mong mali ka. Never hesitate to accept your faults. No? If you stand for correction because we are only human. No, there is no perfect in this world. Be the first one to apologize. A small sorry can work wonders and prevent complex and unnecessary tensions. If the other's individual is too demanding and adamant and just not willing to listen, the best solution is to avoid him or her. You can be everyone's favorite. Learn to ignore people who are just not flexible and always ready to initiate a conflict. Don't always bother what the other person has to say about you. Sabi nga natin, Huwag mo silang problemahin, pabayaan mo silang problema sa iyo. Diba? Huwag kang ma-stress sa mga taong alam mo wala namang silbi sa mundo. So, pabayaan mo silang ma-stress sa iyo. Basag nila sila nga magbuto ng inahang high blood they have. Always act in a manner which you think is appropriate. If you believe that you are right, if you believe that is good, then don't care. As long as you did not hurt someone's feelings. So that's very important. Okay? So appropriate and don't just blindly trust the rumors news. So huwag kang maniwala sa chismis kasi yung iba dyan, membro ng Chidasol. You know what is Chidasol? Chismosa na, dalasul-sol pa. So yun na nga, okay lang yung chismosa. Eh kung Chidasol yan, nagchichismis, gumagawa ng istorya, nagsusulusol pa. Dahil sa sulusol niya, so medyo ano yung emotion ng tao, so nagre-react, nagalit, na hindi mo naman alam, di ba? No one wins in fight and you win nothing out of it. Yes, wala talaga nanalo sa away, no? Nag-away kayo. Ngayon, wala nang umaano sa'yo, nanalo ka ba? Hindi. Because the only things is, nasaan na yung dati yung samahan, yung masaya kayo, nagpapainting kayo, nasasama kayo, kahit saang lugar, magkasama kayo. No, your partner in terms, and here comes a little bit of issues, so nasira yung magandang samahan ninyo. Diba? So, walang nanalo. Prevention is better than cure. That's a conflict must be prevented as early as did, as it is not just once, mental peace and harmony is. Totoo talaga, no? Okay, so good day to everyone. So we are now on the coverage for the second exams, and the possible schedules will be on April 22, 2022. So start. Now, let's go to first the meta language. First is we have the barangay. Remember, barangay is the smallest, it is one of the compositions of every cities, no? So it is composed of a clustered group on where under the traditional method of settling dispute or conflict between the members of the local community is, the first is, if you want to clear the issues or to what we call this, yung bang para mapatay agad ang issue at hindi na magiging pagka-resulta ng hindi pagkakaunawaan, ay agad-agad ito pumupunta sa mga purok leader to settle the issues. Okay? So, barangay refers not only to barrios, which were declared by the barangays by the virtue of Presidential Decree number 1508, and it was acted into law on June 11, 1978, and that is the time of the former and the late President Ferdinand Marcos. But most of the provisions of the PD number 1508, or otherwise known as Katarungang Pambarangay Law of the Philippines, again, most of the provisions of the PD 1508 was repealed or amended by our present local government code, or the Republic Act 7160. So what is Katarungang Pambarangay? Katarungang Pambarangay is a system of justice administered at the barangay level for the purpose of amicable settling disputes through mediation, conciliations, or arbitrations among the family or barangay without resorting to the court. So, meaning, the very purpose of the Katarungang Barangay is to settle the disputes between the two members of the local community. So, in order not to elevate the issues on the proper venue, if it is a simple issues or a simple conflict, then it must be settled in a friendly manner. But we cannot negate or deny, instead of settling dispute between the two disputants, there are some members of the lupon or pangkat ng tagapagkasundo. Instead of not insinuating or giving a hint o bigyan ng daan na mag-file ng kaso o reklamo ang isang aggrieved party sa korte, mas binibigyan pa nila ng daan na parang they are trying to, what we call this, to make a guide on how to file a case in court if ever that the respondent are hesitant to settle the obligations or the things that he made to the aggrieved party. So may mga ganong klase, no? Because we must bear in mind that the katarungang pambarangay is not a court. When in fact, there is no case filed in there. And there is no judge, there is no lawyer. When in fact, the lawyer is not allowed. The parties are not allowed to bring their lawyers, no, to defend, no, in the office of the katarungang pambarangay. That's why yung mga maliliit na issue, maliliit na sigaret na hindi pa ganawa ng mga magkapitbahay ay isisettle, no? Aayusin sa ating barangay na hindi na umabot sa punto ng pagdidimandaan. Alam natin na pag magdidimanda, lahat madidisturbo, trabaho mo, yung gawain mo sa bahay, at hindi lang yan, may gastos pa. No? Okay, so that is the reason why the katarungang pambarangay was created. Now, what is jurisdiction? Jurisdictions, it is the authority of the certain agency or the branch of the government to settle dispute. Now, I give you one of the best example is, kung hindi magkasundo yung dalawang taong nagkaroon ng alitan, that is say, perang hiniram. Dahil hindi siya magbayad, ilang ulit mo siyang pinakusapan, nagano ka na ng demand letter, kahit na may demand letter ka pa, didiretso ka ngayon sa korte. Sasabihin ng korte, ano po ba ang involved dyan? A corporation po ba kayo or organizations? Pag sinabi mong hindi, individual, sarili mong pera, sasabihan ka ng clerk doon sa small claims division ng korte na idaan sa barangay. Kailangan meron tayong certificate to file actions na dumaan ka sa barangay. Kasi under the law, under the provisions of the katarungang pambarangay, so yung tinatawag natin na natural versus natural persons, that is under their jurisdictions. Pero pag ang involved party is, sabihin natin na lending company, so kahit hindi ka na dumaan sa barangay, pwede na yun because the issue here in the involved party here is natural person versus juridical person. Pag sinabi natin juridical person, we are referring to organizations, corporations, cooperative, and so on and so forth. Okay? So jurisdiction is an authority to hear and decide a case in given by law and cannot be agreed by the parties. Mediations is a process wherein the lupon chairpersons or barangay chairpersons assist the disputing parties to reach a settlement by concessions that jointly satisfy their needs. Now, just remember, even the katarungang pambarangay has a time frame to settle disputes before it will reach or elevated into the proper venue. Meron niyang oras or araw, no, na kailangan tapusin yung procedure as stated by the kitty. Okay? So, yan, no, 15 days sa barangay chairman, the person level of settling dispute,
And then the second level of distinct dispute is now on the katarungan pangbarang, and now in the lupon, no? The word lupon and the word pangkat is different in approach, but they are the same person. Okay? Pag-usapan muna natin, ano itong lupon? The lupon is a group of people which was appointed by the barangay chairman through a proper selection process as provided by law. Now, what is pangkat ng tagapagkasundo? The pangkat ng tagapagkasundo, it can only be formed if there is a complaint reached to the office of the lupong tagapamayapa. So that is the time that the pangkat will be formed. Lupon is a group of persons who are given authority to settle dispute by the barangay chairman. Okay, so yan siya, no? Okay. Arbitrations, no? Arbitrations, in other way, is another way of settling dispute wherein the parties agreed to be bound by decisions of a third person. So, sino itong third person ito? Ito yung barangay kapitan or barangay chairman on where the two parties presents, and then they will be given a privilege, no, to speak out, to reason out why the issues was happened and what is the root cause of the conflict. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, third party, yung barangay chairman or yung pangkat ng tagapagsun or the member of the lupon. Okay? So, yan. Now, what is adjudications? Adjudication is the power of court, no, or quasi-judicial agencies to decide cases filed before them and falling within their jurisdictions. Another, going back with the jurisdiction, let you say, ang kalaban mo is nakatira siya sa ibang, sabihin na natin, is neighboring municipalities of Davao City. Sabihin natin taga Panabo City siya, pero nag-utang siya sa iyo, hindi siya nagbayad. So pwede ba natin idiretso yung kaso sa korte? The answer is yes. Because the persons that you want to be filed a complaint is living on a different municipalities. Kasi ibang munisipyo na siya. Pero pag nakatira siya within the cities, let me say, Buhangin yung kalaban mo, ikaw taga Bukana, so you can file a complaint to Buhangin, Barangay Buhangin, no? If you want to call the attention and if you want to, what we call this, yung kung gusto mong makabayad, no? If you want that these persons who owed you a money will pay his or her obligation to you, so you can file it to the barangay. Okay? So, another is, you are working on the same place. Let me say, ikaw taga Matina, nya imong kauban sa trabaho, no? Is taga Buhangin, hindi diya mo nag-away sa inyong place of work. So, kinahanglan pa ba mo adto pa kag Buhangin o sa barangay Matina para mag-file ka og reklamo? No. You can file your complaint on the same barangay on where the company that you are working. So, doon mo na i-file para doon na kayo harap sa barangay mismo kung saan under ng jurisdiction yung pinagtatrabahoan yung lugar. Huwag ka na pupunta sa kanila o yung kalaban mo pupunta sa Matina. Hindi na, doon na lang. Okay, so that is one. That is under the amended provisions of the Katarungan Pabarangay under the Republic Act 7160. Okay, amicable settlement is an agreement reached during mediations and conciliation proceedings. Arbitrations is a process wherein the third party from outside the judicial system is chosen by parties to hear and decide their disputes. So ito naman yung pag umabot na doon sa pangkat, no? Now,
remember, there was also provisions of the said law. The decisions of the pangkat during the mediation process or the arbitration process, before it becomes final, you are given 10 days, I think that is 10 days or 1 week, na if you think that the decision is not good for you or it is not, you're not satisfied but you are parang napilitan kang umuo na lang, pero napagtanto mo pagdating sa bahay na mali, parang hindi mo gusto talaga magsiti kay gusto mong managot talaga sa batas yung taong nagkasala sa iyo. So bibigyan ka ng ample of time to file a repatriation. No? Babalik ka doon sa barangay captain, no? Mag-file ka ng repatriation or to rehearing or to nullify, no, the previous settlement that you have done before in the office, at the office of the barangay, pangkat ng tagapagkasundo. May bibigyan ka, pero walang apila, ha? So there is no word appeal in the barangay level, but there was a word as repatriations. No? Repatriation ang tawag natin doon. Okay? Now, complaint. Complaint is a concise statement of ultimate facts constituting the plaintiff cause and causes of action, yung tinatawag natin the cause of the cause. While conciliation is a process wherein the pangkat forgoes the power to decide or recommend, but assists the disputants to isolate issues and option to reach a settlement by consensus that jointly satisfied their needs. So, ang complaint, ganito yan siya, that is the process in the barangay level. Kung mareklamo ka sa kapitbahay mo, so hindi agad yan sa diretso sa office of the barangay captain. Pwede naman sa barangay captain, pero kung ayaw, pero kung ano lang yung gusto mo, para bang you want to have a peace of mind, and then kasapin yung kapitan na, ganito, yun. So kahit pa man gano'n, hindi pa rin masitil yan pag hindi nakausap ng kapitan yung taong nireklamo mo. So you will be instructed to go to the katarungang pambarangay on where there was a representative of the barangay to cater all the complaint that will be possibly filed by a members of the community. So doon ka sa KP mag-file. So yun ang doon, no? Okay. So what is repatriation? Ito yung sinasabi natin. Bago magkaroon ng finality, no, na yung napag-usapan at kasunduan, magiging final yan, so dapat sa tamang panahon na binigay sa iyo ay nakapag-reklamo ka na hindi mo nagustuhan yung desisyon na pagtanto mo. So babalik ka ngayon sa barangay in order to nullify, no, to null and void the previous settlement that you have agreed before to the office of the pangkat ng tagapagkasundo. So repatriation is an act of rejecting the validity or refusing to accept the terms and conditions of agreement on the ground of vitiation of consent by fraud, violence, or intimidation. Kumbaga ba, napilitan ka lang. No? Kasi ang lang dito ng repatriation is kung sa tingin mo may pangliling lang, no? May pananakot, no? Or pinilit. Actually, there is no word pinilit, but there is a word of something like encouraging you, no? Instead of filing it to the proper venue or to the court. So kasi meron din kasi mga kaso na kahit nag-file ka doon sa fiscal, pag nakita ng fiscal na kaya man ito ng barangay, siguro may there is something that affected there. It talks about the ego the pride of one person. So siguro, yung pride lang at saka yung ego o garbo lang ng tao, no? Baka may hindi siya nagustuhan, no? Or someone that making solusol to the complainant. So ibabalik yan, no? Mayroong mga ganong kaso din na nangyari, no? Now, what is support pendentility? Support pendentility, it is a provisional remedy in a form of an order issued by a judge before whom the case is pending, granting allowance, dwelling, clothing, education, and medical attendance to persons entitled thereof. So ito naman yung mga humingi ng assistance, no? So what is venue? So venue is different from jurisdictions, no? Venue is the place where the case is to be heard and decided. This is not fixed by law except in criminal cases and can be agreed upon by the parties. Even in the criminal case, the venue can be relocated but not the jurisdiction of the court to try over the case. So what is the meaning of that? Pag sinabi natin jurisdiction, kung ang kaso ay under the jurisdictions of the municipal circuit trial court, so doon mo yan ipapile, huwag doon sa regional trial court. Okay? Now, venue, kung saan yung korte ninyo, so doon ka. Pero, there are some also instances, even in the criminal cases, that the venue can be transferred if there is some issues of safety of both parties, but not jurisdictions. Hindi pwedeng i-transfer ang jurisdiction kasi pag jurisdiction yan ng isang branch of court, yun talaga. Hindi mo pwedeng ilipat sa ibang hukuman. So, matatalo ang kaso mo kasi magpapile ngayon ng motions o motion to quash or demorer yung kalaban. So, sayang yung pinaghirapan mo. So, yan siya, no? Now, let's go to the introduction of the PD 1508. When it comes to dispute resolutions, there are so many choices. Yes. Una, you want to personally talk with the persons who are making some issues or trouble or conflict. Saan? Okay? Sa mabuting anong tawag ito? Kondisyon ng bawat isa. Pagtitimpik. Ngayon, kung hindi masitil, hindi madala sa pakiusapan, so, yung iba, ginagawa nila, pumupunta sila sa purok leader. Kasi nagbabasakali, baka yung purok leader kaya niyang kausapin yung tao na naging kalitan ng kapitbahay. Pag hindi pa rin, so doon nakahantong ngayon sa barangay. May iba kasing tao na mag-file of kaso, and then they go to directly to the office of the lawyer. Siyempre, ang abogado tatanggap ng kaso. Bakit? No? Lamang loob din yan. Tira yan, tinapay yan. No? Tatanggapin yan. Kasi magkakapera sila. No? Remember, there are some lawyer have and straight principles. Ang sabi nila, the enemy of my friend is also my friend. So, anong ibig sabihin ng word na yan, sir? No? The enemy of my friend is also my friend. Yan yung kasabihan ng mga ibang abogado. Na wala silang inisip, kundi pera-pera lang, trabaho lang. Kung may lalapit na kliyente, salamat. Okay, bakit lumapit yung kliyente sa isang abogado? Dahil may gusto siyang ireklamo o pailan ng kaso. Tama? Yung taong lumapit sa abogado, kaibigan niya yon. Ano bang dahilan bakit naging kaibigan niya ang taong ito? Dahil sa kalaban ng kanyang kliyente. Tama? Kung hindi dahil sa kanyang kalabang kliyente, wala itong taong lumapit sa kanya na magiging kaibigan niya. That's why the real friend of the lawyer is the enemy of the client. Because the enemy of the clients are the one who give money to the lawyer. Okay? So, hindi lahat ng abogado gano'n ang prinsipyo, ha? Hindi gano'n. No? Merong iba dyan na yun ang kanilang kasabihan sa kanilang buhay. Ang kalaban ng aking kaibigan ay mas lalo kong kaibigan. Okay? So yan. So which possessed of brothers in prison, suppose the parties and their lawyers are exhausted their attempt to negotiate a resolution. When in fact nga yung mga abogado is yung mga magagaling at mababait talaga is they advise their clients na baka masintag pa ninyo na, ma'am. So what about kung idaan nyo muna sa barangay? Kasi kung mag-file kayo ng kaso, gagastos ka, madidisturbo kayo. So kaya mo ba yun? Kasi may mga tao kasi na yung pride nila ang nag-i-exist, no? Nadudominan sila kanilang pride or ego na at the same time meron pang nagsusulsul. Yun ang mga naging problema, yung mga chidasul, no? So that is one of the reason kasi yung chidasul kasi pag ano na yan siya, no? Nagdadala ng chismis, may kasama pang panunulsul, kaya chidasul. Okay? Now, they're ready for outside help in ending the dispute, yet they don't know exactly where to turn. The katarungang pambarangay or the barangay justice system is a community-based dispute settlement mechanism which is administered by the basic political unit of the country or the barangay. As a community-based carrying out for dispute resolutions, it covers dispute between members of the same member of the local community. Generally, same city, same municipality. That is the term used by the local government code, the Republic Act 7160. Involves the punong barangay and other members of the community, and that's referring to the Lupon members. As intermediaries, mediators, conciliators, and sometimes arbitrators. Okay? Kunyari, hindi nakabayad, mayroon namang property yung taong pinalan ng reklamo. So, pwede yung i-custody ng barangay para isubasta, no? Kung ano yung magiging kita, no? Babayaran yung taong nagreklamo at yung suba, ibabalik sa may-ari ng property na bininta ng barangay. Okay? Kaya ang nangyari nito, pag utang kasi, ang ginawa ang nagiging taga-singil or ang nagiging collector ng utang ay ang barangay, no? So that is the reality of life on the barangay justice system in terms of pag-utang ang pinag-uusapan. Okay, so yan, no? So that is the rule, oh, yung tingnan niyo yung mga anime natin, no? So ito yung third party, no? So pag nagkaroon ng arbitration, nagkaroon ng settlement, so yan, no? Magkasunduin yung dalawang partido. Okay? So kasi sa unang harapan yan, mainit pa talaga yan, no? Sigawan, which course yung mga hard tone, no? So mainit masyado, medyo yung tension pa yan. Pero pag nagsalita na ang mediator, kasi bawat isa pagbibigyan magsalita eh. Paunahin mo na yung yung pinala ng reklamo, sasabihin na Mr. Tatulano. So si Mr. Taponggol nagpasa ng reklamo diri, sumala pa niya, so sumala sa yung reklamo na base sa kanyang reklamo na inakyat dito sa ating barangay, ikaw daw ay may nasabi na isang salita na medyo nasaktan siya at yun ang naging dahilan kung bakit siya nagreklamo dito. So ano ang masasabi mo doon? At totoo ba yun? So ayan, then after that, yung naman, yung nagreklamo. So ano masabi mo doon sa kanyang madam, no, sa kanyang explanation, no, ganito. So yan, no. So pag-usap-usap yan, and then the mere one of the important rule of the mediator is not to look who are right and who are wrong. No? Meaning, objective masyado dito, but objective ang mediator dito. Kalma siya kasi he will be the one to pacify. No? So, kailangan hindi siya maghanap kung sino ang may mali, kung sino ang may tama. Lahat ng partido mali. So, yun ang dapat isipin ng mediator.
Yung nag-file ng reklamo, may mali. Yung yung pinailan ng reklamo, may mali. So ibig sabihin, yung dalawang taong umarap na yun sa barangay para pag-usapan ang sigalot o hindi pagkaintindihan, pareho silang may maling nagawa. So yun ang dapat isipin ng mediator. Kaya kailangan nasa gitna siya. Okay? So that is the very important. The barangay system was first recognized in 1978 under the PD 1508, under the Marcos regime. But it was strengthened and further consolidated with the decentralization model and the enactment of the 1991 Local Government Code. The barangays are the smallest political subdivisions in the Philippines. Katarungang Pambarangay or the barangay justice system is an alternative community-based mechanism for dispute resolutions of conflict between and among members of the same community. The mere purpose of the barangay justice system is to provide resolutions of disputes within the barangay level in order to achieve peace and harmony and within the community, and to provide an open access and an effective form of justice for every member of the community who are engaged on a certain conflict. The barangay justice systems is a venue for disputing parties to search for a mutually acceptable solution. Diba, lahat naman ng mga conflict or hindi pagkakaunawaan, no, they are trying to settle it into the barangay. No? So, as long as walang magsusulsul, kaya lang naman dumarating yung mga reklamo sa barangay na wala naman talagang balak yung tao na inakusahan na mag-file ng reklamo sa barangay. Kasi alang, may mga sulsul at may narinig siya mga issues. So, para matigil ng lahat, to stop the issues. So, kaya pumupunta sila sa barangay para doon pag-usapan ang lahat, doon na isitil at maliwanagan ang lahat. So, yun, no? Okay. Other members of the committees act as an intermediary. So ito yung tinatawag natin proof leader, facilitating the discussion of possible solutions. Barangay mediation process. All disputes are subject to barangay conciliation pursuant to the revised Katarungang Pambarangay Law, formerly PD 1508 as referred and now replaced by Section 399 up to 422, Chapter 7, Title 1, Book 3, and the Section 515, Title 1, Book 4 of the Republic Act 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code, and prior recourse thereto as a preconditioning before filing a complaint in a proper venue or any government offices, except on the following disputes. So ito na yung mga hindi pwede sa Katarungang Pambarangay. As to the conformity with the Local Government Code of 1991, also known as the Katarungang Pambarangay or the Barangay Justice System, is an extra-government mechanism that aims at perpetuating and time-honored traditions of amicable settling interpersonal dispute within the community without recourse or resorting to the formal legal system or confrontational social behavior. The central features of the system is the lubong tagapamayapa, a community-based conflict resolutions effort that is highly supportive of the idea of social ordering on the human development. Katarungang Pambarangay or the Barangay Justice System is a local justice system in the Philippines. Okay? So para klaruhin lang natin,
barangay justice system kasi ang wala tayong ginangad kundi mabigyan tayo ng hustisya para makuha natin yung hustisya. Mabigyan hustisya lahat. So doon muna tayo sa first step of processing or settling the misunderstanding of every party, which we are referring to the barangay. The barangay and is overseen by the barangay chairman as the highest elected officials of the barangay and its executive. The barangay chairman sit on the lupon tagapamayapa and with other barangay residents, which is the committee that decides dispute and other matters that they do not constitute court as they do not have judicial power. So, klaro, no? Ang ating katarungang barangay, hindi ito korte. Kaya wala tayong kasong ipapile. Because the barangay captain is not a judge. The lupong tagapamayapa is not also a lawyer or a fiscal. This is only what we call this as yung sa Bisaya pa, a traditional method of how to settle dispute. No? So a traditional way of settling dispute between the two members of the local community. So yan, no? The system exists to help decongest the regular courts and work mostly as alternative community-based mechanism for dispute of conflicts, also described as a compulsory mediation process at the village level. So, ang katarungang pambarangay natin ay nakakatulong ito, no, for the large volume of cases filed in court. Kasi may mga kaso din na pwede naman natin isettle sa isang matahimik at matiwasay at diplomasyang pamamaraan na hindi nahantong pa sa pag-file ng kaso sa korte. Kasi marami ng trabaho ang korte. Yung mga importante, yung mga criminal case. Pero alam natin na ang bangayan lang ng dalawang partido is nag-away lang dahil sa chismis, nag-away lang dahil sa nagmaoy, no? Nalasing, sinira yung kanilang bakuran, in which the very purpose of that filing a complaint is not settling the dispute is the secondary factor. What they are trying to have is para magbayad sa kanyang danyos permission yung taong nakapanira ng kanilang gamit. Okay? So yun ang malimit, yung gustong magpabayad para mabayaran lang yung nagawang danyos. So kung magpapile pa tayo ng kaso doon sa korte, kaya nga ang tawag natin dito, kaya tayo ginawa ang katarungang pambarangay para yung mga kunting kaso, sigalot o bangayan na hindi naabot pa sa korte dahil alam natin ang dami ng trabaho ng ating korte. Tapos ito pa yung mga hindi naman masyadong importante na bangayan, dadagdagan pa natin yung kaso nila doon, no? It will becomes what we call this na pandagdag lang sa mga kasong nabinbin, no? So kaya minsan pa nga magrereklamo tayo kasi pag abogado ng gobyerno ang assign sa atin, matagal ang kaso. Siyempre, kasi nga marami silang trabaho, marami silang kaso hinaharap at inaasikaso. Hindi lang ikaw. No? Kaya nga ginawa itong katarungang pambarangay. Para sa mga kunting sigalot o bangayan, ito pa lang matatapos na. Okay? Traditionally, a member of the local group files complaint against the neighbor. The complaint will be to the file to the office of the katarungang pambarangay to the office of the pangkat ng tagapagkasundo. Once the complaint filed, the office of the barangay chairman will issue a notice or summon or subpoena. So paano paraan ito? Pag nag-file ka ngayon ng reklamo, let's say Friday ngayon, so sa Lunes pa, isusumon or ino-notify yung taong pinailan mo ng reklamo sa barangay. Once ma-receive niya yun, may schedule yun. No? Depende sa barangay kung anong araw sila nagdidinig ng mga reklamo. Basta 15-15 yan. 15 days sa barangay captain. Pag hindi na-settle ng barangay captain, another, mag-elevate siya sa pangkat ng salupon, then that is another 15 days. So that is a total of 30 days to settling the dispute within the barangay level. Okay? The respondents in the aggrieved party for the schedule of mediation's hearing voiced if they felt they were somehow wrong by law enforcement officer. Pwede ba kahit nga, di ba, doon sa pag nagreklamo ka, yung hinuli ng pulis, sabi mo, sir, magpapail ako ng kaso. Di ba, yung mga pulis, they are also advised na, iagin na lang sana sa barangay, ma'am, kahit total. Walang man na siya, wala mo guna sa sayang tarong panguna kayo, huwag na. So para magbayad siya, dito na lang na sa filing sa kuan, sa barangay. Saya lang niyo sa barangay para mabayaran niya ang nabuak niya nga baso nga iyang gigamit pag-inom. So no? So even the law enforcer, even the police will also give suggestions, no? No, wag na natin i-file ko, kunting bagay lang yan, no? Kumbaga pa sa salitang kalsada, ano ba naman yung isang maliit na gamay nga bagay, di ba? This frustrating process can result in citizens holding negative perceptions about the law enforcement agency. Yun nga, yung sabi, sa klaseng pulis, pag-file ng kaso, inom-inom nga dito lang sa barangay, kasi hindi nila naintindihan. Sa bagay, the police also understand, no, the behavior or the sentiment of the aggrieved party. Kasi nga, sila yung naagrabyado. Sabi, kaya dili man kamo ang naagrabyado. Something na they are trying to compare the situations. Okay? So, yan. Yun yung mga tao nga, there's a stage of their anger or because of the stage of their emotions. No? Sa pangyayari, medyo wala siya sa yung balancing of his mind. No? Ayaw niyang tumanggap ng anumang rason dahil ang nasa isip niya mag-file ng kaso dahil ang kanyang karapatang pantao ay inaapakan. Okay? So, wala tayong magawa dyan. We need to respect the conditions of the mind of one person who are now on the speed of anger. Okay? So, yan. Thus, causing least cooperation in support of the organization by the citizens and the department serves. What is lupong tagapamiyapa? The lupong tagapamiyapa is the body that comprises the barangay justice system and its seat as the barangay captain up to 10 to 20 members. Ganito yan. Pag maliit na barangay, so the minimum is 10. Na 10 lupon yan. And then pag malaki ang barangay, so they are serving volume of constituents. So, the maximum is 20. Pwede yung 20. No? Pwede yung 20 kasi yun ang sinasaad ng batas. 10, 20, or yan, no? Kasi alternate kasi yan. Kasi minsan, magkaroon ng sabayang schedule, eh. So, kaya, tatlo kasi yan. Tatlo. Kung may 4, kukulangin yung lupon, no? Kaya 20. No? So, pero nga malilit na barangay, malimit niya 10 or 15 lang. No? Basta wag lang lumampas ng 20. The body is normally constituted every 3 years in all office until a new body is constituted in the 3rd year. So ano ito siya yun? Kasi the appointment of the lupon is always a coterminus of the barangay chairman. Pag matapos na yung
termino ng barangay chairman, tapos na rin ang lupon. Depende yan sa bagong barangay chairman na i-reinstate niya yung ibang membro ng lupon. No, that is under the trust and confidence of the barangay chairman. Yung pagpili ng lupon. Take note, pagpili ng lupon. Sabi ng batas, ang barangay chairman ay may karapatang pumili ng isang tao na responsable at may magandang reputasyon sa barangay na magiging membro ng lupon. Subalit datapwat, once na-appoint na ang isang lupon, hanggang doon lang ang kapangyarihan ng barangay chairman. Ang kapangyarihan niya ay pumili at mag-appoint, pero wala siyang kapangyarihang magtanggal o tanggalin ang isang membro ng lupon. Okay? So baka magtaka kayo, bakit? Kasi sabi ng batas, the barangay chairman have an authority to appoint, no, a person who having good standing in the community, but no power or authority to remove the member of the lupon. Who can remove the member of the lupon? Only the lupon itself, through their caucus, yung kanilang pagmi-meeting. No, base sa resulta ng kanilang pagmi-meeting. And then, if the decision of the lupon members to remove one of their co-members shall be subject for the attestations of the barangay chairman. So, pipirma pa rin yung barangay chairman. Kaya lang, ang trabaho niya sa pagtanggal ng, lupon members is siya yung pipirma for finality of the removing of or the dismissal of the service or ending of the service of the member of the lupon because of some issues that may affect the image of the barangay level or the barangay justice system. No? So yan, okay? So, naintindihan natin. Now, they receive no compensation. So, wala pong sweldo ang lupon. Magdidepende po yan sa income ng ating barangay. Kung may honoraria, salamat. Kung wala, salamat pa rin. No? So, wala hong allowance, wala hong, kung may sobra pong pera ang barangay, so pwede naman silang bigyan din ng budget ng ating barangay captain na kahit kung sa kunting pamamaraan o kunting bagay, mabigyan sila ng parang incentive. No? Incentive na lang. No? So, sabihin natin, bigyan sila ng 500 kada buwan. No? Parang allowance lang. Okay na. No? Siguro wala na 500 kayo. No? Kasi it will be based on the era, no? Yung internal, anong tawag nito, revenue allotment ng isang barangay. Kasi magbabase yan sa income, no? So kung kaya rin naman na 1,000 kahit kada buwan, okay na yan, di ba? Okay? So, yan. And their commission is authorized by the law or barangay or municipal city ordinance. Jurisdictional authority of the barangay to hear complaint. The barangay justice system provides an alternative mode for dispute resolution to the costly and lengthy process of settling dispute in regular court. Kasi nga, 15-15 yan. Instead of going through the very technical procedures of filing formal pleadings and representing evidence in court, the parties of a dispute are given the opportunity to try to talk to each other and resolve the disputes amicably. So yun ang ng ating barangay, no? Pailagan ng complaint, no? Para doon na pag-usapan. So yan. The Supreme Court issued Administrative Circular number 1493 on July 15, 1993, directing the court to ensure compliance with the requirement of prior recourse to the barangay justice as conditions for filing complaint in court for cases that are covered by the system. So lahat ng mga kaso na pwede pang masita sa barangay, ibalik doon. No? All disputes, civil and criminal in nature, where parties actually reside in the same city or municipality are subjected to proceeding of amicable settlement. So lahat ng uri ng kaso, dadaan muna sa barangay para baka mabigyan pa ng daan na maghilom sa isang mabuting pakiusapan, no? Parang yung tinatawag natin na restorative justice program, no? Pag-usapan ang mga bagay-bagay. Almost all civil disputes and many crimes with potential prison sentences of 1 year or less of 5,000 pesos are subjected to the system. So ito yun, no? Under the 59, lahat ng mga kaso na posibleng magiging parusa ng pagkakulong ay hindi susubra sa 1 taon at ang multa hindi lalagpas sa 5,000, yan ay sakop ng ating barangay justice system. Pero may mga bagay-bagay din na sobra naman, kaya lang, binibigyan din ng pagkakataon na masitil sa barangay. No? So, baka lang kasi may nagsulsol or yung pamilya naman wala talagang magpangkas, kundi sa kanila is mabayaran ng yung mga nagastos nila sa hospital or whatever. Pero dahil sa mga may nagsulsul, kaya lumaki yung issues. No? So, yan. In barangays where a majority of members belong to an indigenous people, so ito na yung mga kapatid natin na nasa tribo, they have their own customary law, yung sarili nilang pamamaraan kung paano isikil yung kanilang alitan ng bawat membro ng kanilang tribo or sa kabilang tribo. They have the so-called as the Council of Elders. Okay? That is where dispute as Council of Elders may replace the barangay justice system. So, kung may sariling pamamaraan kung paano isitel o ayusin yung alitan ng membro ng tribo o ng kabilang tribo, ay meron din silang sarili nilang way of settling dispute between the two members of the tribes, and they call us the Council of Elders. So yan. Upon receipt of the complaint, ito na yung procedure, no? Yung pagpapaila ng reklamo. Again, reklamo, hindi kaso, kasi barangay level na ito. Okay? So, klaruhin lang natin ang dapat na salitang ginagamit natin. Hindi kaso ang ating inakyat o isinampa sa ating katarungang pambarangay, kung hindi ay isa itong reklamo, no? Complaint nila. The chairman to the committee, most often the barangay captain, shall next working day inform the parties of meeting for mediations. Ito na siya, no? If after 15 days for the first meeting, the mediation is not successful, then a more formal process involving the pangkat or the body must be followed. So ito na siya. So paano yan siya? The procedure of settling dispute. Una, kailangan may formal complaint. Magreklamo sa office of the barangay captain through the katarungang pambarangay. Then after that, magpapadala ngayon ng summon or subpoena or notice of hearing, schedule of hearing doon sa pinailan ng reklamo at sa doon sa nagreklamo. And then may nakalagay na araw doon kung kailan sila harap o magkita-kita sa opisina ng barangay captain. So anong gagawin ngayon ng barangay captain sa araw ng kanilang pagdinig ng kanilang reklamo or hinaing? Pag-uusapan yan, no? On the first day of hearing. Ito bang? Siyempre, mainit pa. So, unang araw, unang harapan yan, hindi yan magkakasundo sa totoo lang, no? So, ngayon, ang gagawin ng barangay kasi nakikita na wala talagang pag-asa na masitil ito. So, magkakaroon na naman uli ng panibagong hearing, pangalawang hearing. So, next week na naman yan, other week. Kasi 15 days kasi, 15 days sa barangay captain, 15 days sa lupon. Sa pangalawang pagkakataon ng pagdinig ng reklamo, talagang wala talaga sa kondisyon yung nagreklamo na masitil yung sigalot or alitan niya. Talagang gusto niyang mag-file ng kaso. So, sa dalawang araw, ganun pa rin. So, magsasalita na ngayon ang kapitan. Magdidesisyon na yan. Okay. So, kung ayaw nyo talaga, ikaw, ayaw mo talagang masitil yung reklamo, yung sigalot ninyo or alitan ninyong dalawa, at ikaw din ayaw mo rin, no? Dahil nagmamatigasan kayo.
So sana bago matapos itong pagdinig natin, no, na sana mapag-isip-isipin nyo pag-uwi nyo sa bahay na lahat tayo nagkakamali. Walang perpekto sa mundong ito. Kung ano man ang naging dahilan, sana maisip natin na pag-usapan na lang at huwag na tayong dumating pa sa pag-akyat ng asunto o kaso sa korte. Pero dahil sa hindi ko kayo pwedeng pilitin, so ang reklamo ninyo or ang issue ninyo ay iakyat natin sa lupon. So doon na kayo sa lupon. So hindi na kayo pupunta dito sa susunod na linggo. So ibig sabihin wala nang mangyaring third hearing doon sa Office of the Barangay Captain. Kasi nga, primero, ikalawis, ganun pa rin. So ganun pa rin yung magiging decision sa pangatlong pagkakataon. So tatapusin mo na yung 15 days. So, the barangay chairman may now inform the lupon through the secretary of the barangay. So sabihin niya ngayon, secretary, punta ka doon sa KP o sa Katarungan Pambarangay, sabihin mo doon na meron akong na-repair na reklamo na sila na ang magdinig kasi wala talaga pag-asa dito. Baka sa kanila pwede yan. Baka sa kanila magbago na yung dalawa. No? Makapag-isip-isip na. So ngayon, i-record yun. Pag na-receive yun ng parang secretary rin ng KP, i-record niya, pagtanggap niya ng referral of seeking dispute, patadala niya ngayon ang notice of hearing yung dalawang parties, the two disputants. So, ngayon, doon na naman sa lupon. Pag during the hearing, doon pa lang bubuo ng pangkat yung lupon. Okay? So, tatlo yan sila, no? Mag-usap-usap yan sila, tatlo. Okay, upo. Bago papasukin yung disputant, ang gagawin dyan is, ang mangyari is, mag-usap yung tatlo. Sino ang magiging secretary? Kasi, bawat na pag-usapan ay kailangan nakarecord. May minutes yan, kumbaga may minutes, no? So, yan. So, yun ang mangyayari. Kaya, tinatawag sila ng pangkat ng tagapagkasundo. So, there will be 3 members of the lupon will act as a pangkat ng tagapagkasundo and 1 will act as a secretary, no? That will be the one to record all the issues, no? Through minutes, no? Kasi idudukit kasi yung kaso, yung reklamo, magkakaroon kasi ng docketing of filing of complaint, no? Okay. So there is another 15-day period to resolve the dispute through this more formal process, extendable by the pangkat for yet another 15-day period. If not settlement has been reached, then the case can be filed in the regular judicial system of the Philippines. So ano naman ito, sir? Let you say, ganun pa rin ang nangyari, talagang ayaw nung at ayaw din naman makipag-settle nung kalaban. No? So kaya yun ang nangyayari. So unang business pa, ganun pa rin, no? Pangalawang business ulit, another 5 days o 10 days na. Ngayon, pag hindi pa rin nagkasundo yan, the pangkat may now finally decide, okay, kung ayaw nyo talaga, ayaw talagang masitil ito, so wala na tayong gagawin pa sa sunod, wala ang hearing na sa susunod na pangatlong pagkakataon. Ay, katlong pagkakataon, rather, no? So, ikaw, ayaw mo man talagang makipagsundo, ikaw din ayaw mo rin makipagsundo. So sana mapag-isip-isip nyo na magkapit-bahay tayo, ibalik natin yung magandang relasyon. Kung hindi man buo, at least nagkakaunawaan tayo. Sino ba naman ang magtitinginan, magtutulungan kung hindi tayo magkakapit-bahay lang. So dahil sa ngayon, ayaw nyo talaga. So sa susunod na linggo, ikaw, madam complainant, ikaw na lang yung magpunta dito kasi mag-i-issue na kami ng certificate to file action. Ayan, CTFA na. Remember, be authorized to issue the certificate to file action if there is no settlement of the issues or complaint filed in the Katarungan Pambarangay. The pangkat or the lupon will be the one to issue the CTFA. But who will sign the CTFA? The one will sign the CTFA
is no other than the barangay chairman. So, ibig sabihin, ang mag-issue na si TP, yung pangkat o lupon. No, pipirma yung tatlong pangkat na na-assign doon. No, ilalagay doon, may minutes yan, no? Remarks. Since the barangay or the Kataropang barangay was exerting an effort to possibly settle the dispute between the two parties, but the two parties are blah, 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 blah. So, in this connection, the Lupon, together with the parties, decided to issue a certificate to file actions and to proper venue. So, yan. So, peperma yan, no? So, ibabalik yan sa barangay captain. Meron namang isang bagay, yung through the initiative of the barangay captain, pa nakita niya, baka pwede ba itong pakiusapan? Ang gagawin ng barangay captain, tatawagin yung ipapatawag yung complainant, kakusapin, no? Fatherly advice, suggestion, ganito. Ngayon, pag medyo gumaan yung loob, medyo lumambot, sabihin, sige ka. Or giving respect to you. Sa akin, basta magbayad lang siya. No? Ito yung gusto kong bayaran niya. So, ngayon mayroong kunting kaliwanagan na nakikita. Ang gagawin ngayon ng barangay, yun naman yung nireklamo kanyang papatawag. Kausapin niya ganito, ganito, ganito. Kung handa namang magbayad yung kung handa namang magbayad yung ang tawag nito, yung nireklamo, sige, ibabalik kayo ng barangay sa lupon. Sige, hindi ko pipirma ng CTP, ibabalik ko kayo sa lupon. Doon you need to see to this. So yun, pwede yun. May mga ganong sitwasyon na nangyari. Depende yan sa inisyatibo ng inyong mga kapitan. Depende yan kung anong initiative. Basta, makomply lang yung 15-15. Okay? So, yan basta makomply lang yung 15-15. So, yan siya. Okay? Now, barangay mediation system. A complaint is filed in the lupon at a minimal filing fee. Yes. May mga barangay na like this, yung malaki, na yung filing of complaint is bayad talaga yan. Pero 20, minsan 50 sa iba, depende yan, no? Kung magkano ang filing fee. Kasi bakit may filing fee? Kasi yun ang gagamitin yung itatawag natin ng mga miscellaneous expenses. Bullpen, siyempre wala naman, hindi man libre ang bullpen. Yung printing na pagbili ng mga office materials, so doon kinukuha yan, no? Okay. The punong barangay facility, the mediation procedures. On the first stage, no, sa barangay chairman muna, take note the first 15 days of settling dispute is under the barangay chairman. No? Doon muna yan, okay? Explain the process, objective rules, and the mediations. So, explain niya bakit sila nito, ano yung trabaho talaga ng barangay. So, yan, no? Each party is given time to explain. Yung sabi ko kanina, no? Bawat partido, bibigyan pagkakataon magsalita. If no settlement is reached following the mediation, the parties can try to resolve the dispute through conciliation. So, yun na, doon yan sa lupon, yung conciliation. So, what are the goal of the mediation? So, ano ba ang punto, no? O yung tinatawag natin na yung gustong mangyari, no? The goal of mediation is for a neutral third party, yes, no? To help disputants come to a consensus on their own. Yung pag-usapan, may konting advice, no? Yung mga brotherly or fatherly advice, no? Rather than imposing a solutions. A professional mediator works with the conflicting sides to explore the benefit underlying their positions. Mediations can be effective at allowing parties to vent their feelings and fully explore their grievance. Working with parties together and sometimes separately, mediators can try to help them hammer out a solution which is sustainable, voluntary, and non-binding. Victim-offender mediation, also known as a victim-offender dialogue. So paano ito nangyari? So nangyari pa rin ba ito? Yes.
Yung tinatawag na informal settlement. Like for instance, away mag-asawa, away magpamilya. Kasi domestic yan, especially in violation of 92 o 7610. Ang unang tatawagin dyan, ang kakausapin yan ng kapitan is yung asawa na nagreklamo or whatever. No, informal ang tawag natin yan. Informal settling of disputes. So hindi pwedeng magharap ng mag-asawa kaya nga nag-away yan eh. Di ba? Baka pag magkita na doon, mas lalo pa mag-away. No? So yan. Ipapatawag isa-isa. Pero hindi sila magkikita. Saka na lang sila haharap pag medyo okay na yan ang bawat partido. So yun ang ginagawa ng kapitan eh. No? Pag magaling yung kapitan niyo na humawak ng mga ganong problema no, sa barangay. The Victim Open Air Conferencing or Victim Reconciliation Program emerged in the 1970s. It was the most widely used restorative justice models in the criminal justice. Yung pag-usapan, no, yung involve yung bawat partido na ganito-ganito, sabi natin kanina, restorative justice, to bring back the relationship that we have before. Although it cannot be fully done, but the very important, they are now going back with the so-called relationship, which was broken because of some conflict of issues. Yan, no? Victim offender mediation is a meeting between victim and offender facilitated by a trained third party to discuss the impact of the offense and to seek a way to resolve the issues. A victim offender mediation is a process that starts with separate meeting of facility. Yun sabi ko kanina, no? Merong separate meeting. Kakusapin muna yung nagreklamo, yung biktima. Katapos niyan, kakusapin yung naging dahilan ng alitan. Yan. Pag magkasundo, okay sa kanya, okay sa kabila, na magkarap sila, doon pala mangyayari ang formal settling of dispute between the two parties. Okay? Kasi may mga limitation na tayo, no? Hindi lahat ng reklamo kailangan daraan sa barangay. Okay? So kung maaari idaan sa barangay para huwag na humantong pa sa malaking asuntuhan. Okay? A victim offender mediation process start with separate meeting of facilitators with victim and offender to assist case suitability and to ensure that the offender is willing to take responsibility for that. Like for instance, kung violation ng special laws. So pag nagkasundo yung dalawa, the barangay chairman may now call the attention of the social worker assigned to their barangay to be part of the mediations. Okay? So kasi trabaho yun ng ano. Kaya nga under the law na every barangay must have an assigned social worker. In a case of violations of the rights of a woman, the rights of the children, hindi itong natin na domestic quarrel or domestic cases. So yan. Okay? These preliminary meetings are followed by a joint conversation in which the parties can express their feelings, tell their stories, and talk about how to address the harm. Both parties may bring supporters into a dialogue. Actually, in the legal, in the real issues, in my experience, we will not allow other parties to be part of the negotiation process. Not unless na kailangan nila talaga ang witness. So doon pa lang. Doon pa lang. Kaya may witness ako. Alam naman natin kung pwede tayong kumuha ng thousands of witnesses. Diba? Yung kaibigan natin o yung kainuman natin, pwede yun. Pero ang istorya dito is paano natin malalaman ang katotohanan kung pawang by means of narinig lang na ganito, narinig na kailangan malaman natin who is the source of the issue. Okay? So yan. So agreements often include apologies. Yan, no? Remember, there is no something wrong even you are not the one you are not giving that kind of issues. Then as a professional, as a good person, no, in order to stop this issue, a nonsense issues, no, if you believe that a nonsense issues, so there is no wrong to ask for an apology. Hindi mawawala ang pagiging gwapo mo. Hindi kawalan sa iyo ang paghingi ng pasensya or paghingi ng patawad. Kahit alam mo wala kang nagawang kasalanan, para lang matapos ang lahat. Kung yun lang ang gusto ng taong nagreklamo, humingi ng kapatawaran, then hindi mawawala ang pagiging gwapo mo, ang pagiging professional mo. So, ang paghingi ng patawad, lalo na pag nasa puso, ng utos ng ating puso at isipan, taos puso tayong humingi ng kapatawaran, then nobody will lose. Okay, nobody will lose. So yan ang ilagay nyo sa isipan ninyo. For the material harm done, restitution and services to the victim. Okay, now let's go to the barangay conciliation system. So remember, barangay conciliation system, it is the same way that we have been discussed for the past couple of weeks, that this is referring to certain third party will be the one to mediate, no, the disputes of the two parties in order to listen, no, to listen their own sides, their explanations, no, the reasons of both parties. Then every party shall be given a chance to speak out. So ibig sabihin, ang conciliation ay isa itong sa pamamaraan na merong isang tao o representante ng ating barangay. Walang iba tayong tinutukoy kung hindi ang ating membro ng ating lupong tagapamayapa or naging pangkat ng tagapagkasundo. So, ang dalawang partido na merong alitan ay pagbibigyang pagkakataon na pakinggan ang bawat rason o mga kadahilanan naging sanhi o dulot ng hindi nila pagkakaunawaan. The conciliators are known and respected by both parties in the dispute are constituted by the punong barangay from the lupon. The three members of the pangkat are chosen by the parties. Now, in reality, sa katotohanan, pag yung reklamo ay hindi naayos ng ating barangay kapitan o ng ating barangay executive, ay kanya itong ipapaabot doon sa lupong tagapamayapa. Pag ito ay naidakip na or na-record na yung reklamo, and then ang bawat partido ay binigyan na ng kaalaman kung kailan sila pupunta para dinggin ang kanilang hinaing o reklamo, doon pa lang mabubuo yung pangkat. No? Doon pa lang mabubuo yung pangkat. The pangkat shall hear both parties and explore the possibility for amicable settlement. Remember, dapat nating tandaan ang punto o sadya ng ating kapunungan ng ating barangay ay ayusin ang bawat hinaing, alitan ng bawat membro ng barangay sa isang maayos at sa isang madiplomasyang pamamaraan. Okay? Kumbaga ba, a friendly manner of resolving the issues between the members of the community. Conciliation panels, there shall be constituted for its dispute brought before the lupon. A conciliation panel to be known as a pangkat ng tagapagkasundo, herein after referred to as pangkat. Yung sinabi natin kanina, mabubuo lamang ang pangkat ng tagapagkasundo kung ang isang hinaing ay naipaabot na, no, sa mesa o sa opisina ng ating lupong tagapamayapa. Doon pa lang mabubuo yung tinatawag natin na pangkat. Okay? Consisting of 3 members who shall be chosen by agreements of the parties to the dispute from the list of membership of the lupon. Actually, in legality, in the legal issues, dapat sana bago mabuo yung pangkat ay may karapatang pumili at mamili yung partidos. Kaya lang, ang nangyari is, pag dumating na yung reklamo at pagdinig ng reklamo, doon pa lang mabubuo yung pangkat. Yung membro mismo ng mga lupon ang mag-usap-usap kung sino ang hawak sa kaso. Kasi meron tinatawag natin na KP secretary. Iba din yung barangay secretary, no? Depende yan kung malaki ang barangay, no? So pag maliit, yung mismong barangay secretary mismo. So siya yung sir, meron po tayong didinggin na reklamo na iakyat dito sa ating opisina. Pwede po ba na kayo ni ganito-ganito ang hawak ng pagdinig sa reklamo? So yun doon pala yung mabubuo. Kaya lang, hindi kasi ito alam ng ng membro ng ating komunidad na nag-akyat ng reklamo. Kasi akala nila, ang barangay ang mamili. Sa katotohanan, sila talaga ang may karapatang mamili kung sino ang upo bilang pangkat ng tagapagkasundo. Okay? Should the parties fail to agree, they shall in the presence of the barangay captain or secretary make the selection in the following manner. Kunyari, meron nang nabuong pangkat, no? Pero yung isang partido, ayaw nila doon sa isang partido. Pwede silang mamili, sir, kap-kap, ayaw namin kay lupon member B kasi ganito. So, ang gagawin ng kapitan, o sige, pumili ka kung sinong gusto mo. Nandyan yung mga available natin ng mga lupon. Ngayon, nagustuhan ng isa, yung isa naman hindi. So, nagkakaroon ulit ng dispute of choosing. No? Nagkakaroon ulit ng conflict of appointing or choosing to become a member of the pangkat. So, pag ganun ang mangyayari niyan, ang gagawin ng kapitan, they will put into agreement between the parties or the disputants. Dahil bawat sa inyo, ayaw nyo kayo kung sino pili, ganito ang gagawin natin. Magkakaroon tayo ng striking out process. Ang tawag doon is striking out process or drew lots to become a member of the pangkat. Okay? So striking out process ang tawag doon. So paano mangyayari yon? Lahat ng membro ng lupon, lahat ng kanilang pangalan ay sisulat sa maliit na papel. And then ilalagay sa isang box or baso. And then alug-alugin, so bubunot. Bubunot yung partido. Kunyari, 10. Sige, ikaw ma'am, bunot ka ng 3. Ikaw ma'am, bunot ka ng 3 or sir. So yung 6 na nabunot, yun ang hindi makasali sa pangkat. So 4 na lang. Yung 4 na yun, yun ang magiging membro ng pangkat para duminig doon sa reklamo. So, sa ayaw nila sa gusto, wala na silang magawa kasi yun ang kanilang napili. So, that is known as striking out process or drew lot system to become a member of the pangkat ng tapagkasundo. Patas ba yun? Patas. So, walang nakakalam, walang pumili kung hindi sila mismo. So, yun ang magiging last recourse, no? Ang tawag doon is striking out process. Okay. One party determined by lot shall strike out from the list one name. Ito ang kanina, the striking out process or draw lot system. Okay. The other party shall in turn strike out another The parties shall thereafter continue alternately to strike out the list until there shall remain on the list only by 4. So bakit apat sa, di ba sa tatlo lang? Ang mangyayari kasi sa magiging alternate yun, kunyari, absent siya during the time of hearing of the complaint. So, yung natitirang isa, yun ang magiging alternate. So, parang alternator siya. Okay? The three of whom shall be the members of the pangkat. And the fourth to be determined by lot shall be the alternate. Okay? So, naintindihan? So, yan, ha? Under the revised katarungang pambarangay, that prior recourse thereto is a precondition before filing the complaint in court or any government offices except in the following dispute. So anong ibig sabihin dito? Sinabi nung binagong katarungang pambarangay, bago dinggin ang isang pagdinig sa reklamo, mayroong mga bagay-bagay na hindi saklaw ng ating barangay na dinggin ang isang alitan, tulad ng where one party is the government or any subdivision or instrumentality thereof. Kung ang kalaban mo ay empleyado ng gobyerno, hindi na siya saklaw ng ating barangay. Doon mo yan sa ireklamo sa citizen, sa city hall, doon mo sa administrator. Kung ang membro naman ng nireklamo, kung ang taong nireklamo mo naman ay empleyado ng barangay or membro mismo ng lupon, no? Pailan mo siya ng kaso sa ombudsman. Ganun yan siya, ha? Okay. Where one party is a public officer, sabi natin kanina, no? Barangay staff or membro mismo ng lupon. Okay? And dispute is the performance of his official function. So yun sabi ko kanina, no? Where the dispute involves real properties located in different cities. Kung ang pinag-uusapan o naging sanhi ng bangayan ay isang pag-aari o ari-arian na nakatalaga sa iba't ibang syudad o munisipyo. So, hindi na pwede yan kasi sa ibang syudad man yan, ibang munisipyo. Unless the parties there to agree to submit their difference to amicable settlement by an appropriate lupon. Pero lang kung magkasundo sila, no? Any complaint by or against corporations, partnership, or judicial entities. Once only individuals shall be parties to barangay conciliation proceedings, either as complainant or respondents. Disputes involving parties or actually reside in barangays of different cities of municipalities. Kunyari, yung naging kaaway mo ay taga Santa Cruz. Pero dito siya nagtatrabaho sa Davao, isa kayo ng pinagtatrabahuan. Dalawang bagay lang yan. Either doon mismo sa barangay kung saan ang inyong pinagtatrabahuan ay under ng barangay. Pwede rin, sa korte mo na i-file kasi magkaiba mo kayo ng munisipyo o municipalities. Except where such barangay units adjoin each other in the parties thereto to agree to submit their defense to amicable settlement by an appropriate lupon. Ano ito? Kunwari, yung barangay mo at ang barangay niya ay magkalapit lamang. Itawag natin na adjacent. Oh? So, nyari, magkatabi lang sila. Ang pagitan nyo lang ay kalsada. So, kung ikaw yung nagreklamo, so doon mo siya ireklamo sa barangay nila. Pero kung ikaw naman yung nireklamo niya, doon kanya ireklamo doon sa barangay mo. Kasi doon ka man nabilong. Okay? So, pwede yung ganon. No? Pwede yung ganon. Okay. So, balikan natin niya.
Kung yung barangay mo at yung barangay ng inireklamo mo ay magkatabi lang, magkalapit, so walang problema yon. Okay? Kahit pa nga sa Buhangin siya, ikaw dito sa pwede naman na doon mo sa Buhangin pailan ng reklamo o mag-apply ka reklamo dun sa kanyang barangay. So, nasa sa iyo yan, no? Pwede din, meron ding last recourse, kung ayaw mo talaga sa barangay, kasi magkaiba naman kayo ng lugar, malayo naman, pwede din diretso sa korte. Kaya lang, pag medyo hindi naman masyadong mabigat ang reklamo, baka ibalik din sa barangay. No? So, yun ang dapat doon. Then, next is offenses for which the law prescribes a maximum penalty of imprisonment exceeding 1 year or a fine 5,000 pesos. Kung ang posibleng reklamo ay hindi susubra ng 1 taon at ang penalty or multa ay hindi lalagpas sa 50,000, sa barangay pa rin yan. Pwede pa rin yan sa barangay, no? O kung yung offenses where there is no private offended party, so kung wala namang private individual na kasali, di ba? Disputes where urgent legal actions is necessary to prevent injustice from being committed or further continued, specifically the following offenses. A criminal case where accused is under custody of detention. So, bakit mo pa siya papailan ng reklamo sa barangay kung yung tao mismo inireklamo mo ay nakakulong na? Bakit hindi mo na diretso pailan ng kaso? Sabihan mo yung pulis na, sir, magpapaila ko ng reklamo sa korte. Kasi hindi na, nandiyan na sa custody ng hawak na sa ng ating kapulisan, di ba? Petition for habeas corpus by a person illegally deprived of his rightful custody over another or a person's illegally deprived or acting in behalf. Kung yari, hindi mo alam kung anong nangyari doon sa itong tao, pero alam mo siya ay nakapiit. No? Yung nakakulong siya, pero hindi mo alam kung sino kung sa ano na kanyang nangyari. So hindi pwede yun. Sa korte ka mag-file ng habeas corpus. Okay? O yung tatawag natin na meron kasing isa din yung present the body of the innocents, although that is also part of habeas pa rin yun. Okay? Action coupled with provisional remedies such as preliminary injunctions, attachment, delivery of personal property in support during the pendency of the actions. So, yun naman yung mga nagkaroon ng preliminary injunctions, no? Yung ng mga ari-arian. Actions which be barred by the statute of limitations. Okay? Who may issue their certificate to file action? So, dapat nating tandaan na sabi ng ating Barangay Justice System Law or the Presidential Decree 1508 at maging ng ating Local Government Code of 1991, sinasabi doon na ang pwede lang mag-issue o magpalabas ng certificate to file action kung walang nangyaring pag-uusap, no? Ay walang iba kundi ang pangkat mismo o ang lupon na siyang duminig doon sa reklamo. Datapot subalit, sinabi ng batas na ang lupon ang may kakayahan at may otorisadong maglabas ng certificate to file action. Pero, dadaan pa rin yan sa kamay ng ating barangay kapitan kasi siya yung pipirma. Pipirma siya rin kasi nga, sabi nga natin na ang buong ulo o yung anong tawag dito, yung the chairman of the Lupon is no other than the barangay captain. Okay? Under the provisions of Republic Act 7160 on Katarungang Pambarangay Conciliation as implemented by the Katarungang Pambarangay Rules and Regulations as promulgated by the Secretary of Justice, the certifications for filing a complaint in court or any government offices shall be issued by the barangay authorities only upon compliance with the following requirements. So, kailan mag-i-issue ng CTFA? Kung walang magandang nangyari sa pag-uusap tungkol sa isang reklamong inihain sa ating barangay. No, umabot na sila sa reglementary period, yung sinabi natin na 15 days, wala talaga. So ayaw talagang magpasitil nung aggrieved party dahil gusto niya talagang madimanda yung tao na kanyang nireklamo. So doon pa lang lalabas yung CTFA, yung Certificate to File Action, issued by the Lupon Secretary. Diba? Issued by the Lupon Secretary and attested by the Lupon Chairman, in which is the barangay captain, certifying that a confrontations of the parties has taken place and that conciliation settlement has been reached, but the same has been subsequently repudiated. Yung repudiations, pagkatapos sa settlement na ito mangyayari, kunyari nagkasundo na sila, and then napagtanto, napag-isip-isip ng isang partido na parang hindi siya pabor. No? So, kailangan, meron siya yung tinatawag natin na 1 week or up to 10 days na kailangan mag-file ng repudiation doon sa barangay captain. Kunyari, ano ngayon? Merkulis. No, nagkasnasettle kayo ngayong araw na to, Martes. And then, napagtanto-tanto mo, pag-uwi mo sa bahay, hindi ka mapakali, parang may problema, no? Parang may something difference on the settlement. So, kailangan bago mapinal yung kasunduan, no? Meron ka pang 5 o hanggang 10 araw na mag-file ng repudiation sa office of the barangay captain. Okay, so naintindihan, no? Pagkatapos ng kasunduan, hindi na pagtanto mo na medyo may problema doon sa kasunduan, medyo hindi ka pabor, napilitan ka lang. So meron ka pang 5 hanggang 10 araw na mag-file ng repudiation or para nullify, no? To nullify the previous settlement agreed, no? So para ipawalang bisa yung napagkasunduan. Okay, so yan ha. The same has been subsequently repudiated under Section 412 of the revised Katarungang Pambarangay, issued by the Pangkat Secretary and attested by the Barangay Chairman, certifying that under the paragraph A, a confrontation of the parties took place but no conciliation or settlement has been reached, or that no personal confrontation took place before the Pangkat through no fault of the complainants. So yan, no? Issued by the Barangay are requested by the proper party on the ground of failure of settlement where the dispute involves member of the same indigenous cultural community shall be settled with the customs and traditions of that particular cultural community, or when one or more the parties to the aforesaid disputes belong to the minorities and the parties mutually agree to submit the dispute to the indigenous system for amicable settlement. Like for instance, yung isang partido na reklamo ay membro ng isang tribo, no? or indigenous people. So, pwede mo rin doon sa kanila yan, no? Sa kanilang Council of Elders, kasi ang tawag dyan is Council of Elders, no? Kasi because they have their norms and traditions on how to settle the issues, no? So, pwede rin naman, no? Pwede rin din sa kanila. Sa kanila na yun, nasa iyo yun, no? Okay. If the mediation or conciliation efforts before the punong barangay prove unsuccessful, there having been no agreement to arbitrate on where the respondent fails to appear at the mediation proceeding before the punong barangay. Kasi ganito naman yan, no? Kunyari, sinumulan na yung respondents. On the first summon or notice of hearing, he did not appear. No? He disregard the notice of hearing. So, that is pabor na yun sa nag-file ng reklamo. Ngayon, pangalawa, hindi pa rin siya. Ang pangatlo niyan, ang ginagawa ng ibang barangay, pag hindi siya nag-appear, padadalan siya ng notice, no, to justify the reasons why he did not appear or why he disregard the hearing of complaint charge against him to the office of the barangay chairman. Kung dinisregard niya pa rin yun, so although the barangays are making their effort or exceeding their effort to reach out the respondents but no to avail, so wala pa rin. So, badala yan ng notice, second hearing, wala pa rin. Ang gagawin ng kapitan dyan, pwede siyang mag-issue ng CTFA because of disrespectful. Kaya lang, pinipigil mga kapitan na misinterpret nila yung salitang if a parties who are charged in complaint failure to appear, even there is a reasonable effort exerted by the barangay captain to reach out, then the barangay captain have a right to file a contempt in court. Yun ang sinabi, yun ang salita. To file a contempt in court. So, ibig sabihin, pwede siyang mag-file ng reklamo sa korte para i-contempt yung tao na hindi nagbigay respeto sa ating barangay. Yun. Hindi yung mismo kapitan ang mag-contempt, kundi ang korte. No? Klaro yun. Okay. Arbitrations. An arbitrations, a neutral third party serve as a judge, no? Yung natin ba na ginamit judge, no? Kasi kumbaga pa kasi siya yung didinig o hawak sa reklamo. But remember, the barangay is not a trial court. It is only a mediation venue for the parties who are in the phase of dispute. Okay? Who is responsible for resolving the dispute? The arbitrator listens as each side argues. So, na-explain naman natin ito na siya yung didinggin niya ang bawat rason or eksplanasyon ng bawat partido para malaman ang punot dulo ng kanilang hindi pagkakasundo. Okay? In case and presence relevant evidence, then renders a binding decision. The disputants, yung dalawang taong hindi nagkaintindihan, no? Yun ang ibig sabihin ng disputants, can negotiate virtually any aspect of the arbitration process, including whether lawyers will be present at the time in which standards of evidence will be used. So actually sa barangay, walang abogado. No? Hindi pwedeng abogado dito. Okay? So, yan. So, witness, optional lang ang witness kung
hindi magkasundo yung dalawang partido, tapos sabi na may witness sila, so ipapatawag yun ng lupon, no? So, pero abogado hindi pwede, okay? So, kasi itong arbitration na ito, ito na yung ano doon sa korte mismo sa arbitrarial system, no? Arbitrators hand down decisions that are usually confidential and that cannot be appealed. Okay? Like mediations, arbitration tends to be much less expensive than litigation. Yes, kasi pag nagkasundo kayo, dumating ka sa punto na magkasundo kayo, so para hindi na lang ituloy yung reklamong inakyat sa korte, so iwas gasto na rin yun, no? Di ba? Arbitration can take place at any stage of the proceeding as long as both parties agrees in writing to abide by the arbitration's award of the lupon or pangkat. Kunyari, nagkasundo kayo, sige, dito ta sa barangay magsinabot. O dito, punta sila ng barangay. Mag-issue sila. No? Magpahal sila na ano na they entered into agreement that they will now settle or amicably settle the issues. But the issue must be settled in the presence of the barangay representatives. So yun, no? May kasulatan talaga. Lalong-lalo na yung resulta ng away is marites, no? Sa mga marites, yan. Arbitrations can take place at any proceeding as long as both parties agree in writing to abide by the arbitration award or the pangkat. The parties may, at any stage of the proceedings agreed in writing, we shall abide by the arbitration award of the barangay captain or the pangkat. Such agreement to arbitrate may within 5 days from the date thereof. Parties may repudiate for the same ground in accordance with the procedure as prescribed in the section 13 of the PB 1508. Yung sinabi natin kanina, kung hindi niya nagustuhan yung kanilang kasunduan, parang nag-aalanganin siya yung sa kasunduan, meron siyang 10 araw na pwede niyang ipawalang visa or ipanullify the previous settlement agreed to the office of the barangay council. So yun pwede yun, no? The arbitration award shall be made after the lapse of the period for repartitions and within 10 days thereafter. So ibig sabihin, magiging pinal lang yung kasunduan pag lumagpas na yung 10 araw. No, pag lumagpas na yung 10 araw, hindi nag-file ng repatriation yung partidos or bawat partido, so magiging final na yun, no? Magiging final na yung kasunduan. Okay? The arbitration award shall be in writing, yes, or a dialect name to the parties. Matik yan, no? Matik yan. Kung Bisaya, Bisaya po, no? Sana ang duha ka partido na mianmi bisa halangdong barangay nga nagatubang o pagtubag sa mga mulo nga ilang gipasaka o reklamo o ilang nakasabutan nga ilan na lang kining pag-usayon sa usaka inamigo og diplomasya nga pamaagi ug tungod nga ni ang duha ka partido nagkaayon nga sila magbalik na sa ilahang mayong pagtinagdanay o ang partido nga gireklamo misaad nga bla 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 nga na siya no na siya ang buo mo na yung ibayan yung laman ng content yun ang trabaho ng secretary siya ang taga dokumento kung ano yung napagkasunduan kasi pipirmahan niya ng bawat partido maging yung pangkat na duminig doon sa reklamo. Okay? The punong barangay execute the settlement by taking possession of sufficient personal property of the party obliged. If you say, hindi nakabayad ng utang, pero mayroon siyang ari-arian na pwede namang pambayad. So, ang gagawin doon is, kasi meron din doon nakasaad sa batas na pwedeng i-custody ng barangay yung arian, sila mismo ang magsubasta. ang barangay mismo magbinta kung ano yung resulta. So, ibabayad doon, yung suba, ibabalik sa may-ari. So, yun yung ano, no? Yung tatawag na sheriff, no? Parang ganun. The amicable settlement or arbitration award may be enforced by executions within 1 year from the date of settlement. So, ibig sabihin, 1 year. Pwede pa rin ma-enforce yun after 1 year, no? Pag hindi siya kabayad, no? So, ano yung napag-usapan? After the loss of such time, the settlement may be enforced by actions in the appropriate city or municipal court. So, kung hindi tinupad, dalawang magiging kaso mo dyan. Breach of contract and failure to pay your obligations as agreed by the parties during the hearing at the office of the barangay. So, yan. Repagiation. So, ito na siya. Balikan na natin ang repagiation. Mangyayari lang yan sa loob ng 10 araw. No? So, bibigyan ka ng 5 hanggang 10 araw na mag-file ng repagiation kung hindi mo nagustuhan yung naging kasunduan na nagawa o nangyari nung kayo ay dininig or humarap sa pagdinig sa lupon or sa ating kapitan. Yan. Any party to the dispute within 10 days from the date of settlement repudiate the same by filing with the barangay captain a settlement to that effect sworn to before him. Where the consent is vitiated by fraud, violence, or intimidation. So, kailangan i-ano mo, bakit nagbagong isip mo? Sabihin mo na lang na napilitan ka, gano'n. So, bakit ka napilitan? Hindi ka man kaya pinilit. Yung mga ano, kasi yun mga posibleng itatanong ng kapitan. Kasi itatanong din yan sa lupon na humawak. Uy, nag-file ng repatriation si Tarpulano, si Tarpulana. Bakit? Ano pala ginawa ninyo? Bakit doon sa kasunduan nangyari? Bakit nagbago yung isip ng tao? So, kailangan i-justify din ng lupon bakit nangyari. Okay? Such repatriation shall be sufficient basis for the issuance of the certifications for filing a complaint. Transmittal of settlement and arbitration award to court. So, pag meron ng CTFA, so meron kang 5 days, no? So, 5 days after the issuance of the CTFA, pwede mo nang iakyat yan doon sa korte. Mag-file ka na ng legal, no? Cases or legal complaint doon sa korte. The Secretary of the Lupon shall transmit the settlement of arbitration award to the local or city or municipal court within 5 days. So ano naman ito? Kung mayroon ng kasunduan, so yun. Kasi all barangays are required to submit their performance of their mediation board. No? Kung ano lang ka ng mga performance. Kasi meron din kasi yung tinatawag natin na annual best barangay. No? Because all complaints are settled. So yan, no? Mayroon din kasi yung parang best barangay, model barangay, okay? From the laws of the 10 days period for repatriating the settlement and shall furnish copies thereof to each of the parties to the settlements in the barangay captain. Status of the decisions of the arbitration. The decision of the arbitrations made in the barangay to the pangkat shall not take effect immediately. Sabi nga natin, kung ano yung napagkasunduan, ano yung napag-usapan, hindi pa yun siya epektibo kasi meron pa tayong tinatawag na 10 days thereafter. Kasi baka magbago yung isip ng partido, kung bigla magbago, magpalang repatriation. O, di ba? So, yun, no? Our law says that parties are given 10 days to nullify the decisions. Kung walang nag-file ng repatriation, to nullify the previous decisions, then the decision shall be final. Okay? Appeal. Actually, wala namang tinatawag na appeal. Merong repatriations, no? Appeal. An amicable settlement has force and effect of a final judgment of a court after 10 days from the date of the settlement, unless a protest of or repudiation of the settlement is made. Only when the barangay justice system has failed to resolve the dispute can the parties bring their case to court. So, klaruhin lang natin, pag hindi nagkaroon ng kasunduan yung reklamo or bangayan na inakyat sa ating barangay, doon pa lang magkakaroon ng or makakarating sa korte yung kanilang reklamo. Kaya lang, yung the very important requirements before the filing of complaint to the court, the parties should secure a certificate to file an actions through the office of the barangay captain. Okay? Now, who can file complaint? Individual residents of the barangay can file a complaint to their punong barangay. If the parties are from different barangays, the dispute will be settled in the barangay of the choice of the complainant. Yung sabi ko kanina, buhangin, tapos taga-Bukana ka. Ang imong nakaaway kay taga-barangay buhangin, so pwede dito na mo sa reklamo. Pero kung nara mo nagtrabaho sa isang lugar, kung asang hindi, ang inyong gitrabaho hindi sa may Bukana, dahil mo nag-away, pwede na po diyan sa barangay, kay yaman mo nagtrabaho, pwede na po mo ipatawag nga dito. Okay, pwede na po na siya, no? May mga ganong case-to-case, no, basis. Cooperatives or people's organization can go directly to court. So, klaro, no? Cooperatives or people's organization can go directly to court without mediation or conciliation. So kasi ang ating barangay is, ang ginawakan lang na reklamo ng ating barangay is natural person versus natural person. If the involved party is not a natural person but belongs to a juridical person, then the complaint shall be filed directly to the court, not to the barangay. Klaro kayo na, no? So yan. Creation of the pangkat ng as known as the lupong tagapangayapa. Under the Section 1 of the PD 1508, the lupong tagapangayapa was created in each barangay body to be known as lupong tagapamayapa, composed of the barangay captain as chairman at not less than 10, nor more than 20. Ganito yan siya, no? Pag maliit lang ang barangay, hanggang 10 lang, pues 10 lang, no? Kailangan 10 yung kanilang lupon. So meron naman na hindi umabot ng 10, siguro walang mag-volunteer kasi ano lang ito voluntaryo lang ito You will submit yourself to become a member of the lupon and then you will be subject for selection process, no? Under the 1508 procedures of appointing and selecting to become a member of the lupon. So pag malaki naman, pwede 20, no? So yan, no? Minimum of 10 with a maximum of 20 members shall be constituted every 2 years in the following manner. So sabi ng 1508, 2 years. Pero ano yan siya, no? The service of the lupon is always a co-terminus of the barangay chairman. Co-terminus. Ito rin, hindi rin ito alam ng, ng barangay, no? Hindi lahat ng barangay alam nila ito na 2 taon lang pala yung service ng lupon. After 2 years, kailangan i-renew siya. Okay? Any suitable persons actually residing or working in the barangay not otherwise expressly disqualified by law and taking into account consideration of integrity, impartiality, independence of mind, sense of fairness, and reputations for probity, including educational attainment, may be appointed member of the lupon. A notice to constitute the lupon, which shall include the names of our proposed members who have expressed their willingness to serve. You remember, wala itong to become a member of the lupon, you will not receive incentives or monthly honoraria from the barangay, no? Ano lang ito siya, tsamba na lang kung pag malaki yung barangay, malaki yung era, so pwede kayo mabigyan ng monthly honorarium, no? Siguro sabihin natin mga allowance lang yung pambayad ng pamasahe, yung gano'n, no? So hindi naman yan tinatawag talaga natin na as in honoraria which is provided by law. No? While expressed the willingness to serve shall be prepared by the barangay captain within 30 days after this decree shall become effective, and thereafter within the first 10 days of January of every other year. Such notice shall be posted in 3 conspicuous places in the barangay continuously for a period of not less than 3 weeks. So automatic yun. Nakaposted yun sa mga strategic area. Like, for instance, sa barangay office, sa health center, no? Yung makita at mabasa ng mga constituents. Kung sino-sino yung mga taong magiging membro ng lupon ng barangay. Okay? The barangay captain taking into consideration any opposition to the proposed appointment or any recommendations for appointment as may have been within the period of posting shall within 10 days. Thereafter, appoint as members to whom this may be suitable the report. Kunyari, merong nakalagay doon na membro ng lupon na nagpapili at pwede na siyang ipili. Ngayon, nag-file ka ng reklamo personally. So, pwede yun. Pwede yun siya. Kailangan yung reklamo mo, go directly to the office of the barangay captain para hindi niya ma-appoint kasi merong go against with the appointment of the said member of the future member of the lupon. Okay? So, what are the functions of the lupon? The lupon shall exercise administrative supervisions over the conciliation panel. Thereafter, provided for each shall meet regularly once a month to provide a forum for the exchange of ideas among its members and the public on matters relevant to the amicable settlement of disputes and to enable the various parties to share with one another their observation, experience, and affecting speedy resolution of disputes. Actually, dapat talaga merong meeting yung mga lupon. Pero, yun na nga, expectation versus reality, no? So, ewan ko lang kung sinong barangay ang tumutupad dito, no? Na dapat kada buwan merong meeting yung lupon kasama yung kapitan. Parang, in my own experience, naalala ko siguro 2 beses lang kami nag-meeting, no? 2 beses lang. And after that, no more. Okay. Barangay Amicable Settlement. Under the section of 2 of the Barangay Justice System subject matters for amicable settlement, the lupon of its barangay shall have the authority to bring together the parties actually residing in the same city or municipality for amicable settlement of all disputes, except where all party is a government or any subdivision or instrumentally thereof. Sabi natin kanina, okay? Where one party is public officer or employee and the dispute relates to the performance of his official function, yun naman. Offense punishable imprisonment exceeding of 30 days or a fine exceeding 200 pesos. Offenses where there is no private open-ended party. Such other classes of dispute which the Prime Ministers may in the interest of justice to determine upon recommendation of the Secretary of Justice and the Secretary of the local government. Now, the place or the venue of amicable settlement. Siyempre, yung venue ng amicable settlement, doon mismo sa barangay kung saan kayo nagreklamo, ba? Disputes between or among persons actually residing on the same barangay shall be brought for amicable settlement before the lupon of the said barangay. Siyempre, doon sa barangay, no? Those involving actual residents of different barangays within the same city or municipality shall be brought in the barangay where the respondent or any of the respondents actually reside. Yung sinabi ko kanina, no? Kung taga-Buhangin ang reklamo, ikaw na nagreklamo, punta ka doon sa kanilang barangay. Doon ka magreklamo. Pero, kung nagtrabaho kayo sa isang kumpanya at yung kumpanya ninyo ay under ng barangay 76, so pwede na rin dyan sa barangay 76. No? Pwede rin. Yun ang option doon. That is an option. Kung ayaw mong pagpunta doon sa kanilang barangay, dahil natatakot ka. So pwede naman. Pero kung dyan lang kayo, nagtitinda kayo ng transient vendors kayo, pwede, no? Katapos yung i-blatter sa police station, pwede mo siyang pailan reklamo doon sa kanilang barangay. Pwede yun. Okay. Bibutri with the respondent or any respondent actually reside the position of the complainant. However, all dispute which involve real property or any interest therein shall be brought in the barangay where the real property or any part thereof is situated. So kung nyari ang yuta ang inyong giawayan nga yuta is nasa nabunturan, dito mo sa nabunturan mo, ito kay dito man na, no? So dili na sa pwede isitel diri, kung dili mao ang inyong dili siya under the ring of property, okay? Limitations to handle over disputes, yung mga limitation. The pangkat ng tagapagkasundo or the lupong tagamapaymayapa have a limited authority in handling complaint under the enabling law that lupong tagamapaymayapa are not authorized on the following issues of the disputant. So ano ito? Yung hindi nila pwedeng hawakan. Involving parties who are actually reside in barangays of different cities. Klaro, kung ang isa ka partido o ang magpartido nagpuyo sa lain-lain na siyudad o munisipyo, wa na sila ilabot niya, pwede na nasa korte. Except where such barang adjoin each other ka nang nagtapat lang. Let me say, barangay Darong o katong sa Santa Cruz, no? Nagdikit naman na kay kanang Darong, diri pa mas Davao City, yang Santa Cruz, nagdikit naman na diya. So, pwede ra, kay doon raman sila, dikit raman. Involving real property located in different municipalities, no? Kung ang iawayan nga yuta, tuwa dito sa nabunturan, alangan na magdalon mo na dito sa Davao, no? Kaya dito na under sa norte. Objections to venue shall be raised in the mediation proceeding before the barangay captain as provided in the section 4, paragraph B, herein under otherwise the same shall be deemed waived. No? Kung gusto nila nga dito sa laing barangay, okay ra po, no? So they have a right to waive the change of venue. Okay? Any legal questions which may confront the barangay captain resolving objections to venue herein referred to be submitted to the Secretary of Justice whose ruling thereon shall be binding. Wala na ito ngayon, no? Kasi binago na nga ng 7160, no? Ng local administrative code ng government. Procedures of amicable settlement. Who may initiate the said proceedings? Any individual who has caused actions against another individual involving any matter within the authority of the lupon, provided in provisions of the PD 1508, may complain orally or in writing. But remember, to make it legal, the complaint must be put into writing. The mediations by the barangay captain upon receipt of the complaint, the barangay captain shall within the next working day summon the respondent with notice to the complainants for them and their witnesses to appear before him for a mediations of their conflicting interests. But in the real practice, on the first of hearing, hindi pa pwedeng isama ang ang mga witness. So, yung complainant lang muna at saka yung respondents ang magharap-harap. Pero kung hindi magkasunod, tapos sabi one party's request for the presence of their witnesses, so doon pala mangyayari sa ikalawang linggo ng pagdinig. Okay, so yan, no? If he fails in his effort within 15 days from the first meeting of the parties before him, he shall forthwith set a date for the constitutions of the pangkat in accordance with the provision of Section 1 of the said law. Hearing before the pangkat. The pangkat shall convene not later than 3 days from its constitution on the day and hour set by the barangay captain. So actually, merong mga kapitan na nag-practice talaga ng ganito. Pag naiakyat na yung reklamo doon sa lupon, yung kapitan mismo ang magsasabi kung sino ang hawak ng kaso. Especially kung sa tingin niya ito magaling si lupon A, si lupon B at saka si lupon D, dito sila ang hawak sa kaso. Tapos ang magiging tagapangasiwa or pangulo ng pangkat ay si lupon D. Parang ganun, depende yan sa kapitan. Pero minsan naman, yung kapitan, pinababayaan na lang niya kung doon sa lupon kung sino yung magiging pangkat. No? Yun ang ibang practice, okay? For this purpose, the pangkat may issue summon for the personal appearance of parties and witnesses before it. In the event that the parties move to disqualify any member of the pangkat by reason of relationship, yung sinabi natin kanina, yung babalik naman tayo dun sa striking out process or dulat system, or any other similar ground discovered after constitution of the pangkat, the matter shall be resued by the affirmative vote of the majority of the pangkat, whose decision shall be final.
Okay, so good day to everyone. We are now on the first subject for the coverage of the third exams, no? So what are the scope of the subject that we will discuss for the whole, no? Course of the third exam. So first is we will discuss about crisis management, whose stage or handling of those situations and crisis management. And the last topic is, I think it is terrorism, no? So yan. So we are now on the human crisis management course, okay? Now let's discuss first the common terminologies or the simple term that we will be shared for the whole courses, no, of the coverage. So what is crisis management? So when we say crisis management, it is referring to the expert handling of a crisis or emergency to reduce or eliminate danger or damage or the like, especially on the part of the government. Okay, so meaning crisis management, it is referring to a group of people who having an experience or are expert on a particular handling of a certain situations, whether it is natural calamities or a man-made calamities, no? So, yan. So, what is crisis interventions? So, when we see crisis interventions, it focuses on studying individuals' life in order to diffuse the destructive effects of the unusual stress being experienced. So, just like, for instance, so it is common that in every what we call this, the post, incidents or the post calamities or disasters that occur,
So there are some of our brothers and sisters who are emotionally and psychologically affected because of their traumatic experience. So that's why they will be subject for a certain intervention program. And one of the intervention programs, especially on the calamities or disasters like earthquake, typhoons, or whatever, so they will be subject for a post-traumatic psychological stress debriefing. So, yung natin na post-traumatic stress debriefing or psychological counseling. Okay? So, it is normal to the person to change their behavior. No, the only abnormal is the situations or the experience that they have encountered, during the calamities. Okay? And then assisting the individuals in crisis to go back to his or her normal conditions before the crisis. No, tulad nung nangyari sa Yolanda. Diba? Huwag na natin sali yung Yolanda, dito lang sa Davao, yung nangyaring sunog, sa isang kilalang department store. So after the incidents, so the government decided that all those participants in the suppressions of the fire, at the same time, nagkaroon din ata ng floods, no? So that time, so dahil pagod na yung mga frontliners natin, especially yung kabumbiruhan, mga rescue teams, so on and so forth. So they are subject to undergo a mandatory psychological stress debriefing, no? Or counseling. So kasi hindi man din natin alam, baka yung exposed na talaga sila sa isang situation or we are already burned out, no, because of the nature of their duty. So, pag sinabing burnout, yung stress na talaga sila, di ba? So, yan. Now, crisis management is the process. Now, iba na naman ang topic ito. It is general ito siya na term, no? Crisis management is the process by which organizations deals with a disruptive and unexpected event that threatens to harm the organization or its stakeholders. Like for instance, kaya nga one of the mandatory requirements for every business company, they must have an annual fire drill, earthquake drill, in order to prepare their personnel. So if ever that there is a calamity that may happen. So we know there are some phenomenal calamities like pag may bagyo, magkakaroon ng ganito. So ibig sabihin, nagkakaroon na tayo ng tinatawag na proactive planning for that. But the problem is when the time that the said calamities will attack. Okay? And gaano ba kalakas at gaano ang posibleng damage na iniibigay. So yun lang ang hindi alam, no? That's why the government are trying to make a certain proactive plan, no, in order to minimize the possible damage, no, if not prevented. Okay? So at least 5 man lang or mabawasan yung pwedeng malaking danyos na pwedeng mangyari, no, kung sakasakali. Kaya nga meron tayong tinatawag na predictions, no? So if we predict natin na itong bagyo, pag ganito yan siya, ganito yung parang nagkaroon tayo ng counter, no, of the possibilities. Then another definition is the application of strategies designed to help an organizations deal with a sudden and significant negative event. No? Yung mga negative event tulad ng, ito siya kung sa kumpanya, hold up, yan, no? Hold up, man-made yan. Yung pag-ano ng mga alasan ng mga members of the union in the company, yan, no? Kailangan magkakaroon na agad ng counterplan ng ano dyan, ang kumpanya. Okay? So what is crisis negotiations? Ito naman yung sa ating law enforcement, no? The use of communication techniques in strategies to influence a person to change his or her behavior in accordance with rules within a legal, ethical, and moral constraints. So ito yung we are trying to negotiate, to communicate with those takers or the captors. No? We are trying to encourage them to turn over or to release their captives or the victims safely. No? And they will give all the demands. No? So if their demands is negotiable, then pwedeng ibigay. And then the crisis management in these situations while conducting negotiations, they must be what we call of this human be patience. No, that is one of the qualities. And then they must know how to communicate the people, and they know how to get the trust and confidence of the persons who are now on the state of panic, no? So kasi kasagaran ng po sa mga stage kanang wala na ilaing last recourse, no? So because they want to be free, no, for the possible harm, no, that may be inflicted to them by some members, aside some members of the law enforcement agency. Okay? So whose stage? Whose stage it is a taking a custody of a persons against the will. So wala naman siguro whose stage na merong will, di ba? An individual was been held by the perpetrators against their will. Okay? So that is whose stage. Whose stage stickers. So kasi natin whose stage stickers, ito yung sinasabi natin, ni-refer natin dito, tinutumbok natin dito, yung tao mismo na kinuha yung isang tao para gawin niyang pananggalang, or he will use that as human shield, or he will use that person to be an instrument of giving his sentiments, no, to the government, so that the government will force to hear his sentiments, no? So para gawin niyang pananggalang o gawin niyang isang instrumento na maging daan para siya ay pakinggan ng ating gobyerno sa kung ano ang kanyang gustong ipahayag o ano ang kanyang mga hinaing, no? At mga gustong gawin ng ating gobyerno, no, nung naayon sa kanyang kaisipan. Okay? So tao itong ano natin po siya, yung state sticker. An individual or group or persons who hold another persons against their will as our bargaining chips for purposes of demanding, sabi ko kanina, certain amount of money, self-protections, thwarting any police actions, or pursuing personal interests or that of the general public. Ang hot debrief naman, it can only be happen if there is now a way of turnover of the responsibility to another group of negotiating team. Okay, so before you turn over, so you need to debrief first or give an orientations to a persons that he will be now in charge of the said situation. So yun ang ibig sabihin ng hot debrief. Okay, a short orientation. So short debriefing conducted by negotiating team prior to turn over to another set of negotiating team. Negotiation, ito yung communication natin between the negotiator and the hostage takers. Negotiation is to communicate on matter of disagreement between two parties with a view to first listen to other parties' perspective and then attempt to arrive to our resolutions agreed by a consensus. So anong ibig sabihin nito? Yung negotiation, ito na yung pag-uusap, no, ng hostage at saka yung negotiator. Pakikinggan ang panig ng taong ng hostage, and then the negotiator will trying to give some sort of hope, no, or something like an exchange for the possible safety release of the victim. So yung sasabi natin na magkakaroon ng bargaining, no? So yun. Payoff, ito naman yung in a matter of ransom. Dati ransom ang term, ngayon payoff na. Okay? So binago na yung term from ransom to payoff. No, kahit anong pa naman yan, kadina lang ang pinalitan, yun pa rin yung aso. Okay? So that is a matter of paying. Okay? The act of exchanging an agreed amount between the family and the kidnappers at a designated or identified time and place for the possible safe release of the victim. So what is Stockholm Syndrome? Stockholm Syndrome, it is now a psychological emotions or feelings of a victim while he is under the custody of the enemy. Dahil sa katagalan niya doon sa kamay ng kanyang kidnappers, dahil sa nakikita niya yung sitwasyon ng buhay ng mga nag-kidnap sa kanya or kumuha sa kanya ng sapilitan, nakikita niya ang kanilang mahirap na sitwasyon at dahan-dahan siyang nagkakaroon ng damdamin ng awa. No? Naawa siya. So, ibig sabihin niya, nagkaroon na siya ng sympathetic, no, emotions to the captors. Na kaya pala nagganito sila dahil ganito-ganito. So, yun ang pinaka ng ating gobyerno, especially if the victim of the kidnapping is a member of the military or the police. So, kaya mandatory talaga yung tinatawag natin na post-psychological stress debriefing. Okay? Post-psychological stress debriefing para malaman baka ang taong ito, yung kasamahan nila, ay na-impluwensyahan na ng kalaban. Baka yung kanyang ipuso't isipan, nakuha na, at meron na itong pagpanig, no, doon sa kalaban. So, yun siya, no? The term that refers to a situation during his taking where the victim develops rapport and becomes sympathetic to his or her captor. No? Actually, meron ding counter syndrome ito. No? Meron tayong tinatawag na Lema syndrome. Yung Lema syndrome naman, it is similar to the, it is also similar to the Stockholm. Parang pare-parehas. Ang hindi lang kabaliktaran lang talaga ay yung Helsinki. No, yung Helsinki syndrome at saka yung London syndrome. Okay? So, yun ang kaibahan. Yung London at saka yung Helsinki. Pero yung Lima syndrome, parang kapare-parehas siya ng Stockholm. No? Ito na, yung Lima syndrome. It was happened in Lima, Peru. Lima syndrome is the phenomenon in which abductors develop sympathy for their captives, named after the abduction of the Japanese ambassador's residence in Lima, Peru in 1996 by members of the terrorist group. Ang Stockholm Syndrome kasi, it was happened to a person, parang yung apelido niya, Stockholm, no? Something like that. Ito naman, it was happened on one of the cities of Peru, no? Ang kaiba ng dalawang ito, kung ito naawa sila sa sitwasyon ng kanilang, nagkaroon na sila ng damdamin na awa,
no? Ang Stockholm at saka ang Lima, pero yung London Syndrome, baliktad, no? The more na tumatagal sila sa kamay ng kanilang captors, the more na nagagalit sila. No? The more na nagagalit sila. It was happening in London, no? Kaya tinatawag sila na London Syndrome. Okay, so ito yung London Syndrome. London Syndrome is used to describe a response in which hostages do not cooperate with the captors, no? Kung yung Stockholm, yung Lima, dahil sa katagalan nila doon, naawa na sila, then because of their mutual bonding, no, because of the transference, dahil nga palipat-lipat sila, magkasama, maganda yung pinakita sa kanya, doon na nade-develop yung tinatawag natin na awa. No? Pero itong London Syndrome, iba, habang tumatagal, mas lalo siyang nagagalit. No? At mas lalo siyang nagiging pasaway sa kamay ng kanyang mga captors. Okay? Siguro wala na siyang pakialam kung patayin siya o hindi. Okay? So London Syndrome is used to describe a response in which states do not cooperate with their captors and become disobedient, belligerent, or argumentative. It is named after the Arab separatist takeover of the Iranian embassy in London way back on April 30 to May 5, 1980. So, anim na araw, no? Then we have now the Helsinki Syndrome. Actually, marami pa namang mga emotional or psychological feelings, no? Na itala, kaya lang ito yung common, no? The Helsinki Syndrome, a psychological syndrome in which a person being held captive begins to identify with a gross sympathetic to his or captor, simultaneously becoming unsympathetic towards the police or other authorities. So ang Helsinki naman, the more na tumatagal siya, nagkakaroon siya ng sympathy sa kanyang kalaban. The more na tumatagal siya, the more na nagkakaroon siya ng galit sa ating kapulisan. Siguro dahil sa matagal kumilos, mabagal ang paghanap sa kanya, siguro yun ang naramdaman niya, no? After Stockholm, since 1973, bank robbery became romantically attached to one of her captors. Then we have intermediary. So ito naman yung referring to parang middleman ata ito yung parang magiging bridge, no, of their communication, parang emissary. Okay? So intermediary, any person authorized by the incident or on-scene commander to communicate with the hostage takers, either upon the request of the latter or to facilitate and smooth communications between the designated negotiators and the hostage takers. All actions of the intermediary are supervised by the negotiators. Then we have crisis. Crisis is any event or period that will lead or may lead to an unstable and dangerous situations affecting an individual group or group of society. So another definition of crisis, it is referred to an unstable or crucial time or situations in which significant changes is imminent. Yung sabi natin na papalapit, no? Then we have risk assessment. Risk assessment is a methodology to determine the nature and extent of risk by analyzing potential hazards and evaluating the existing conditions of all vulnerability that together could potentially harm, expose people, property, services, livelihood, and the environment on which they depend. Then we have the state of calamity. Para malaman lang natin yung tinatawag natin na state calamity na i-declare siya ng isang munisipyo kung 1/4 of the total barangays are affected by the said calamity. If you say, out of 25 barangays, 10 barangay ang naapektuhan. So pwede mag-declare ang mayor dyan na mag-declare siya ng state of calamity
limited on that following 10 barangays under his area of responsibility. No? Okay. A condition involving mass casualty and or a major damages to property, disruptions of means of livelihood. That's like what happened in Baybaylite, saan pa yun? Abuyog, and some parts of Davao de Oro, no? So, livelihoods, roads, communications, and a normal way of life of people in the affected areas as a result of the occurrence of a natural or human-induced hazard. So, ano naman itong human-induced hazard? Like, for instance, yung terrorist attack. Yung isang munisipyo inatake ng mga bandido o mga teroristang inte. Sinunog, nagnakaw, sinunog yung mga ano doon, yung mga negosyo. So it affects the economic life of the said people who are living on that particular place who are under attack by the terrorist group. So yun, no? That is human-induced hazard. So terrorist is an individual or group who use violence, terror, and intimidation to achieve political results. This is another definition of the terrorist. Actually, there is no concrete universal definitions of the terrorist. When in fact, the definitions that we have in the Philippines was also only based on the definition which is given by the UN conventions, no? But actually, there is no concrete definitions. So, siguro magkapare-parehas na yung concerted, no? And then, attacks and make terror or fear on a certain place, which is, the target is the combatants and as well as more on the non-combatants. So parang yun ang ano, ang daming definition ng terrorism. So what is terrorist acts? Pag sinabi natin terrorist, all the things that define under our law, like yung, kung ano yung dinefine ng ating bagong batas na R18186 ba yun? At saka yung 9372. So kung ano yung mga acts na which is considered as a terroristic act, so yun, no? So, kung ano yung sinabi ng ating batas. Terrorist acts are criminal acts intended or calculated to provoke state of terror in the general public by a particular persons or group of persons by political purposes. Then we have threat. A threat is an indication of something undesirable coming of persons or things as likely cause of harm, refers to people, phenomena, situation, trends, and the environment that can be adversely affect the welfare as well as the well-being of the people. Okay, so what is the nature of the crisis management? Take note, the Philippines is one of the most natural hazard-prone countries because remember, the Philippines is we are surrounded by ring of fire. So when we say ring of fire, we are referring to the mga volcan, no? Yung ano natin, yung mga volcan natin. The social and economic cost of natural disasters in the country is increasing due to the population growth as well as on the migrations. Change in land use patterns, yes, kasi yung lupa from agricultural into subdivisions, di ba? Migrations, unplanned urbanizations, yung paglaki, no? Anong tawag dito? Yung bang pagburot sa ato ang katawhan, no? Yung dahil paglaki at bigla ang pagtaas ng ating mga naninirahan, no? Environmental degradations like yung violations sa environmental law. When in fact, I don't know if some of you heard the newspapers that there was a rare species spotted in Mount Apo, yung Marty wild pig, no? So yun. So, and global climate change, yun na nga, no? Hindi na natin mawala, biruin nyo. April, bigla lang umulan, summer, malamig, di ba? Ang malamig, naging summer. No? So, yan, nagkaroon nga natin na global climate change, no? Because that is the effect of the degradations of our Mother Nature dahil sa pagsira ng mga tao sa inang kalikasan. Kaya nagkaroon tayo ng changes of the biodiversity, no? Reducing the risk of disasters will be key to achieving the development goals in the Philippines. A crisis is generally defined as a critical event or point of decisions that, if not handled in appropriate and timely manner, just like what happened, we did not expect, we did not predict what may the greatest damage of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, no? Hindi natin inasahan, hindi natin nahulaan na ganito pala kalawat, ganito kalaki ang danyos na pwedeng may bigay ng pandemic na ating naranasan ngayon, no? So yun, hindi natin na we are caught by surprise, di ba? So yan, at kaya nga yung iba, asa na yung mga sakit na natural. Pag sinabi mo nga yung sakit mo, natural na yan noon. Ngayon, hindi na siya. May pangalan na siya, COVID. Di ba? Okay. So, can turn into catastrophe with the potential to harm people or property, seriously interrupt or completely halt business operation. Yun na, patapin itong COVID-19 pandemic. Damage the organization's reputations with stakeholders, adversely affect overall enterprises' values, spark employee departures, and create new opportunities for competitors. So, ano ito siya? It is a general definition for crisis, okay? So, what are the concepts of the crisis management? Crisis can occur as a result of an unpredictable event. So, tulad ng yung bagyo, predictable naman yan siya. Itong COVID, di ba? Is like for instance, yung atake yung terorista. Although alam naman natin na may terorista, pero hindi natin alam kung atake ba o hindi. Di ba? So yan. Or an unforeseeable consequences of some event that had been considered as a potential risk. Either case, crises almost invariably require that the decisions be made quickly to limit the possible damage that may affect. The nature of the potential damage varies based on the nature of the crisis. So what are the purposes of crisis management model? Okay, so here's now the purpose. Crisis incidents, of course, when they are less expected. So ano ba yung in-expect natin pag may bagyo, pag may ulan, kahit walang ulan dito sa syudad, o dito sa downtown proper, pero pag malaman ng ating local government na malakas ang ulan banda sa Kalinan, so they will now on the close monitoring to the rescue or the responders assigned on that particular place in order to monitor the behavior of the river and the volume of water that the heavily downpour on that particular place. So para malaman, no, kahit I give you one of the best example, tulad nung nangyaring past flood, wala namang ulan dito sa siyudad, pero hindi na na malakas pala ang ulan sa kabukiran, lalo sa Panabo, sa Davao River, no, halos doon lahat kasi river basin yung yung Davao River, no, kaya hindi na hindi agad na na monitor kasi wala naman talagang ever since there is no floods na nangyari sa Davao. No? That's the first time. And because of that, our local government, so they are now always make a certain preventative and proactive crisis management plan, no? So kaya pag malakas ang ulan, so they are reminding and they are always now on the close monitoring of the behavior of the rivers, no, or the riverway. So pag medyo malakas na, pag pumasok na sa ganitong level ang tubig, they may now order the preemptive evacuations. So yung mga hindi umalis, pag talagang delikado na, then they will engage into forced evacuations. Okay? Now, the purpose crisis management model is envisions addressing situations in two phases. So, ibig sabihin yung management model, meron siyang two phases, which are referring to the proactive and reactive. Yung proactive, that is a matter of prevention is better than cure. Okay? Reactive, that is now the incidents was already occurred, and that is only the time that the concerned agency is giving actions. And then you have also the four P's. First is predictions, yung paghula. No, kasi may bagyo doon, malakas ang ulan doon. So posibleng yung tubig tatagas lahat yan dito sa siyudad. So nagkaroon ng prediction. Para magkaroon ng preventions, so lahat ng mga concerned agencies, they are now activated in order to monitor and make a certain plan for possible preemptive situations, then preparations. So our government always prepared for the possible untoward incidents, and the last one is performance. No, so mayroon na tayong prediction na inuulan natin na pag malakas dyan, ganito mangyayari dyan, no? Ganito na yan. And then para maiwasan yung posibleng sakuna o malaking sakuna, so kailangan mag-aganon agad ng mga coordinating with other agencies. Then prepare everything to the tools or equipment to be used for possible rescue operations, and then yung pagkilos, no, yung pag-perform, yun ang pinaka-importante. Yeah, kasi alam niyo na yung nangyari, nakita niyo na yung sitwasyon, pero wala naman kayong ginawa. So use this din lang, di ba? Tulad nung nangyari sa kaso ng Yolanda. Okay? Kung hindi pa kumilos yung taga-ibang lugar, so yung taga-Yolanda, wala, maraming mamamatay, hindi sa bagyo, kung hindi sa gutom. Now, what are the 1 to 7 phases of crisis management? The crisis management is continuing activity and have two distinct phases. No? What are the two distinct phases of the crisis management model? The proactive and the reactive phase. So bakit proactive? So pag merong ulan, alam na gagawin natin, magkaroon tayo ng proactive. Kung kahit wala pang ulan, basta alam natin na ganitong taon, bagyo yan, maulan, or merong nakikitaan na pagbabago ng klima. So pag sinabi ng pag-asa na ganito, so yung gobyerno natin nagprepare na agad, no? Then the proactive phase, this phase is designed to predict or prevent the probability of occurrence on the same time. So take note yung proactive phase daw is designed to predict or prevent the probability of occurrence of the same time, prepare to handle them when they are of course. It encompasses the 3 P's of the 4 P's. So, kasama ito siya sa 4 P's, di ba? The management model, predictions, prevention. Now, predictions. When you say predictions, it involves a foretelling. Yun bang nakikita yung posibleng mangyari. Pag ganito yung dumating, ito yung posibleng mangyari. So nakikita yan. So in order to minimize the possible effect or damage, so we must make a certain counter, no, programs, no. So kasi makikita natin pag ganito mangyari, ganito talaga yung epekto, so kailangan gagawa tayo ng ganitong bagay. So kung hindi man natin kayang pigilan, at least we can minimize the possible effect of damage. Okay, so yun yung natin sa predictions, no. So according or man-made to the continuous assessment of all the possible threats and threats of good, just like for instance, may bombing sa Cotabato. Uy, bombing sa Cotabato, intelligence monitoring pa. Kaya nagbigay ng raw information, sir. Grupo ko na ganito. And then, allegedly, meron din daw kung nakakalat nakapasok na sa iba't ibang probinsya. So hindi pa alam kung saan probinsya. So in order to prevent this group to sow terror, so the local government of the said areas, they are now making preparations, for the possible actions that will be possibly made by the terrorists, in which they can hurt or damage the economic life, or masira yung ano pang pwedeng masira, So yun. As well as developing reported events, crisis incident can be predicted through updated inputs from intelligence report, as well as the continuous monitoring and analysis of the influence of related events. So tulad nung sinabi ni Lacson, that it will create, napaka-sensitive yung sinabi na yun. Pag ganito na, hindi manalo si ganito, merong destabilisasyon or merong mangyaring kaguluhan. So that's why the concerned officials of our government, like the Secretary of the DALG, the Chief of the PNP, and the Chief of Staff of the military are now making a certain preventative program or activity. So kahit na hindi siya probably true, it must be subject for the so-called for validations. So sabi nga na, it's better, prevention is better than cure. So doon pa ba tayo kikilos pag merong nangyari kung nagkatotoo talaga, diba? So yan. In case of man-made crisis, emergencies, ano itong mga man-made, arson, bombings, kudita, yan. Some natural or civil unrest or civil disturbance, yung tinatawag natin na political rallies, so yan. This stage requires continuous studies of the targets of existing threats, specifically the threat group, their probable targets, and the vulnerabilities of critical installations. So alam natin na mayroon tayong mga critical installation dito sa Davao, like yung gasoline depot, a common place of convergence. So ano itong common place of convergence? Mga malls, churches, bridges, resorts, so yan, So because whether the internal or external to any organizations or facility. So prevention, so ito na yung one of the best prevention is strict monitoring of the possible movement or entry of the terrorist group, and then as well as the tracking or identifying whether there is a group who are already entered into the territory. So yun, sa police naman, it is more on intelligence monitoring, police visibility, police patrol. So yan, static and mobile patrol. So when most man-made crisis emergency, the stage involves the institutions of passive and active security measures. So ano ito? Yung pag-conduct ng police visibility, patrolling the area, installing of the check and choke point of the strategic boundaries of the cities or provinces, as well as the possible remedy or solution of destabilizing factors and executive flows leading to such crisis emergencies. On the other hand, most natural crisis emergencies at the stage require vigilance and alertness to sign and manifestation of developing crisis emergency. Yun nga, Oo. Dito sa downtown, talikti lang or ambon lang, pero doon pala sa kabukiran, malakas ang ulan. So, pag hindi yan monitor, so dito masaya tayo, pero bigla na lang bumaha, So, yan tawag natin na preventive, Warning alert systems have been established to increase the chances of preventing occurrence of crisis emergency. Kaya naman dito pag medyo color red na, so nagsisiri na yung ating yung emergency sirens natin, Okay, the next P is prepare. Preparation for crisis emergency entails planning. No? Kailangan talaga mauna yung plano. Kasi pag wala kang plano, diyan ka palang gagawa ng planning, nandiyon na yung sakuna, because making a plan or making actions to a certain situations, it cannot be made 24 hours. No? It must be prepared for a long period. No? Kailangan may matibay na konkretong plano kung sakasakali na mayroong isang sakunang darating. Okay? So, organizations, training, and stockpile equipments and supplies needed for such crisis emergencies. Tulad nung nangyari, no? Wala tayong magawa because that is the common disease of our government. No? May inappoint na isang tao na talagang iniisip kung paano makatulong sa gobyerno at sa mga tao siniservisyo ng ating gobyerno. Nung una, yung bigas, nilalagay lang sa silupin. So, ang ginawa, dahil kulang talaga yung 3 kilo, ginawa nung inappoint na secretary sa DSWD, yung maliit na sako na 10 kilo at saka may 5 kilos. So, sinako na, nilagay na sa karton. Sa isang karton pa lang, nandoon na lahat yung pangailangan ng isang pamilya. Pero dahil hindi nakapasa sa commission of appointment, no, yung mga ginagawa niya nung naubos na, ang nangyari, balik uli sa silupin, no? So that is one of the problem. Yun bang ang daming mga tao na who are qualified for the positions because they are looking, no, what is the good of the community. Yun pa yung hindi papasa because of some crook and hook politicians or government officials. Okay? So, mga sample dyan, yung sila Tagualo, si the late Jenna Lopez na walang ibang hinangad kundi mapabuti ang sitwasyon, pero hindi sila pumasa kasi nga marami silang nasasagasaan sa kailang magandang plano. Kaysa immorality drill, so yan, no, sinabi ko nga kanina, one of the mandatory requirements for the business renewal of the big companies, they must have a certificate which was they are complying the mandatory annual drillings like fire drill, earthquake drill, so on and so forth. Ano may yung drill na yan. Okay? So simultaneous drills are specified days and times, test of effectiveness and preparations, bring out flaws and weaknesses and corrections and remedies, affected to heightened levels of readiness, system, procedures, organizations, equipment, logistics, to better cope with actual crisis emergencies. Then now let's go to the reactive phase or performance, the last P of the 4 P's of the crisis management. This phase covers the last of the 4 P's, which is referring to performance, which is the actual executions or the implementations of any of contingency plan when crisis situations. So kaya nga meron na tayong batas yung National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council na in which imposing this law that all barangays should create the Barangay Risk Reductions Council or BDDRM, no? So yan. Of course, despite the proactive measures, the objectives in this stage are to ensure a high probability of success and neutralizing the perpetrators, to minimize or cushion the adverse effect of the crisis incidents, as well as to ensure a smooth and speedy rehabilitations or return to normalcy. Now, the performance of crisis management action of terrorist-based crisis management is done in 3 stages. What are those 3 stages on the performance of crisis management with regards to the prevention program on the possible attack of the terrorists? Initial actions. So, ano itong initial actions? All unit commanders are required to understand and equip themselves on crisis management doctrine. As such, they will be held responsible for all their actions. Any military police unit taking cognizance of crisis incidents shall immediately undertake appropriate actions to contain the crisis situations and report the matter to the cognizant agencies through channels regardless of crisis situation is within or beyond the capability to handle. So, trabaho ng ating mga chief of police or ng ating mga local executive officials na kung sakasakali na merong mga peligro or mga insidente na pwedeng makasira, no? Hindi lang buhay kundi pati sa ekonomiya. So kailangan alam nila anong dapat nilang gawin, no? The initial action includes monitoring of the progress of the incident, securing the scene, protecting itself, establishing perimeter security, evacuating innocent civilians if possible, preventing the escape of the perpetrators under the designated security and tactical element units, augment its unit as they arrive. So one of the example of this is like, for instance, if there is an attack or a man-made disaster like attack of the terrorists. So kung talagang hindi na talaga pwedeng manuhan ng ating gobyerno, under the law, no, doon sa Private Security Act Law of 2000, no, the local chief executive can give order to all private security agency, no, to utilize their security personnel to augment the forces of the police and the military. So yun, no, I think that is under the section 12 ata. Okay? Okay, action. The action phase begins as soon as the onset command or the OSCP. No, the action phase begins as soon as the onset command post is established. Like for example, kung mayroong bombing incident, so ang una mo nang i-clearing pag kasama ng clearing is i-clear din ang isang lugar na which is possible to be made as a command post or incident command post. So yeah, no. Service support unit, negotiation teams, and the public affairs personnel arrive are deployed. The scene, the commander, the on-scene commander gradually leaves the initial actions. Unit commander and commanders staff of the units and agencies involved in plans what actions to take and establish positive contact with crisis management committee to ensure that all its succeeding actions are cleared. The action phase consists of two distinct activities, negotiations and tactical action intervention. So una, kunyari merong hostage drama, so negotiation muna. Pero pag makita na yung tinatawag natin ng wala talagang kahinatnan yung negotiation, yung tinatawag na natin na yung magkakaroon ng yung pressure, so that is the time na pasok na yung tinatawag natin na tactical action or interventions, which may take place independently either simultaneously or in successions. In any case, however, both activities are under the complete control and supervision of the on-scene commander. Dati tinatawag itong ground commander, but under the new revised hostage manual incident, hostage manual, crisis incident manual of the PNP, yung ground commander, ginawa na siyang on-scene commander ngayon. No? Yun ang bagutan natin, on-scene commander na. Tapatin na rin doon sa, sa Bureau pa dati, fire ground commander. Ngayon, fire scene commander. Yun naman sa investigation is fire investigator, investigator on case or yung tinatawag natin na IOC, no? So, post-action. So, katapos na. So, anong gagawin? So, meron naman tayong tinatawag dyan na exit conference, no? Yung, meron din gano'n, no? This state begins as soon as the perpetrators surrender or when they are captured or neutralized and the crisis situation is deemed cleared. The on-scene commander ensures that necessary post-action activities are undertaken to restore the normalcy and bring responsible to court. So, natapos na yung negotiation. So, ano na yung dapat nilang gawin? So, para mag-file ba ng kaso o ganito-ganito, no? So, what are the theories of crisis management? So, we have the butterfly theory of crisis management.
So ano naman itong butterfly crisis management? The butterfly theory management in crisis, it suggests that managers should anticipate and prepare to respond to small and low probability of events. So kahit maliit pa lang yung nangyari, kailangan mayroon ng pagkilos at aksyon na gawin yung mga nakatalagang tao dyan. Dahil pag hindi ito pinansin o binigyan ng aksyon, posible itong magdulot ng malaking problema. Sabi nga nila, hanggat maliit pa, ayusin na. Okay? So butterfly theory observes the small events may cause large effects. Again, the butterfly theory, it talks about the small problems must be settled immediately before it escalates into a situation, before it escalate into a serious and a chaotic situations. That is butterfly theory. Okay, so now let's go to the proactive versus reactive crisis management. Ang proactive, wala pang nangyari, meron na tayong ginagawa to prevent the possible attack or effect. Yung reactive, nangyari na, nandyan na siya. Para bang yung sinasabi natin na fire control at saka yung fire prevention. Okay? The different approaches along crisis management maturity model from most to least advanced are as follows. So, preemptive crisis management. So, ano itong preemptive? It is the power of a certain agencies to make a certain things in order to prevent the possible damages. Yung proactive, it is a kind of an actions in which those possible areas to be affected should be protected. Yan. No? So this approach seeks to prevent or resolve a crisis is an earliest sign. Shape, no, tulad ng preemptive evacuations. Dahil malaki na yung tubig, paragasa na, so wag nang hintayin pang lumaki yung tubig sa isang lugar na kung saan meron na tiniran sa tabing baybayin, so kaya meron tinatawag na preemptive. Okay? So proactive crisis management, in this approach, organization take initiative early in the crisis and seek to shape how events unfold. Then responsive crisis management. This occurs when there is a little warning of a crisis, however, thoughtful and quick analysis can lead to be effective action that accounts for a long and short-term results. Okay, so crisis emergency. When we say crisis emergency, it is now one of the actions that shall be made by the concerned agency if there is already an incident or occurrence that may happen. Crisis came from the Greek word crisis. So akala natin no, yung crisis, salitang Amerikano, yun pala. Crisis, it is a Greek word which means to separate. So the crisis in English translations, it is known simply as a separate. Akala natin yung crisis, salitang Amerikano, pero Greek word pala ito, no? As defined by Wagner's, crisis is a turning point in the progress of an affair or a series of events. True crisis is often used interchangeably with emergency, and crisis develop from an emergency and vice versa. These terms have certain degree of difference. Emergency came from the Latin word emergentia, meaning dipping or flunking. Funk and Wagner define emergency as a sudden conditions or state of affairs calling for immediate actions. So as I've said earlier, no? So what are the types of crisis or emergency? Crisis or emergency, either man-made or natural calamities or disasters. Pag-usapan, itong man-made, terroristic attack, arson, yan. Natural, plus floods, no? Pag everything natural, there is no human interventions. Okay? Man-made crisis emerges as civil disturbance. Ano ito?
yung let you say, yung magkakaroon ng kaguluhan because of the so-called destabilizations of the local communities who are now what we call this, yun bang sawa na sila sa patakbo ng gobyerno. Yan. Another is violent labor strikes or gang war. Disorderly mass demonstrations. So tulad ng mga may nagrarally, nagsusunog na ng mga what we call this, yung mga guma ng gulong sa gitna ng daan in which obstructing the flow of the traffic, in which is disturb the other rights. No? So political demonstration that be made by the group of political activists. Revolts as orchestrated by some group of political group like kudita. Yan. So general tasking. When crisis arises out of man-made emergency as described above, the Peace in Order Council. So pag mayroong kagulihan, siyempre, ang may responsibilidad yan is yung ano natin. Kasi siyudad tayo, so SIPOC. So ano itong SIPOC? City Peace in Order Council. Pag sa province naman, PIPOC. Okay? So, PIPOC siya, no? Pag sa munisipyo, IMPOC. Pag sa barangay, BIPOC. Barangay Peace in Order Council. Shall be the organization body that shall primarily act on the crisis situation. Take note. Peace in Order Council at the appropriate level shall be the organizational body that shall primarily act on a crisis situations. Let me say dito sa Davao, sabihin natin baha. So simply, kikilos dyan yung SIPOC. And then, mag-activate din ang BIPOC. So ang magiging chairman ng SIPOC ay no other than the mayor or the representative of the mayor from the Peace in Order Council. When a crisis results from aircraft hijacking, disturbances in civil aviation or terrorism that has a national significance, the National Action Committee on Anti-Hijacking and Anti-Terrorism, which is now the right agency, no, itong NACES, no, the National Action Committee on Anti-Hijacking and Anti-Terrorism or the NACAT, shall principally deal with the crisis situation. Pag ang isang insidente ay may kinalaman sa aircraft hijacking or disturbance of civil aviations in relation to terroristic activities, no? When crises occur as a result of a natural disasters or calamities, the organization that shall probably address the same will be the National Disaster Coordinating Council. Kaya meron tayong NDRRMC or City Risk Reduction Management Council, no? So, sa barangay naman, BDRRMC, Barangay Disaster Risk Reduction Management. Sa atin is City Disaster Risk Management. Okay? The disaster management activities in this regard shall be governed separately by Presidential Decree number 1566 dated June 11, 1978 and its implementing rules and regulations. Actually, itong Presidential Decree na 156, hindi masyadong binigyan ng ngipin, no? Dahil sa nangyaring kalamidad, sunod-sunod na, and then our country is now what we call this, they already wake up, no? So that's why nagkaroon ulit tayo ng isa pang batas na which is emphasizing or what we call this, yun bang giving instructions that all cities and barangay should create a barangay disaster risk reduction management council or committee. So that is a mandatory requirements nowadays, no? What are the essential elements of crisis management? Generally, there are three elements in crisis management, which is very common. First, threat. Second is surprise. And the last one is the short decision time. So, threat, surprise, short decision time. Like for instance, we did not expect the untoward incidents. So, mangyayari niyan, we have only a short decision time because we are caught by surprise. Before, it was happen, no, na surprise yung Davao because of the flash flood, and then yung decision napakababa na lang, and then yung threat hindi natin inaasahan, no, because there is no historical incidents that happen yung flash flood. So nung magkaroon ng history of the natural disaster, which is considered as the history of Davao City's experienced the most worst and tragic incident happened in Davao City. Since all government officials, either local chief executive or barangay chief executive, are given tasks to make a disaster plan. So ito yung under ng NDRRMC law, no? So I don't know kung nandito yung NDRRMC law natin, yung National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council. Okay? For them to prepare the expected and unexpected calamities that may come like fire, typhoons, floods, or the drought period resulting to the phenomenon or El Nino. If you try to remember, try to look at before, if the weather condition is not so good, so we will wait the declarations of the CHED as well as the DepEd whether there is an stoppage of classes, no? But because of the incidents, so the authority to declare whether to have a suspension of classes is now given to the local chief executive or to the city mayor's office, no? So kasi pag may mangyari, hindi naman ang sasagot ng hindi naman ang DepEd o CHED ang magbibigay ng tulong, hindi naman ang CHED o DepEd ang madidisturbo kung hindi ang ating local government, no? So, yun, kaya pag medyo masama ang panahon, meron ng signal number 1 dyan, so the mayor can declare, no, as a temporary suspension of classes. Unlike before, we will wait the declaration of the DepEd and the CHED. No, because the DepEd will rely only the result of the pag-asa whether the condition is becomes worse. So, what if kung nandoon na sa trabaho at saka sa eskwelahan yung mga bata, isa ka palang nag-declare ang DepEd, ang daming matatrap, di ba? So, yan. The National Crisis Management Program provides a comprehensive approach to understanding the component of crisis, like the 5 P's of crisis management. So what are the 5 P's? Predict, prevent, prepare, perform, and post actions and assessment. So remember, we know already that there is what we call this kung ating bagyo ba ngayon, but we cannot predict. No? We cannot predict the damage that will be brought by or that will be delivered by the so-called phenomenal calamities. So because of that, the government are always predicting now, kung mayroong bagyo, so kailangan i-predict na natin na ganito mangyayari. So we need to prepare everything. So as part of the preventions. Okay? So yan. Although 5 P's are interrelated crucial components of effective crisis management, these components do not happen in phases whether sequential or consequential. So what are the doctrine of the crisis management? Crisis management is a proactive process. Now remember, when we say proactive, meaning wala pang nangyari, dapat meron na tayong ginawa. Because it is, sabi nga nila, yung ano yan, yung anong tawag dito, yung cure, so is better than I forgot that so-called principles, no, which involves dealing with the crisis before it happens, during the crisis, and the aftermath.
So kailangan meron tayong tinatawag na anong tawag dito as part of the planning yung yun bang makikita na natin yung posibleng mangyayari as part of the predictions and planning. No? Forecasting is the word forecasting. Crisis management is a process designed to prevent or lessen the damage as a crisis can inflict on an organization as well as to the stakeholders. Most terrorist organizations have a short lifespan. Yes, kasi ang terrorista kasi sales lang kasi yan siya. Yung mga naka-operate sa iba't ibang lugar, yan lang yung mga sales. If there is no order coming from their higher cadre, then they will not make a certain violent activities. No? Now, those that survive increase and decrease in significance through time due to their internal composition as well as external factors. A terrorist organization needs ideological convictions like religion, nationalism, separatism, right-wing living, Marxism, animal rights, and etc. So what are the theory of crisis management? The theory of crisis management is contain and negotiate. Protect the innocent from harm. Allow passage of time so that purpose can be reasoned with true negotiation. So kailangan yung tamang oras, saktong oras, pero hindi naman masyadong patagalin. No? Allow that passage of time so that the response force can avail the following: evaluation of the situations, gather information, explore alternatives, and formulate a plan of possible actions. So, terrorism. So, terrorism, there is no exact or universal definitions, no? Every country, they have their own definitions. But with regards to the universal conventions on fight against terrorism, so yun lang yung parang ina-adapt naman ng iba't ibang bansa. Okay? Most terrorist organizations have a short life. Those that survive may increase and decrease in significant time due to their internal compositions. Terrorist organization is ideological, as I said earlier, religion, nationalism, separatism, right-wing, and etc. As the defining issue of the 21st century, terrorism has changed the world's social, economic, and political landscape. Yes, because if a certain country is attacked by the terrorists, the effect of the terroristic activities is like a domino effect. Tatamaan ang ekonomiya, pag tinamaan ang ekonomiya, magsasara yung mga tindahan, so pag walang trabaho, magkaroon ng nakawan. Okay, so that is one of the great effect of the terrorism. And aside from that, in a certain place, is always prone to become the attack of the terrorists. No international or local investor will invest their money to put up business because there is no businessman are willing to lose their money. Okay? Regardless of origin, motivation, and goals, act of terrorism will remain hazards to global security and safety, endangering common interests in peace establishing and economic prosperity. The Philippines is still being harmed by the presence of local international groups that advocate terrorism. Yes, Philippines is considered as one of the weakest country in terms of security because we cannot compare our country to another rich country. They have what we call it a very sophisticated technologies that they can easily detect and monitor those group of terrorists, no, who wants to sound terror. That's why Philippines, no, our country is always, we're only relying the informations that may be given by our counterparts like the international police organizations or the Interpol. Okay?
The Republic of the Philippines subscribes to all international conventions and initiatives against terrorism, and will participate in all endeavors which is designed to strengthen international cooperations in order to prevent and neutralize terroristic acts. So that's why what we did is we joined for any conventions for the fighting against terrorism, no? So palagi tayong sumasama, nakikibahagi sa pagpupulong ng iba't ibang bansa na walang ibang layunin kung paano sukuin at sukuin ang mga terrorismo aktibidades, no? So yan. The government considers all terrorist actions, regardless of motivations, as criminal acts, and shall undertake all lawful measures to prevent, sane, and bring to justice those who commit such terrorist acts. Even without a universal definitions of word terrorism, a general term common to each the systematic of terror, often violent, especially as a means of coercion. The international community, however, terrorism has no legally binding. The common definition of terrorism refers only to those violent acts which are intended to create fear or terror, are perpetrated for a religious, political, or ideological goal, and deliberately target or disregard the safety of the non-combatants. Now take note, the terrorists, they don't care who will become a victim of their terroristic activities. The very important to them is to gain international media attention, because what they are trying to show is if they create some terroristic activities, then they inject terror not only to the mind of the individuals, but also to influence the government that they are strong and they can do what they want. They can make a certain terroristic activities without the detections of the certain country, especially those third world country and having a limited technology, no, to detect the group of the terrorists. Okay? So walang pinipili itong terorista, no? Mapabata man, mapatanda, mapamamayaman man o mahirap. Ang sa kanila, pag nakagawa sila ng isang violenting activities like bombings, so ang importante sa kanila, they can gain the international media attention so that they can show the world that they are powerful. Okay, because terrorists are media malice, matakaw sa publicidad. Okay? What is terrorism? Terrorism is a premeditated use of violence or means of destructions perpetrated against innocents or civilians or non-combatants, or against civilians or government properties, usually intended to influence an audience. So this is a common definition of the terrorism, no? So ito yung inadapt na rin ng karamihan. Even although there are what we call paraphrasing of the definitions, but if you try to read, no, nandun pa rin yung perpetrated against innocent civilian or non-combatants against civilian governments. Yun, no? Its purpose is to create a state of fear. Yung sabi natin ganyan, no? You want to create terror in the mind, no? You want to inject terror, no? You want to inject fear in the mind of every individual that will aid extorting, coercing, intimidating. So kasi pag gumagawa sila ng terroristic activities, so as I said earlier, you can influence the government. Now, they can easily ask a demand and the government have nothing to do. Now, although we have the so-called the standing principles that the Philippines, they never engage what we call this negotiations, no ransom policy, no negotiation policies. So sa terrorista, but that is only by the book, but in reality we don't know what is really the issue. Okay, its methods among others are hostage taking, piracy, but I would like to make it clear, the terrorists engaged in hostage taking and resorted into kidnapping. No, they choose their victims. No, the organized terrorists are choosing their victim to become their hostage or to a victim of kidnapping. So most of their targets are those persons who have an influence to the government. Okay, so yung may mga kilalang tao talaga yung pinipili nila. Piracy, sabotage, or assassinations, threats, or hoaxes. So itong hoaxes, ito yung yung mga false alarm na merong bumbang nilagay dyan, sasabog dyan, yan yung mga hoaxes or fake or bogus or pranks. And indiscriminate bombings or shootings. So as you have heard yesterday, that there was a public utility bus were explode with the use of the improvised explosive device somewhere in Cotabato, So yan, kasi malapit na namang election. Siyempre, yung mga local terrorists, yung mga local terrorist group ng ating bansa o yung mga quasi-terrorists. So, siyempre, yun ang sabi nga natin kanina, di ba? Nawawala, lumulubog yung mga terorista. Kasi sales na lang yan, pag mayroong utos, dyan, saka pala yan sa gagawa ng mga karumal-dumal na aktibidades. Kasi kailangan na naman nila ng pondo. Okay, so yun na nga yung nangyari. Kailangan na naman nila ng pondo. The term terrorism comes from the Latin word terrere. Terror means to frighten or to terror. The terror makes the state to panic and state of emergency. In the Philippines, in response to massive lawlessness attack by some domestic terrorists, the government declared on war on terrorism and other forms of crime. Terrorism usually refers to killing of innocents by a private group in such a way to create a media spectacle. Sabi natin kayo na to attract and to gain international media attention. This meaning was originated from the Russian radicals way back in 1870s. The modern definition of terrorism is inherently controversial. The use of violence for the achievement of political ends is common to state and non-state groups. So what are the contemporary terrorisms? Contemporary terrorisms, it is now the modern approach. Modern approach, but sometimes they use also the old method of activities like bombing and kidnapping. That is an old activity, but most effective to create terror. Okay? Terrorism defines as a violence for effect. It is also called as a calculated use of violence or the threat of violence to attain goals, often political or ideological in nature, through fair intimidations or coercion. It usually involves a criminal act, often symbolic in nature and intended to influence an audience beyond immediate victim. It's also defined as violent criminal behavior designed to generate fear in the community or substantial segment of it for political purposes, like what happened yung nagkaroon ng Ruas bombing. After the bombing incident, when the government decided to reopen the what we call this, the Ruas night market, so yung ibang tao medyo hindi na masyadong pumupunta doon. Kung pumupunta lang, by chance lang, pag kundi lang ang tao, So that's why our government also are making their effort. So in order to prevent with the same occurrence, So yun. Now, what are the common acts of terrorism? the common activities of terrorism is bombing. Although bombing is considered as the most cheap type of method of terroristic activities. Cheap type, less expensive, but it is more effective. Why? Because bombing can easily gain media attentions. Bombing is less expensive on the part of the terrorist. Why? Because kung mahuli man, isang tao lang ang mahuli. But the effect of the activities are great damage. Okay? Whatever tactics the terrorists may employ, they are certainly simple to carry out, dynamic in their effects. Hit and run by nature. So bakit hit and run? Kasi nga, magtatanim ng IED, wala na. No? Pag mayroon na namang pagkakataon, magtatanim ulit ng IED. So hit and run. No? And designed to their impact on the public rather than the victim. Actually, wala naman silang pakialam kung may biktima o wala. Ang sa kanila is to create terror, no, in the mind of individual, in the mind of the government, that they can easily penetrate the place because they want to embarrass the government, especially of the word security and safety. Okay, so yan. So bombing, take note, ito yung pinaka na aktibidades, no? Medyo parang cheap siya, pero napaka-effective kasi it will gain media attention, no? Kasi inaano agad ito ng mga journalists, no? Magkakuha agad siya ng media attention. So magkakaroon ito ng international media coverage, no? Bombing are one of the most favorite terroristic activities by both local and transnational terrorist group because of the reason that is least expensive, least casualty. So, itong least expensive, least casualty, doon ito sa mga terorista. Kasi, pag nauli, isa lang. Pag meron may tinatawag natin na suicide bomber, isa lang din. Pero yung epekto ng ginawa ng isang suicide bomber, malaki. Di ba? And create panic to the mind of the innocent civilian, most especially it will embarrass the government. Yung sinabi natin kanina, no? Assassination, it is assassinations, this is the term used in killing of those influential people like senador, governor, mayor, barangay officials. So the term of killing the government official influence known people of the community are assassination. Pero ang kaso dyan, murder. No? Wala kasi tayong assassination sa ating revised penal code. Okay? So ang assassination, ginagamit tayo kung pinapatay, governor, congressman, mayor, barangay officials. So, yan. Assassination is another form of terroristic activity of the terrorist group that although it is more on political motivations, which is the targeted killing of public figures. Assassination may be fronted by ideological, political, and or military reasons. In addition, assassin may be motivated by financial gain, revenge, and or personal public recognitions, or may be mentally ill. So kidnapping, again, I would like to make it clear, the real or the true terrorists, they engage in kidnapping, but they choose their victim. The victim that they kidnap or abduct are those persons that they can influence the government. They can easily influence the government to give their demands because they custody one of the influential people in the government. Like, dito siya, asawa ng gobernador. O nangyari, sasabihin ng terorista, gobernador, kung gusto pa makita ang buhay ang iyong pamilya, gusto namin na palabasin mo yung kasama namin na nahuli ninyo in exchange of the safety release of your loved one. So ikaw ngayon nag-gobernador, mapipilitan ka, no? Kasi buhay ng pamilya mo ang nakataya. So yan, no? Pero pag ang isang terorista engage on kidnapping and because of ransom, no, gumikita sila, hindi sila namimili kung sino yung maging biktima. Ang importante sa kanila is to profit from it, then they will be considered as a quasi-terrorist. So one of the best example of the quasi-terrorists ay ang Abu Sayyaf. Bakit? Abu Sayyaf, they are using the name of ideological revolutions. They fight with the government because they want to create their own Islamic state. They want to protect their own races. But they are only using that words in order to gain sympathy from the other local communities on where they are operating. But the truth is, they have what we call this ill motive. What is the ill motive? To gain money without selecting a target as long as they can profit from it. So those are sample of the quasi-terrorists. Okay, because true terrorism, real terrorists, they engage in kidnapping because what they want is to influence or to control a certain government. Okay? Kidnapping is the taking away or aspiration of persons against the persons will usually to hold the person in forced imprisonment, a confinement without legal authority. The activity may be resorted in pressuring the government, yung sabi natin kanina, to give the demand, or it may result into bartering of prisoners. Hostage taking, iba ang hostage taking doon sa kidnapping. Kasi ang kaibahan ng hostage taking sa kidnapping, in the hostage situation, the local law enforcers have a control and having a strong communications with the victim and the hostage takers. As well as they know the movements, no? They can what we call this, control the situations. But in kidnapping, the one who hold the situation is no other than the kidnappers, because the kidnappers will be the one to give orders, no, to the local law enforcement agencies. And the communication is very vague, no, because the local enforcers, they don't know where is the exact locations of the kidnappers, and the one who hold the communication is no other than the kidnappers. Sila yung may hawak ng baraha. So, sisiki ang may hawak ng baraha ang ating gobyerno. Okay? Terrorists engage in hostage taking in order to influence the government and force the government to give whatever they demand they want to us, as well as withdrawal of government forces from their claimed territory. No? Tulad nung yung mga sa ibang probinsya na mayroong nagrarally, no? Gusto nilang palayasin ang military camp dahil dumating na ang mga sundalo, nagsimula ng kaguluhan. Kaya nga nagkagulo dahil ayaw ng mga terorista na makontrol sila, no? Na makuha nila yung simpatiya ng mga local community. Kasi pag nakuha ng gobyerno ang simpatiya ng local community, gutom ang abutin ng mga NPA. Okay? Kasi wala na magbibigay sa kanila ng pagkain. Ambush, ito naman, no? Surprise attack. Diba? Thoroughly planned ambush seldom fail. This is especially true of terrorist ambushes are throughout with the use of diversions and lay-off terms, often included the plan properly rehearsed and executed with precision. So, pag mga terorista gumagawa ng ambush, talagang nakaplano yan, no? So, the pros and cons are already established. So, meron silang mga plan 8 ng talagaan sa kanila. It is often forgotten that the terrorist has time on his side and will spend weeks, if not months, preparing for an operation. Now let's go to the salient features of July 21, 2011, the Republic Act number 10168 of 2011. So ano itong Republic Act number 10168 of 2011? An act defining the crime, financing of terrorism, providing penalties, therefore, and for other purposes. So ano ito? Dito say, nalaman na tumutulong ka sa terorista o sa NPA, no? Ikaw yung nag-provide ng kanilang sasakyan or transportation. O nagbibigay ka ng monthly extortion. So pag nalaman yan, dahil tumutulong ka financially, then you can be charged under this law. No? Tatamaan ka ng 10168. So financing of terrorism activities. So designation persons refers to any persons or entity designated and or identified as a terrorist, one who finances terrorism or terrorist organization or group under the applicable United Nations Security Council resolution by another jurisdictions or supranational jurisdiction. Any organization, association, or group of persons prescribed pursuant to Section 17 of the Human Security Act of 2007, otherwise known as RA 9372. Any persons, association, group of persons, funds, or property based on probable cause. Ito yung sabi natin yun na, ikaw yung nagbibigay ng sasakyan, mga getaway cars, no? Na ginagamit ng mga terorista. So, tatamaan ka ng 10168. Okay. So now let's go to the design features of Public Act number 9372, otherwise known as Human Security Act of 2007. Declaration of policy. It declared a policy of the state to protect life, liberty, and property from acts of terrorism, to condemn terrorism as inimical and dangerous to the national security of the country, to the welfare of the people, and to make terrorism a crime against the Filipino people, against humanity, and against the law of nations. In implementation of the policy stated above, the state shall uphold the basic rights and fundamental liberties of the people as enshrined in the Constitution. The state recognizes that the fight against terrorism requires a comprehensive approach comprising political, economic, diplomatic, military, and legal means, duly taking into account the root cause of terrorism without acknowledging this as justification for terrorist or criminal activities.